Rocket. They're running for their lives. Origin, destroy Rocket's Nexus.
And so the first kill of the fight goes down. Nuketook is out of there. Cover shot. That big threat is dead. And now Forgiven is left to run over the team. He has no ultimate, he has no carries.
And there's so little Fnatic can do.
Unicorns of Love are just beating them up and taking the lunch money.
They're going all in for this one. About time.
Welcome to week 4 of the European LCS here in Berlin, Germany, where you see Fnatic looking at the flag wall, looking to replicate past success, of course, in this split. And their Vitality with Nukeduck looking all business, taking care of some business on his phone before the game, and Elements setting up on stage as they will be taking on Fights early in our first game of the day. And as you can see, things are downright euphoric here in the battle arena as Elements and Vitality take to the stage for our first game of the day. Hello, I'm Evje Schoks-de-Poortre, joined on the analyst desk by James Stress O'Leary and Mitch Kreppel-Voorspools to break down our first few matchups of the day. And if we take a look at the standings with a third of the split behind us, the LCS newcomers, obviously, G2 Esports share the #1 spot with H2K. Vitality and the UOL are right behind them, and at the bottom of the table, unfortunately, 0-6 for the Giants coming into week 4.
4 weeks into the LCS now, and gone are the old guard. No Fnatic, no Origin at the top right now. Firmly H2K and G2 are looking like the best squads we got.
Yeah, and those are some of our expectations being like shattered. You know, we thought Fnatic and OG would finish pretty high at least. But then looking at the bottom of the table, this is sadly some of our expectations confirmed. Rocket, even though they opened spectacular with the Taric week 1, day 1, ever since it's going downhill, so more Taric please. But Giants, there's 0-6 right now. They're playing, I think, Origin and Fnatic this week, or they have a really tough schedule this week. So they're projected to go 0-8. Then, well, if they don't really improve drastically, they'll go 0-9. And then who says that can't repeat itself? And we may be looking at an 0-18 season for Giants. Hopefully not, but they need to start changing things.
Yeah, let's hope that their substitution, Betongjocke, starts to pay off for them as well. And looking towards today's competition in the visa department, unfortunately, the issues we still have Ryu out for H2K and Selfie in. And on the Unicorns of Love, Diamond is still out, and Rudy has joined as a full-time member of the team.
As with last week, there have been changes, though, that aren't to do with visa issues, and that is in the Roccat camp. Tabs has come in. Former Elements AD carry has replaced Sophia on that lineup for this week.
Yeah, pretty interesting, to be honest, to see Rudy make it to the LCS. One of the players I would have not expected to make it here, but he's been a consistent high-ranked challenger player overall. If you watch a lot of European streams and solo queue, you will definitely know who Rudy is. If you don't, he will very often announce his... not departure, but his arrival, his presence and his arrival in all chat by the phrase, "Hi, it's Rudy." So I'm excited to see the face behind the player, at least.
Well, we'll find out how all those rosters actually adapt in this week. But first up, it'll be Elements versus Vitality, then Giants versus Fnatic, followed by our match of the week between G2 Esports and Origin. What a clash.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic match where Origin is on the up and up. They're 3-1 in their last 2 weeks. Well, guess what? So is G2 Esports overall. So that's going to be a very interesting match here for our match of the week. TriCast 2, it's going to be exciting. Exciting. I don't know. On PTL, Martin went for G2 Esports. I personally think Soas is going to turn it all around, rain down with a fury of 1,000 baguettes and win that game.
We'll see what happens, and to spice that matchup up, there's also some new stuff to Summoner's Rift as we'll be playing on patch 6.2. A lot of changes. First up, I might say welcome for a lot of people, nerfs to Tahm Kench.
Yeah, finally some nerfs to the pretty tricky Frogman that we're dealing with in top lane. Great health a little bit down, so should be a little easier to all in, if not at least 2v1 and kill him. Glad we see that. I think this kind of kills the Tahm Kench support entirely, unless we're looking at a very single-man like lockdown target composition where you really want to save your AD carry. But other than that, we'll likely still see him in the top lane, but not as high of a priority.
Yeah, it's not going to bench the Kench. There are other changes, however, to itemization when it comes to 6.2. So we saw a lot of Frost Queen's claim. a lot of Frost Queen's claim over the last few weeks. So the changes to Frost Queens, 50% longer cooldown when it comes to that Spooky Ghost active, but with that also comes changes to AP items we haven't seen in a while. The Morellonomicon, the Athene's Unholy Grail, both have had a cost reduction, and those two changes means that the mid lane itemization is going to change. We're going to see more Morellos, more Athenes.
Possibly also changes in the mastery department and more diversity, seeing how we have a 30% damage increase on the assassin mastery, and maybe more importantly for the prevalence of Thunderlords, weaker early game and later stronger, obviously, in the late game. That will be very important to see what happens and how much it gets picked up.
Yeah, Thunderlords already saw a bit of a decline in being picked up overall, and right now people will just have to think more whether they think it's worth it. We saw more fervor battle already instead of the Thunderlords, hopefully more diversity and just more well thought out choices rather than just, okay, this is OP, I take this Keystone.
Well, if you guys are still confused with masteries tomorrow, we're going to break them all down at the beginning of the show. But there are other changes when it comes to rework. There's a lot of little changes, but this is one of the bigger ones. Shen has had a minor rework when it comes to some of his abilities. No more Vorpal Blades anymore on his Q. He now has the Spirit Blade instead. The rest of his kit is fairly similar when it comes to his ultimate and the taunt. The big change is his W. No longer shield for himself, now blocks auto attacks in a zone around himself for the rest of your team.
So yeah, that change has actually made it so that Shen is still seen a lot in the top lane, not so much I think as support. I haven't really seen it much recently. I think if it gets picked, it will be a top lane Shen, and it is available this week because it is a relatively minor rework and the core kit is still the same. The gameplay is likely not changed too much. We will still enable Shen and it's playable this week.
Some very interesting things and tweaks to the game, so we want to know what you think. Tweet at LL Esports and tell us what change will come to the metagame with patch 6.2 and why. Be sure to include that hashtag EULCS and we'll go over your responses later today. For now though, it is time to zoom in on Elements versus Vitality as they are setting up for our first game of the day. Let's touch on Elements Force 3-3. We were looking to see what they could do versus better teams. Last week, however, they went 0-2, losing to the UOL and OG. The teams that have the teams that Elements have beat rather have a combined record of 3-15. The teams that they have lost to have a combined record of 12-6. So it was somewhat expected that those losses were coming in last week.
And when you speak of those losses and the wins that Elements have had, they are one of the teams that have the most drastic shift when it comes to their time of their game. I mean, Elements have had the slowest wins out of teams and had the fastest losses. So it means they've struggled to beat the teams that they've won against. And in those games where they've been losing, it's just been smash after smash, and they've just been wiped off the map really quickly.
Yeah, and then they're actually playing as a good team too. If you look at mano a mano in every single matchup, I don't think Elements have the talent to really beat Vitality more. If you start looking at the way they play around their top lane, the best performing member for Elements right now is Steve, and he will be shut down against Cowboy and Shook combination because what Shook has been doing seems to be the style that Vitality wants to be going for. You know, isolate the top lane, keep ganking for the top laner right there, shut him down, and that's going to make it really hard for Elements to come out. You can see it right here. Cowboy Shark plays many of these matchups where Shook's just around to snowball. He did it in the match against Fnatic. Remember the Gamsu Olaf being put down 50 CS in the dumpster. He did it against H2K last week, but Oduamne managed to survive and spread his utility to a different part of the map. And I think that is definitely an approach Steve will have to take, see if he can influence the other lanes, because 1v1 will become 2v1, not in his favor, and he will likely die if he keeps fighting it.
Especially when you look at Kabashad's stats and it's like, oh, he's got the highest CS and gold lead at 10 minutes of all top laners. It's like, this could be a tricky matchup for Steve. And one change with 6.2 that we didn't quite touch on is the possibility of tank top laners coming out. In Challenger this week, we saw a bit of Maokai, saw a couple of different champions using that Grasp of the Undying. Steve last year on Maokai did not have a good time. It was only once he got the Echo that it was good, and I don't know whether that tank's playstyle for Steve is going to work up against Kabashad here. He could struggle.
We'll see what happens in this matchup, but for a look at the starting lineups, we're going to head inside and meet our casters, and as we go, Vitality's Kasing tells us how he's not the only support on the team.
I think support jungler actually is also quite important in terms of vision control and knowing when you can go. Because like for support, it's like you have a timer between when you can roam and when you have to be on lane with AD carry, whereas a jungler can be like anywhere he wants. They're like the moving pieces in like chess, where if they don't move, then everyone else is just slowly gonna die.
Slowly gonna die. We'll figure out if Kasing can prevent that. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry alongside Martin Deficio Linger as we near picks and bans between Elements and Vitality. Let's start on the blue side. It is Elements currently with a 3-3 record with Steve in the top lane, Gilius in the jungle, Ika in the mid lane, Mr. Oz and Spratel as your duo, and Neef the coach.
That's correct, Trevor. And we have Vitality on the red side with Cabochard up in the top lane, Shook as the jungler, Nuke Dog, of course, in the mid lane, Yanin and Kasing down in the bottom lane, Sean's as the coach. And I'm looking forward to see Vitality week after week after week. How much can they improve? You know, again, we brand them the super team or one of the super teams in Europe. And I just want to see progression every single week from this team.
Yeah, we really have to. And as we're getting near to picks and bans, we are on patch 6.2. Everybody's enabled except Jin. He is too new to the league, so we could see that Shen. We'll have to see how that's going to pan out. Let's talk about Gangplank, though, because Vitality's only banned it once. We've seen them play with it and play against it. And on the other side, Elements, they've banned GP in every game regardless of side.
Yeah, it's one of the things I actually like about Vitality. They're not afraid of leaving what a lot of people consider the S-tier picks like Gangplank open and say, we have strategies prepared against it. You know, they tried with Olaf top lane and Rek'Sai ganking early jungle to try and shut down GP. And, you know, it worked okay. They got a pretty big CS lead on Cabochard, but it wasn't enough because the rest of the team then couldn't really punish H2K last week. This one, however, when you play against Elements and Spraddle, you ban Alistar, because it is by far his best champion, and honestly, he still hasn't really performed too well on anything else but the Alistar.
Well, he's going to have to find something else to perform on today, Deficio, because last week, Elements had a rough week, 0-2. Let's see how they're going to handle themselves against Vitality. Graves and Lulu taken away. The Lulu, I think, is a bit of a bait trap. Currently 3-7 in LCS with Rise as the last ban. And over for Vitality, I mean, Corki's still up and available. Poppy still up and available.
Yeah, definitely.
What are they considering as a final ban to go with Alistair and Kalista?
Well, you just mentioned two of the very big picks. What Vitality can do is just ban none of them and say we're going to trade at least. You get one of them, we get another one, plus an additional super strong pick in the current meta. One of the issues is there are so many good picks at the moment that you often get them in the second rotation if you're Elements. So they give out GP again. This is what we have seen before. First time Elements are playing it. And
it didn't work when Vitality did it last time, but that was into Odawamne's GP, and they picked Olaf. So can Steve or Ika, depending on where the GP goes, do what...
It's always interesting. It's always interesting when a team has banned the same champion in every single game, because that tells you...
Oh, Cavo played to the camera. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
So, I just got distracted.
He actually prepared that one, by the way, at home.
Lucian Corki, is this the lock in here?
You want to go Corki almost every single time it's open, so yes, it should be for them. And the reason this is very good by Vitality, if you look at the pick and ban phase, is they ban Kalista themselves, and there are 3 top tier AD carries right now. Kalista, Corki, Lucian. So when you ban one of them, in your first rotation on red side, it's almost always fantastic to just lock in 2 of them. Unless it's Lucian Kalista, that's why you also ban the Kalista. So you can take Lucian AD carry, and you can take Corki mid lane, where he's also better than actually down in the bottom lane. So I really like this rotation from Vitality. It pushes Mr. Rales, most likely to a Caitlyn. We have seen Ezreal a few times. MF has been played. As well, there's not been a guaranteed number 4 AD carry. Right now, I think every team has their own preferred number 4 AD carry. In this case, we might have a massive wombo combo almost. MF ulti into Gangplank ulti, barrels, you know, can really be very explosive team fights.
Yeah, but nobody's going to stick around in them. Lucian can dash away, Corki can Velk out, Elise can repel up, and if anybody is somehow trapped, they're going to get gobbled up by Tahm Kench. Now, is this Tahm for Cabo or Tahm for Kasing?
I would almost always say it's going to be Tahm Kench top from what we have seen, but it is still a flex pick. And we have to go really far back to find a game where Cabochard was playing just a pure tank up in the top lane.
That's why I'm wondering.
Especially also because Tahm Kench's damage got nerfed on this patch. So Cabochard should hit it even more than before. Then again, I wouldn't surprise me to see it go top. Lucian bot lane, you can pick a support now with it. You're against the Thresh, so it's a difficult lane to play into. Vitality will definitely be looking to a lane swap almost no matter what they pick a support. When against MF and Thresh, there's a super deadly 2v2 lane.
And you look at the rest of Element's composition, a lot of ranged poke and heavy AoE. Victor, MF, Gangplank, Nidalee, no front line to speak of on the side of Elements, so no room for error when it comes to positioning.
Super scary comp to play. Yes, you have a lot of AoE wombo combo damage on your side. So it's gonna be Tom Kench heading to the bottom lane.
Yeah, so let's...
Corki's going top lane. Interesting.
Are we... This has to be.
I mean, this must be Corki top then, with Ari being locked in. So we've now seen Corki get triple flexed, basically. AD carry mid laner and top laner from Vitality. First time we see this in Europe, for sure. I don't even remember seeing this in LPL or LCK as well.
I do not think I've seen a Corki top lane. So Vitality and Elements, we have no...
Wait a minute. This we have definitely not seen before. Lucian top lane for
Right.
Capushot.
What does this mean? Explain it to me.
Okay,
Domingo.
so I mean, Lucian has a very, very strong laning phase. He's very good in especially like 1 to 6. And Lucian, if you think back to when the lane swap meta was often like you had your AD carry sit on 1v1, Lucian was very strong because he's so good in 1v1s. He's very mobile, he can escape, he gets extra range when he gets like rapid fire cannon, his ulti is very good when you zone someone off or poke someone off. So this to me is just a lane bully pick from Capushot top lane with the Lucian. It's gonna be the most awkward TP gank ever, but his laning phase should be very, very strong with an AD carry top, because Lucian is so good in the first early levels.
TP into culling. That's what we're looking
That's
for.
the crazy one.
Come on, Cavo, pull it off. On the other side of the spectrum, Steve is going to have maybe more headroom the later this game goes with some teleport ganks on that gangplank with Cannon Barrage. Either way, we're loading up onto the Rift for the first game of week 4. There's no major tanks to speak of. Guys, jump on Twitter. You know the deal. Tell us who you think's going to pick this one up.
But hey, I mean, we talked about it, right? Normally you would say that Tom Kench would go top lane, but when it is Capushot,
Yes, I don't see him on a tank.
it's just not his style. And it's like Vitality likes to play around Capushot a lot with Shook, and you don't want him on tank. Oh, he's hooked now.
This has already been caught, but Kasing has gobbled up Cabo, spat him out backwards, and Sprattle gets hit by the Orb of Deception. Nobody goes down in the trade, though.
Interesting stuff. I like when we get some of these surprises, because we are surprised. I'm sure Elements is looking at this being like, what is going on? Lucian top lane. Technically in a lane swap as well, he should be fine, because it's so much about fast pushing towers now. Having an extra AD carry should do well there.
I mean, all of the tower pushing power, the Lucian, the Corki, even when Elise comes into lane,
Yeah, I
human
mean,
form.
that's the thing. Like, Vitality definitely is looking for lane swap, because again, we talked about in champs, like against MF and Thresh, like that's a lane you don't want to deal with 2v2. And then I can see just the Lucian, because he's an AD carry as well, can help fast pushing down. And it's very important when it comes to pushing these towers. Even 5-6 seconds can mean the difference between you picking up 3-4 extra CS for your top laner, which can then mean he gets an extra level, and so on and so on. So like, it's small things that can slowly but surely snowball. For now, we actually see Elements starting on the weak side with their jungle and top laner, and now Vitality is going to invade in. We've seen this before. Last time they got collapsed on and died, but this time around, nobody's there to trap them. They didn't stop the blue buff. They came in very late. There's a little bit of a sloppy start from Vitality. They wanted to stop this blue buff from happening, because you can see how Shook is starting on his strong side.
Yeah.
So he's only going to get red buff now, and then he just has to do camps. He's not going to get a blue buff because he can't really go bottom side when the rest of his team is on top side. It's a little bit too late from Vitality. Maybe they were talking too much about Lucian top and what was going to happen.
I can't wait to hear from the players exactly how this pick and ban played out. It was an Ari last pick, so they committed to that Lucian/Corki top lane with their last pick. And again, Cabo not playing the tank, so I want to see how he plays out. Cabo has traditionally been very good in lane, and he's currently not there just yet. Still playing the lane swap shenanigans.
I mean, he's been the best laning top laner, but he's also the guy getting probably the most help from his jungler. In Shook always being around, Vitality putting a lot of resources towards Capushot. But it also did mean that Iker was like, okay, I'm going to take Victor, save wave lane into Corki, and then he gets super surprised because an assassin gets picked into it. And what often happens in those lanes is the assassin will have the control and pushing power until Victor gets his first upgrade on his Hex Core. You know, he gets a bit of AP and he can start wave playing quickly. Otherwise, he's going to get pushed down to his tower, and there's a risk of him dying, potentially.
Risk. Here are the Masteries still. A slew of Thunderlords across the...
Look how fast Elements, how fast Vitality are compared to Elements. Tower's already down. This is what we talk about. Extra seconds, and we need to look at how much Capuchat can pick up in this extra time, because look at the bottom lane now. Coming down here from Vitality to this tower. So they're gonna stop Steve from ever freezing. Like, he's literally gonna kill the tower and recall and get nothing. But Capuchat is sitting top now, if you look at your minimap, and he's just getting extra CS and extra experience.
And that wave is pushing towards
Steve
him as well.
doesn't even get the tower. It's just way too delayed from Elements.
Trying to deny too many
poor.
CS.
Yeah, but really, really poorly executed lane swap now, and clearly getting surprised at the speed. Vitality could take down that tower with double AD carry, and then swap him back down. So this is really bad for Elements now.
So Capuchat's cleared out that big wave that was pushing into him. Sent it back towards the inner turret.
Okay, this does give Elements a little bit of a chance, because now Steve needs to go top lane and take the wave that's pushing to him. You always want to send your weak member, the top laner, to the wave pushing towards him in the safest lane, because he's obviously now, he's a little baby, he's not really very strong, and you have to just always cater around him. So he's going to get this wave because Capuchat decided to push it out. He was expecting Rallis and Sprottle to show up, so this is okay for Steve, but he's still going to be behind, obviously, but he gets something now.
It is a big deal when you consider the power that Capuchat on Lucian is going to have. In contrast to Gangplank, that really needs 3 items to become the absolute monster that we know from Gangplanks. Admittedly, it is a nice jump with each of those items leading up to 3. So the wave continues to push forward. Cabo, 2 levels up and 16 CS for now at 5 minutes.
Yeah, at least again, as we mentioned, Steve will get something.
Yeah. I mean, that's a wave and a half in front of him.
Had this wave not been pushed out by Capuchat, Steve would be stuck in the bottom lane, and they would try and mirror how quickly you could take down the enemy tier 1 tower. But Vitality would be so far ahead they could just set up a TP dive on Steve and kill him, and he wouldn't get anything. Gilius. Just saying hello.
Big hit from the love tap from Gilius, making it clear that he's there. So Gilius been farming up a storm, 23 CS versus the 15 of Shook. And then mid and AD carry both sitting even. Vitality got themselves a 1,000 gold lead thanks to the early tower and the big CS advantage that Cabo's been able to farm up.
Definitely a great swap from Vitality, and then Cabo just getting a little bit greedy on pushing out the wave, expecting Rallis to show up and push it back. Anyway, Vitality can still be very happy with what's been going on. He's even gonna TP straight back into the face of Steve near the tier 2 tower, because look behind him, he has Shook as well. Yeah. Just providing some assistance. You want to push it in. You don't want to have Steve just slow pushing it out, picking up too much farm, get these minions into the tower, let the tower kill them, and then slowly get it pushing back towards Vitality.
Yeah, he picked himself up that serrated Dirk as well.
I love the Dirk, man.
Lane. And for Cabo and Vitality, continuing to keep Steve on the back foot, piercing light will force Steve away, missing more CS, more experience, at least for a couple of those. And Gilius isn't going to find anything either, because Shook, I don't think he was spotted. I didn't see.
He did show at the tower.
Ah, there we go.
But still, I mean, GP early on doesn't have proper wave clear. He can't really do anything to stop this. Nidalee's the same deal. So Vitality will always have the pushing power in this 2v2, as long as they don't look for an open fight where they can get bursted down. So just push it in, they reset it. Steve gets denied even more. And man, he's definitely in trouble.
Well, if there's any player that's going to know what it feels like to fall behind and get punished early, it's Steve. From the time he joined the LCS, everybody has played to his lane and tried to punish him. Let's see what he can do on Gangplank. I want to talk about the itemization of the mid lane, because we've seen glimpses of Nukeduck and Icat just trading farm. Negatron Cloak for Nukeduck, so expecting the Abyssal first.
For sure.
Are you still expecting the Spooky Ghost or 6-2, or are we going Morello Nomicon next?
I think we're going to see Abyssal into Morello Nomicon is more likely. After now the cooldown on the Spooky Ghost have been increased by 50%, so the item itself is still good. Like, if just the pure item, you get so much mana regen, very cheap, and you get extra gold from it. But I think now with the extra nerfs, especially because Nukeduck has a fine landing phase, he's just basically farming even at the moment, so he's not going to get denied anything. I think we're most likely to see Morello Nomicon come in for him as the second item.
Right, we'll see how that pans out.
Ganking Lucian.
Yep, ganking Lucian. There's no TP, so we're not going to see the TP culling. And it's
tax the lane, tax it.
Super just helping Nukeduck.
He's going to go back top. Not a whole lot there from Capuchat.
I also want to mention that Sprottle's only the Ignite down bottom as opposed to Exhaust. We'll see if that helps him get any kills. So far, the 2v2 between Kiana and Mr. Ralls has gone fairly neutral. Chaos Storm, actually, from Ica. He's to push that wave out. It's not the greatest of cooldowns, and we did see Rolls take the tower, so evens out the gold between both teams.
And that's the thing, even with that bad start from Elements in the swap, because as highlighted a few times, Capuchat pushed the lane up top. It allowed Elements to actually get standard lanes a lot quicker than they were supposed to. So MF and Thresh got into the 2v2 lane, got to take down that tower, and nothing has really been happening ever since. They've just been kind of farming even. You can see Steve is trying his best to try and catch up in farm. Both junglers have kind of been babysitting the top lane. As you can see, Gilles is sitting here now trying to set up a sneaky gank. Capuchat is going to push out, you know, on his own and not think there's anyone there. But he's been smart enough to place a ward. Gilles is going to waste his time. And not a whole lot is going to happen there.
No, definitely not. Capuchat going to fall prey. And Steve is using that parlay to farm up the minions. Still very heavily down. The package has spawned for Hyanan in the base, so next time he recalls, see how much gold that she has to pick up. Currently sitting on 600. A little while. But I like seeing how teams make use of that first package, which lane they decide to impact, especially if Steve continues to push up top, could be in trouble. Tower down bottom, being shoved in. Cannon Barrage to clear out the minion wave, and the Death Sentence catches a minion. Sparkle not finding the right one. Kasing will be eating up Shook, and fairly easy escape. They get Gangplank's ultimate too.
So what we just saw here is actually one of the reasons Gangplank is such a good pick. The fact he has a global ulti you can use as a wave clear. So much of the current meta is about setting up these big minion waves and push them into tower. He can break that with his ulti. Now Capuchat might get ganked. Nukta can move up and help him though.
Let's see if Gideus wants to chase. Cabo was
No. Your mid laner is gone, so you can't.
able to walk away. I was getting way more excited than I should have been for that potential gank.
It's very interesting also to see the back timer for both mid laners. Both of them actually went back when they didn't really want to, because Nukta only got a Negatron cloak on his first back, so he had like no kill pressure in lane. Now he has the full Abyssal. IK went back and had to go for cooldown reduction because he couldn't upgrade his Hex Core because he didn't have 1,000 gold. So both of them kind of like, 800 gold, not enough to really do anything. Now we might see more action. Nukta has a lot of kill pressure. Ignite, you know, reduce MR. I want to see them try and set him up. Problem is there's cleanse on IK, which obviously breaks a lot of what Ari can do.
Yeah, that it does. Gillius still continuing to farm up a Storm, by the way. 20 CS up over Shook. Got those Runic Echoes completed. Opting to use the passive, where Shook has already invested in the boots. A full channel culling will get a lot of damage on Steve. Piercing Light comes out. One more hit, and Camo Shot 1v1s for first blood.
Let's go back to Champ Select. We talked about how good Lucian is in these long lanes, especially in these lane swaps. Because 1v1, he's very, very strong in the early game. He has a lot of mobility. Culling is great when you're chasing down someone. Long range ability. And he's using it perfectly here. Steve was stuck in a long lane. Has to try and push out the wave. Capuchat goes aggressive. I'm pretty sure they spotted Gilles on the bottom side of the map. And then you can go aggressive knowing the jungler isn't there. And he picks up the kill. Steve just trying to run away, flashing away. Against dashes, calling range. Very difficult for him to do anything, and he probably hasn't played against a Lucian top.
Who has? That is the question. Well, Vitality get themselves the first kill, and look at the vision inside the bottom quadrant of the jungle. With Vitality's Abyssal Voyage, Kasing delivering Shook. They've littered 1, 2, 3, 4, a 5th ward down by the Krugs as well. All the information, so Gilius can't go anywhere.
And we can really see how this Vitality combo is just like come online. Because Corki wants to hit level 6, start becoming very, very strong in the laning phase as well. Gets a Sheen, so now he can start pushing the lane, bot lane on his own, or at least go even on his own. That opens up for Kasing to start roaming. Capuchat, Ghostblade first item. You don't get to go back with 1200 gold very often as a top lane, or 1250 to get a BF sword, so instead you build towards better components towards a good early item in the Ghostblade with a lot of long swords. So he's very strong at this point. Abyssal Scepter, we talked about it. Nukta has kill pressure in mid lane, especially if he gets some help.
So do you believe in the TP Ghostblade ganks? Or is Cabo just going to be playing the split push game?
I believe in him split pushing for the rest of the game, basically.
Oh, I was getting excited. I like the idea.
I don't believe in him making any big TP plays, but that's something Elements can do. Because they have, you know, Gangplank ulti, MF ulti. If they can create a fight on the bottom side of the map, you have that massive zone of damage you can use that is so difficult to deal with from Vitality. So that's where I want to see Elements try and do something. You're trying to gank their mobile Lucian with no CC from Gangplank in mid lane. is very, very difficult, especially because Vitality can always push down the lane and then place the wards you see here. Gilles is gonna give 2 wards though, so he can be happy, and now forcing Capuchat back because no vision. This is not solo queue. You don't keep pushing.
No. All of the wards at the time have been killed down in the bottom half. There's going to be an available Rift Herald available for Vitality.
Another interesting thing.
Tell me.
Lucian top lane. Take down Rift Herald. Take the Rift Herald buff, which is what he's doing. Gangplank can't really stop you. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Buff up your minions. Get a bit damage on tower. This is just constantly like 24/7 tower pressure, push, push. You're just more mobile than maybe a Graves, but you have less burst damage. And you also have a lot of squishier.
Yeah, don't have that true grit available to you. But I think some credit here to Steve and Elements. At least using their wave clear, maybe effectively. Maybe Vitality not pushing that hard is probably a more realistic answer here. Steve, 98 CS to 106. So Trinity Force will be close to being completed. Currently on 760 gold. A few hundred away from that. Wow, gonna take a little longer now because he's gone for Ionian Boots. But yeah, I mean, Elements, 600 gold down. No dragon to speak of. One thing to take note of, guys, on 6.2 there is a spectator bug. Baron and dragon timers will not be visible. So we will keep you up to date with how long those are. You can see the first dragon being taken down now, so...
Yeah, and the players obviously have the timer in-game.
Yes.
It's just boss looking down at the game.
Oh, Nuktak, he's being surrounded, Fisher, and I think he's in trouble. Spur Rush and Flash is available. Let's see if he can dodge the skill shots. That's 1 Spur Rush, 2, the Flay connects. Oh, predicted the death sentence! There's a flash away. Abyssal Voyage comes in from Kasing, but there's not enough damage from Elements. And Nuktak gets away.
But we can see what Vitality wants to do. 1-3-1, Capuchat one lane, Nuktak the other one, Sid Yana in the mid lane with his jungler and support. And then start pushing in all these lanes here, because Elements, they want to team fight. You know, they want to have these big wombo combo team fights. Vitality wants to avoid that by always pushing the lanes first and force Elements to always split up and defend these lanes like Steve is trying to do here in the bottom lane against this Rift Hell buffed Lucian and his minions. And try to set up a trap. I like the play from Spraddle. Triple dash and a flash, however, buys enough time for Nuke Dog.
That it does. And of course, Kasing using his ultimate again to thwart any follow-up aggression. There was no cannon barrage from Steve. Maybe. That could have been some additional damage, but either way, Vitality play it out. So this is probably going to be the hook, I'm hoping, on slow-mo.
Yeah, so basically, Vitality trying to push out all 3 lanes. Elements can react early enough. Oh, that's beautiful. I like it from Spraddle. Shooting it straight away where Nuktak would never do anything because he would obviously just dash around it, so you gotta try and predict where he's going to. Oftentimes you will shoot completely wrong. Other times you know the exact range he's dashing, and then you say he most likely will go either left or right, and then you fire it there, and you're kind of 50-50. It's not all pure skill. No. I mean, you don't exactly know where he's going to dash.
I'm aware of that, but I think you explained that very, very well. Congratulations to Spraddle. This is the 3rd time he's played Thresh. 1 win, 1 loss. And he's got a good death sentence now, but it needs to result in more. Lane pressure being applied on the top by Elements. They've got 3 members up top. And you can see Sean's on screen worrying as his team is about to suffer some tower damage. But luckily, Vitality's Nuktak and Shook have control of the bottom half of the map. So actually, Nuktak's going to take this tower way before Elements can.
So whenever you play against a 1-3-1 setup, the trick is always that you try and control mid lane, and you try and then control one of the side lanes. And when you get to force the other team back on the map, that's when you can try and force a team fight around a tower. You can try and get into the enemy jungle and see if you can set up a fight with your great team fighting composition. If you do not push that advantage and you do not control those 2 lanes, the 1-3-1 will just keep happening over and over and over. They'll keep knocking on the door. Doesn't matter if you don't open it, they'll just keep staying there forever, forever, forever. And then slowly but surely, you will start getting pressured so much you lose basically the entire map. So for Elements, it's really about being proactive when they have those small windows. Once we see like Vitality go back to base, like now, the whole map is kind of reset. Only Nuke Dog is pushed up, but he can't do anything because he's alone. Now you need to push mid if you are Elements. You need to run mid with 4 people. Set a slow push top with Rylus and then run mid and try and force a fight. Otherwise, Vitality will go back top lane and push in all 3 lanes again and again and again.
So for Vitality about pushing those towers, Element's looking for the team fight. You've seen the damage that Steve already has with just that Trinity Force. He's going to continue to scale up, and we're on track for a slightly slower game here, Deficio. So the longer this goes, will the slightly more traditional team comp of Elements begin to outscale Vitality? Or do you like this double AD assassin combo?
I mean, Elements will definitely outscale if you just look at like champion for champion, Gangplank, Victor in the late game. But Vitality will have a lot of damage at all stages in the game because there is no tank on the side of Elements. And that means even if one team is technically outscaling, one big team fight where, you know, a great charm from Nuke Dog, it can be enough for Vitality to win the game. So we have these very explosive, very back and forth games. But it takes a lot of time before we get there. Because Elements is trying to scale up. Vitality is not allowing them by constantly pushing over and over, delaying Elements from ever grouping, which is basically what they're doing. And we see how Elements, when they actually have the chance to try and force a 4-man play, they stick to side lanes. And that's why Vitality can now go back, and you see again on your minimap, they're pushing every single lane, and Elements lost that window they had to try and make a play themselves.
So Elements did elect to take down the Rift Herald, sitting in Delius's hands. Nuke continues to put pressure up top and smites away the red buff. Means it's denied from Mr. Rolls. The rest of Vitality continue to apply tower pressure down bottom. We're about to hit 20 minutes. Cabo, with that piercing up, and look at this, Nuke will be able to solo this tower, and he's got all the safety of Spirit Rush if any pressure to arrive. Another tower in favor of Vitality.
Elements has been the worst team in the LCS at playing from behind. 100%. Because whenever they're forced to play from behind, their very passive playstyle just gets punished even more. Because if you can never be proactive, you can never really come back into the game unless the other team makes a massive mistake. And like Cabochard now just dives Steve and like randomly dies to him, and then Baron dies as well out of the blue and Elements get the Baron buff. But that never happens. Or should never happen.
Should never.
So Vitality can just honestly play this super slow. They don't need any kills.
Yeah.
They just need all the outer turrets. Then they need in 5 minutes time to start setting up for Baron. Pick up the Baron and walk down and say, okay, your base is dead. And the game is over, and we just have 1 kill to 0, and it's perfectly fine.
Well, not fine if you have them on your fantasy team, that's for sure.
I have Nuke Dog.
But absolute control from Vitality. You did talk about Nuke Dog a second ago, and to go back to the itemization discussion,
yes.
This Morellonomicon next, so the changes to the Spooky Ghosts, moving it a little bit out of solo lanes.
Yeah.
We still saw it on Lulu in Challenger, if memory serves correctly.
Wicked,
was
yeah.
talking to us about it. And there's the goal difference at 20 minutes.
Look at that number.
Yeah, 1,100 in wins, minus 6,000. They're only half of that down in this game, though, for sure.
But even though they're only half of it down, they've had almost no control of the map ever since the game started, basically. This was the first time we saw Elements group mid. But look at top lane. There's no minion pressure from Elements on top side right now. So Vitality doesn't have to care about top lane. It's just a dead lane for them at the moment. Bot lane as well, we're just in the middle. So them grouping mid right now from Elements meant Vitality can just go mid and defend super easy. It is still better for Elements if they get them in there 5v5 potentially. But you're more or less relying on being able to set up dragons or barons at this point. Because you have no engage either.
I feel like that's probably going to be a big deal for Vitality. When we consider, once you get down to those inhibitor turrets, Gangplank, MF, Victor, the value goes up significantly unless Vitality can keep pushing multiple lanes. So we need to see how Elements are going to play aggressive.
Elements here sightseeing. Before, I'll talk about it after because Steve he might be in trouble.
Steve is in trouble. The culling comes down. Cabo's not going to take anything from this. Flash.
We have seen this before, by the way.
That was just so easy.
Long lane. A champion who only has his flash really to escape against Lucian. CDR boots.
Rise in the audience. A big fan of that play.
CDR on Ghostblade, you know, low mobility and the dashing in. But Elements before, if you guys noticed, they were looking at Vitality take the dragon. They're kind of like clapping, being like, hey, go you're taking dragon. And they were doing nothing with it. Why don't you rush mid there?
Now look how clever this is. Vitality see an opportunity. Abyssal Voyage. They deliver Hyun into the inner turret, and that will be the 4th of the game. Now the outer turret's still standing because Ike has been wave clearing. He's been playing a PvE matchup, 241 CS in 23 minutes, but quietly farming up power. Got the Morellonomicon, got Abyssal, close to 1,000 gold. still going to be relevant against a very squishy Vitality team.
If you ever get a team
Close
fight.
enough, yeah.
If you ever get a team fight before it's too late.
It might be too late.
I like also what Vitality's doing here. Instead of trying to ARAM mid lane, which we see in some other regions from time to time, where teams like stand, look at each other in mid lane for 10-15 minutes doing nothing, they don't value chipping away damage on mid tower. They value pushing in lane and walk into the enemy jungle. They'd rather set up for that big play where you can take a full tower down than get like 2 or 3 hits on mid tower. So every time they push it down, they walk into the enemy jungle, and that has resulted in getting out of turrets gone. Now you kind of have to make some plays around mid tower because there's nothing left on the map. But I really like that from Vitality. It's good adaptation. Play more around side lanes and the enemy jungle than the mid tower itself.
So Vitality have to change the strategy because there's no more side lane towers to take down. But
Start
you can
setting up
see
Baron.
Cavo already pushing that wave in. He does not have teleport where Steve does, so keep an eye on that if anything breaks up. But Rawls, he's pushing in a wave up top and going to arrive maybe a little late to this party. The rest of Vitality positioning for Baron.
Yeah, again, you just buy a ton of pink wards at this point. You always control mid lane anyway. You've been doing it all game long. Push it in, walk into the river, set up your first layer of deep vision with green wards, and then just put up a pink at Baron, and you can start baiting that one out. And Cabochage just continue doing this over and over. This solution pick has worked so well.
And look at the pressure in the mid lane. Elements, they're grouping top. Ika's left to wave clear, forced to use Chaos Storm. But because of the threat everywhere else, Nukeduck, he finds a charm onto Gilius. Gilius will be able to survive. There's simply no way to get a numbers advantage if you're Elements, because Vitality are playing them like puppets.
And because Elements is always waiting for Vitality to spread out in the lanes. They might get Nukeduck now.
This time around, the Death Sentence doesn't connect. The bullet time does, but Elements throw everything at Nukeduck, and they do not get the kill. There's support now from the rest of Vitality. 4 members onto the exposed inhibitor. Steve has already used his cannon barrage for the one-on-one, and the inhibitor is taken down. The outer turret is the cost, and that's something Vitality will be exceptionally happy with.
It's a very good macro game from Vitality here. Always looking to make proactive plays in side lanes. Always just playing around towers and vision over kills. Have we seen Nukeduck try and sit in a bush, wait for someone? No, not a single time. He's always pushing lanes, showing himself on the map. And that's why it's 2 kills to 0. Because Elements are just so slow at reacting all the time. And this comp they were building, super strong team fights, great 2v2 lane. Never really had much of an impact because they had lane swap. Nidalee normally does well when she's in a poke composition. This is definitely not a poke composition. And Gila has not really been able to have any impact. And in team fights, it's gonna look even worse for him.
You mean those mythical things?
Yes.
They are far from the story of this game, but very, very good play from Vitality. So far, cool, calm, and collected. Now that they've got super minions in the bottom lane, let's see how they play around either mid or Baron. The culling used just to force away Elements in the mid as Vitality defend their outer turrets. They've only lost the top and bottom outers, and look at the supers in your mini-map. They're getting closer and closer to the steps of Elements base. I think that's when somebody has to go deal with that, that's when Vitality can peel back for Baron, but they don't have the greatest amount of vision yet.
Right now, the only thing Sean's is thinking, sitting there watching this game, is, guys, we are so far ahead on the map. I don't see a single... Wait, I see 1 pink ward from Vitality down on the map. I see 1 in the bag of Shook, and that's it. There should be 5 pink wards down from Vitality at this point.
Disappointed Dad Deficio's back.
I mean, that Baron should be completely lit up with pink wards. So that as soon as Elements have to send someone down and defend something, you just walk in there and force a fight. Or you just force the Baron, honestly. Or you force mid tower with it. Elements have more pink wards right now than Vitality.
You're disappointed.
I am. Especially because Kissing was the guy buying the most pink wards.
I can hear
and
it.
he sits on a biscuit.
Biscuits are important at 27 minutes. What if you get hungry? What if you need a snack?
It's 150 HP.
So listen, Dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. Baron is available.
And Kissing is going to sell his biscuit now.
Let's
buy
see.
a pink ward.
Watch the inventory.
If not, I will leave.
You can't because
You have
what
to solo
am I
cast
gonna
the rest.
do?
No, I didn't sell the biscuit. I'm out.
Well, he completed the Locket of the Iron Safari.
Fine,
so
that makes more sense anyway.
look, I'm telling you, you need snacks. when you're running around and going on your, jogs through the jungle, if you don't have muscle food, you can't keep it up.
That's very true. And also, I mean,
I'm not the one that should be giving health advice.
who else from this office could possibly give health advice? I don't know anyone who really works out that much.
No, nor do I. Nobody really looks after themselves now.
Yeah, no.
Well, Sprattle's been caught by Cocoon. There's a lantern from... No, I lied to you. It was Gilius that was caught. Sprattle lanterned him to safety.
I'm actually angry at Kissing because by him just upgrading his item, he didn't need to sell the biscuit because he didn't need the item slot anymore. So we still look at that biscuit for now.
So, Deficio. Vision is being set up from Vitality around the Baron. They're still trying to put pressure on the mid lane, and they've already got the fruits of the labor, stealing away that blue buff. Now, there's still a risk. If they start Baron, that's a way for Elements to start a team fight. Ooh, Mr. Rolls, you don't really want this fight. There's a 3-level difference. Cabochard pops a Ghost Blade, and then backs away as there's support coming in. And the rest of Vitality now playing this one a little bit safely.
Oh, Ica.
Oh, there we go. Charm does connect. Ica's in trouble. Nukeduck goes forward, dashes away from the gravity field. It's a double kill from Fionin as he does get stunned up. A gobble there from Kasing.
Fionin?
Fionin.
Great player, Fionin.
I almost got away with it. I almost got away with it. If it wasn't for that pesky, disappointed dad. Good double up.
I'm not that
From Mr. Rolls. And Fionin will stay alive. But look at that. 2 more kills easily.
Oh, wait. Kissing is going to go back to base again.
Open up by Nukeduck's Charm.
All right, let's see if that biscuit survives one more. Ah, it's a replay first. Fine. All right, so Nukeduck, great engage. He gets the cleanse. Ike is flashing, but at this point, you still have more dashes on the Ahri. And you're just so far ahead. You have so much damage. You can see where Sprattle and Brothers are moving. You know it's a safe play. Fionin gets saved by Kasing. Biscuit is still there.
Biscuit's still there because he's not hungry yet. Baron's been started.
But there's no pink ward now.
Well, doesn't need it. And you know the death time as Vitality take an unchallenged Baron. They also got the outer turret middle. And now they can just continue playing the side lanes. I mean, there's no need to do anything else.
Now again, Vitality completely mind-gamed Element in the pick and ban phase.
They mind-gamed us.
Sure, I mean, come on. How could we predict a Lucian top lane?
I didn't try. You should have.
Okay, my bad, my bad. But like, Steve was basically thinking it was gonna be GP versus Tom Kent's top lane. They were expecting it to be Corki mid lane against wave-clearing Victor. And then because the whole swap started happening and Nukeduck locks in Ahri as the last pick, GP was suddenly against an 80 carry top, where you're too weak in the early game to really duel him, deal any damage to him. And whenever you were in these long lanes, there was all this threat of Cabochard just jumping him over and over and killing him, which happened a few times. They just completely mind-gamed Elements.
Very clever. Cabochard might be in trouble here. Does have already used his flash. That's a big hit from Parlay. Cabo actually almost got the 1v2, but look at on bottom. Nukeduck has pushed in with Baron-empowered minions. The inhibitor's down to 50% HP, and Shook's coming in for support. Death Sentence goes short. Cocoon into Spirit Rush. Nukeduck is not going to find the Orb of Deception. Cabochard will finish him off. He's jumped in for the fight. A defensive flash from Nukeduck. He gets eaten. Kasing keeps him alive. Spits him back out, and now Fionin is backing away. Cabochard still on the front line. He finally goes down after picking up a triple kill. Steve chains the barrels together, but it's too little and too late. 3 for 1 and in hit.
Again, we're only 31 minutes in. Oh, well, we're already 31 minutes in. And yes, there are very few kills in the game, but there's been so much action against towers. PvE all game long from Vitality. They've been playing out 1-3-1 extremely well. This Dragon, Trevor, is going down. Kasing has gone back another time. Let's see if Biscuit survives.
We'll never find out, I'm afraid.
Every time he goes back, there's a replay.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sprattle dies. Cabochard rushes in with Home Guard. It's like, my kill, all me, by the way.
Well, he earned it. Follows up with a triple.
Sure, he had to TP for it. I mean,
another Cocoon onto Ica. Shook started this entire setup by catching Sprattle out and then follows it up onto Ica as well. Just very good play. And, you know, like you said, Deficio, mind games right from the very beginning. Vitality picking a comp that was interesting and then executing it well. I don't care about the biscuit. Stop pointing at it.
Yes, you just mentioned it. I didn't point at anything.
Yeah,
you just pointed it out.
Nobody
yourself.
else can see how distracting it is. You waving your arm around in front of the screen at the no longer biscuit.
I was exercising.
Yeah.
we're talking about, being healthy, working out quite a lot.
One of our refs is pretty gym mad, so we might have to get some advice from him.
Yeah, because I really don't think any casters are doing anything.
No, they're really not. Wow, Vitality now. Super minions pouring through the bottom lane. That's going to start pushing onto those Nexus turrets. No real defense from Elements onto the middle inhibitor. That's the second of the game now. Third, rather, as Vitality have got a 10,000 gold lead.
And I feel like Vitality's been standing here for the last, 6-7 minutes around the base of Elements, just over and over, kind of just waiting to finish this game. But Elements won't allow them. They have to respect that one more combo that can happen.
Yeah.
But at this point, you're just so far ahead. One of the great things about these AD carries and AD boosters is you can build like more emojis. It's a great item against AP. It's super, super strong. So it even makes an AD carry in some way a little bit more tanky.
Well, this is big here for Cabo with that little bit of tankiness. Culling onto Ica means he's been forced away and his flash is down. Bullet time not used for the fight. Kasing has Hyonin in his belly. He did get caught by the death sentence, but is able to flash away. The box goes down, but it's not really effective, and the tower fell in the background. Nukeduck, as well as Cabochard, playing on the side lane. They're escorting the super minions in. The rest of Vitality now onto the third inhibitor. The last one standing. Giant missiles from Hyonin. He's just melting Elements' HP bars, and Steve stands there doing what he can to wave clear. Nexus turret is all that remains in Elements' base, and Vitality, they've got double supers spawning with 3 inhibitors down.
And again, Vitality is paying off for them. Keeping picks like Gangplank open and then trying to find counters for it. Now Steve is there with 3 items, but like his base is gone. It's way too late for him to do anything.
Really, really is. Vitality onto this last Nexus turret. They've played a near flawless game. The Charm finds its target onto Gilius. Elements, they simply cannot defend. They have no ultimates, and they have no way to pull this one back. Vitality are onto the Nexus. The fight is going to break out. Gilius is the victim. Bullet time gun back up, but it does not matter. It's time for a win in Vitality's favor.
And this very much is a Vitality way of winning games. They are actually fairly slow-paced in the way they like to play out. Often very safe. Sometimes it can be too safe, but in this case here, we can't really complain about anything. Surprises in the pick and ban phase. Fooling us, fooling Elements. Giving Cabochard a great lane matchup on top lane. We saw how quickly they could take down the tower in the lane swap. Then, okay, he pushed a wave, but it meant that Steve walked into a lane with no towers, and he could just keep trading against him. And like, the Gangplank first pick, because of how Vitality built their composition and played against it, only like basically hit a point where he was super strong 30 minutes into the game, where his team's already lost.
And you have to step back and look at Vitality. They've only banned Gangplank once in their 7 games. They're letting it slide through. They've tried to run Olaf as a counter. They've run it themselves. We know that both Nukeduck and Cabo like to play it. And now we've seen the Lucian pick into GP. That's a lot of mind games when you start thinking, how do other teams react? Sean's on stage ecstatic with the team's performance because it was complete control the whole way through.
Yeah, 100%. Same kind of thing we've seen from Elements though before, but once they start falling behind, they have no engage, they don't understand how to be proactive when there is a small window. So they have these very slow games where they just like basically slowly lose the game.
Yeah.
We saw it last week, actually in both games, honestly, where Elements didn't really have much of an impact on the map, and it was just kind of slowly, you were waiting. It could take 40 minutes, but they would just keep getting further and further behind, and there was never really a chance of them getting back into the game. This was a MF, Victor, Gangplank comp, which didn't get a single team fight.
No.
In 35 minutes. Because why would you? The current meta is about playing on multiple lanes and actually trying to win the game without fighting. That is the current meta. If you can always push the lanes faster and then get into the jungle and force people away from their towers and then take them for free, then you play a perfect meta game in Season 6.
That's what it felt like Vitality did. Very, very small play. For Elements, that's the 3rd game in a row now that they've lost. 0-2 last week. They lost here today. It's tough because, you know, they picked up some wins against some of the weaker squads at the beginning of the split, beating out Splice, beating out Rocket, I think Giants as well. And now they're being tested a little bit more on the individual level as well as the macro level.
Yeah.
And additional growth is needed here.
I mean, nobody expected Elements to go in and challenge the top teams, even after the 3-1. It was like, no, you guys played the weaker teams. So they did their job. Beat the teams that you are most likely going to fight, you know, for the rest of the season in terms of avoiding relegation and getting to playoffs, and they beat those teams. So they need to just do that again, and that's it.
Yeah, need to learn a lot from some of these losses against some of the tougher squads. For now, we're going to head on stage to Pyrotechnics for a closer look at Vitality's win to start the week.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am joined by the top laner, Cabo Shard. Once again, congratulations on your win. Let's put you guys one more ahead in the standings. But I'm going to talk about that Lucian top. We know you've been liking it in Dynamic Q, but did you really think it was going to be as successful as it was in this game?
I think it's like a situational pick. You can't just pick it always, but like we've seen pick like Graves and Queen coming up, and Lucian is just another kind of AD carry you can actually play. You don't play him like you play as AD carry with crits, but more like Yumu, Malmortius like I did, and that works pretty well, yeah.
Well, you're certainly no stranger to playing top lane AD carries. So do you think this kind of composition can work against other teams in the LCS, or was that sort of a one-time thing?
Like that can work against other teams, but yeah, it needs to be prepared correctly. Like it just won't work all the time.
I can definitely see that one. So last question to you here. You've got Unicorns of Love tomorrow. It's a team that's very close to you guys in the standings as well, depending on how they shake out today. Do you have any special tricks planned for them?
Not really. Like, it's pretty hard to prep against them because they have the new jungler now. Like they had Diamond 2 weeks ago, then Joko, then Rudy now. We just like saw what they are doing overall, and yeah, we're gonna play our best tomorrow.
Well, I'm absolutely looking forward to see it. And I said last question, but I do have one more thing I want to ask you. When the camera panned at the very beginning, you gave that nice little wink. Was that something that you practiced at home, or was it on the fly?
I may have practiced a bit, but I think I still didn't do it like that well, so I will train it more.
Well, it certainly looked good. Now, thanks for taking the time to talk with us, and congratulations again on your win. For now, though, we got to step off the Rift as we're ready for Giants and Fnatic to take it in this next game.
During the plan, Cabo, don't forget you can say okay.
Okay. Okay.
Without saying rebels.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Full channel culling will get a lot of damage on Steve. Piercing Light comes out. One more hit, and Cabo shot 1v1s for first blood. Steve is in trouble. The culling comes down. Cabo's not going to take anything from this. Flash.
We've seen this before, by the way.
Just so easy.
Go.
Nearly. Cocoon here.
Don't throw me into that.
You're fine, mate. Ian 5, Ian 6. 3 seconds.
Don't oversend.
But it does not matter. It's time for a win in Vitality's favor.
감수 형이 이제 좀 겉보기에도 되게 소심해 보이고 내성적으로 보이고 그런데 딱 처음 만났을 때 그게 느껴지더라고요. 잠깐 말하는데 안녕하세요 이 한마디에 그 소심함이 묻어나오더라고요. 그래가지고 맨 처음에는 친해지려면 어떻게 할까 이걸 많이 생각을 했어요. 어떻게 친해져야 하지 하면서.
옛날에는 거의 제 자신에게만 집중했기 때문에 다른 사람들을 거의
신경도 안 썼다. 거짓떠보지도 않았다.
신경을 안 썼다기보단
마이웨이를 갔다.
다른 사람을 볼 마음의 여유가 없었어요. 그때 당시에는.
저희가 처음에는 좀 어떻게 보면은 그렇게 친하다? 뭐 이런 것보다는 그냥 서로 정보를 주고받는, 뭐 이 챔피언이 좋다더라, 이 챔피언이 좋다더라, 뭐 솔로 랭크에서 만났을 때도 이렇게 하면 더 괜찮더라, 뭐 이런 그냥 되게 사적으로 친한 그런 관계가 그냥 비즈니스적 관계 뭐 이런 느낌이었어요, 맨 처음에는. 근데 이제 지금 같은 경우는 이제 정말 친한 형 동생, 뭐 친형, 친동생 뭐 이런 느낌의 어떻게 보면은 더 깊은 사이가 됐다고 할 수 있겠죠. 뭐 같은 팀메이트이기도 하고, 뭐 같은 팀에서 같이 생활하고, 같이 먹고, 같이 생각하고, 뭐 이런 게 많이 달라진 것 같아요.
그때 당시에는 제가 제일 하고 싶었던 것은 삼성 멤버들하고 같이 삼성에 이렇게 대회를 나가보는 거였어요. 그런데 이렇게 정책도 바뀌고 우리 삼성 선수들이 다 떠나면서 전 갑자기 어떻게 해야 할지 몰라서 좀 당황하고 막 뭘 결정해야 할지 몰라서 두려운 점이 많아가지고 그냥 이게 좀 힘들었어요, 선택하기.
꿈을 잃었구나. 다 사라졌어, 사람들이. 뿔뿔이 흩어져가지고.
하고 나서는 그 정말 바쁜 생활이기 때문에 얘기를 거의 못했어요.
거의 못했다고 하는 게 맞을 것 같아요. 왜냐면 이제 시차도 그렇고 미국하고 중국하고 시차가 엄청 많이 나가지고 거의 밤낮이 반대거든요. 그래서 뭐 연락할 수도 없었고, 뭐 가끔 들리는 소식으로는 이제 디그니타스가 요즘 힘들더라, 요즘 잘하더라, 뭐 그냥 이런 소식 가끔 들리면은 뭐 이야기하고.
뭐 서로 힘든 시간을 보내고 있었기 때문에
서로 그렇게 행복한 시간만은 아니었죠. 일단은 저 같은 경우는 롤드컵에 제가 진출하지 못하고 저희 예전 같은 동료였던 선수들은 대부분 다 진출했고 막 그러는 모습을 보면서 전 되게 진짜 마음이 아팠는데,
저도 그 삼성 연습생 했던 그 훈이하고 피카부가 롤드컵에 진출했었거든요. 저는 그게 너무 부러웠어요. 저는 그래서 너무 부러워서 롤드컵을 보지도 않았어요. 보면은 너무 좀 막 그런 기분이
열등감?
막 열등감, 네, 그런 느낌을 느낄까 봐.
나도 그런 게 있었고.
이제 다음에는 꼭 나도 나가야겠다 다짐을 했어요, 보면서.
솔직하게 말하면 푸나틱 같은 경우 저희한테 오퍼가 안 왔어요, 사실. 근데 저희가 찾았어요. 푸나틱에서도 흔쾌히 그래 주면 고맙지 뭐 이런 식으로 해서 이야기가 어떻게 잘 돼서 저희가 푸나틱에 입단하게 됐죠. 푸나틱으로 같이 오게 된 결정적인 계기가 같이 게임을 많이 해요. 저희가 같이 게임을 많이 하는데 서로 그냥 항상 상대편 탑라이너를 항상 저희가 부서뜨려요. 그냥 없애요. 이 게임 자체에서 리무브 시켜요. 그러면서 막 게임이 재밌는 거예요, 같이 하면은. 그래서 이제 같이 오게 됐죠. 그냥 저 같은 경우는 감수 형 생각은 모르겠는데.
뭐라 해야 되지? 저도 스피릿과 거의 대부분 생각 같은데 같이 해보고 해봤을 때 이렇게 마음이 너무 잘 맞더라고요. 게임 플레이도 호흡이 이렇게 제가 생각하는 대로 말을 안 해도 딱 이렇게 맞아떨어지고 이렇게 얘기도 잘 통하고 그런 점에서 같이 저도 오게 되었어요.
모든 나라에서 왔었는데, 근데 일단 그 당시에 저는 제일 우선순위가 그냥 이 바보 형하고 같이 게임을 하고 싶다. 이 형하고
같이 웃고 즐기면서 게임하는 것도 이유이긴 하지만 다른 이유는 다윤이가 그 엄청 강한 승부욕과 열정을 가지고 있는 걸 느꼈어요. 같이 같이 하게 된다면 어떻게든 정말 그 열정과 승부욕으로 꼭 해낼 수 있었을 것 같아요.
아, 만족스럽다. 잘했어.
And welcome back to the European LCS. After hearing from Spirit and Gamsu, you can see them there on screen. I quite like the honesty from Gamsu, saying, well, I didn't make it to Worlds. Inferiority complex meant I didn't want to watch, but he definitely wants to go there.
That was a little bit extreme, but I get it. I mean, Spirit was the same deal, you know. He saw some of his former teammates going to Worlds, and that's tough as a player, obviously, and now that's why they want to play for Fnatic, because they want to go to Worlds.
Well, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to make it there. Welcome back, as we said. It is going to be Giants taking on Fnatic. Giants, who are still looking for that win. Currently 0-6 starting on the blue side. Atom in the top lane, but Tong Yoka returning for his third game with Giants. Ex-Pepe, Adri, Godfred, and their coach, Lozar.
Yeah, and then, of course, we have Fnatic on the red side with Gamsu up in the top lane, and his good friend Spirit in the jungle. Febiven as the mid laner, Reckless as the AD carry, Noxiac support. Daylor is, of course, still the coach as well for Fnatic. And honestly, I don't think we can be too happy with last week's performance.
No, I don't think that we can, but I think let's start with the bigger disappointment. Sure. Giants 0-6, only team across North America and Europe to not pick up a single win. Last year, the players that were carrying, Pepe in particular is the guy who I'm looking at, he's just not carrying a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. And, you know, I just don't feel that he is as threatening as we've seen previously.
I just feel overall, Giants just have no control of games, the meta, you know, their own team, honestly. Like, how can we play with this lineup here? Because nothing is working for Giants. And I feel like whenever we have seen a team start, you know, losing a ton of games in a row, we've always been able to look at, like, at least one thing and be like, okay, that is at least a good thing. You know, keep working around that building block and maybe you can start improving. Honestly, with Giants, I can't really find that one good thing where I'm saying this is what they have.
So, ever the optimist, but Tong Yoka had some good plays last week. I know on day one, Crepo particularly liked one of the moves involving a blue buff and sort of mind gaming their opponents. He had some okay engages from time to time. He was also coming in to replace Ku. I don't think it was a terrible initiation, but the problem is his teammates around him, Atom, Pepe, Adri, are just not playing on the same level.
Yeah.
And then as a team, you step back and then you look at it like, okay, are they not being enabled? But also, what about picks and bans? You know, I've seen Brom first picks from them, Morgana priority, leaving Gangplank up, etc. Like against Nukeduck and Cabo.
Without an answer, right?
Without an answer.
Yeah, leaving Gangplank up is okay now because we see more and more teams figuring out how to play against it.
Oof, okay.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. But you need to have, you know, a strategy prepared. You can't just leave the Gangplank and say, yeah, you know, scale up to 35 minutes and then we'll see you there, you know? So with Giants, I'm looking honestly at the entire organization because I feel like Giants were one of the organizations who had enough time in the offseason to kind of build a game plan. Like, what should we do? One of their decisions they made was pick up Adam, a guy who's not played in Challenger, a guy who's never played in the LCS before. Obviously impressed them in the tryouts, or maybe there were just not a whole lot of other people who could take that spot or who they wanted for that spot. But we haven't really seen anything from him. Like, he's been struggling. I mean, we're looking at a 0-6 team, so of course the stats on all the players are going to be extremely bad. But we lacking that one guy now we had last year in Pepe, or Worlip to some extent, being like, okay, Worlip can now take over a game on certain champions. We just don't see that anymore from any of the players.
We really don't. Now, we've harped on Giants a lot. I think Fnatic also show a number of problems, especially in the communication side, and especially last week. It doesn't seem like the players are quite on the same page. And
understandably.
In one of the post-game interviews, Febiven actually said, look, we're still trying to learn how to deal with the loss of Yellowstar. And it's very clear that he was a very big voice in the team. So we're jumping into picks and bans. We are 6.2. Everybody except Jin is enabled. What do Giants run, and are we going to see something a bit more meta in terms of the priorities?
Well, that's the thing, right? If you're a 0-6 team, often just playing standard won't help you. Because playing standard as a worse team often means that you will just slowly lose the game. Or actually, you just had a very, very, very low chance of winning, relying more on the other team messing up than you actually playing well. Because you are supposed to play almost the same now. However, I also feel that when it comes to just picking crazy picks and like trying to shake up everything and surprise people, it is harder and harder to do because teams are more and more prepared now. You know, they find all these weird picks and they talk about them. They try theorycraft, how could certain picks work? So they're also preparing in case they play against them. And when you are Giants, I honestly feel like the better thing you can do is find 2 to 3 picks for each role, and you just fully focus on them for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And you learn, okay, how do we need to play with this pick? Like, do we want to play a siege composition? Exactly what do we need to do? Look at all the games from LCK, from LPL, from EU and NA. Like, how do these teams play siege comps? And try and copy it. Don't try and like all kinds of crazy stuff, because then things could almost go wrong.
So we'll find out if things do go wrong for Giants. They rounded out their bans. Poppy, Lissandra, Kalista. Gangplank, Corki taken off the table. So Lucian, the last of those absolute top tier 80 carries is still available. But do you want that in RG's hand? And is it first pick worthy?
See, that's the big question. I was asking the same to myself coming into the week here, because we're gonna see this very often. 80 carry ban on blue side, 80 carry ban on red side. If you do not take Lucian here, I expect Reckless to lock it in, because it is the remaining of the top 3 80 carries. But there again, there are other super strong picks open, like an Alistar.
Yep.
As a support, you know, we still see Elise and so on, and Graves is of course enabled. So like, there's so many different good picks right now. I would expect Lucian those to come in for Reckless here.
So it is a Graves first pick for Giants. Patong played 2 games of Lee Sin last week. We've seen Graves both top and jungle. We don't know where that's going to go. But do they go Lucian Alistar and get a phenomenal bot lane? Or do they pick something else that they can run in a flex position?
I think Lucian Alistar is perfectly fine in this situation here. A lot of the flex picks has been banned away, like Lissandra, GP, Lulu, Corki, and so on. I'm more looking at the Graves first pick. I wonder for Giants if it's worth more to actually first pick Lucian and get a strong lane or get a strong 80 carry for Adri, and then just take an Elise jungle if Graves gets locked in by Fnatic in that first rotation. It's some of these things we gotta look at with these pick and ban phases quite a lot, and each team will probably have their own opinion. So there's no set meta on like, okay, if this pick is open, you have to first pick it no matter what. That doesn't exist anymore. There's so many different picks you can potentially first pick. So I want to see these Graves have a massive impact, because otherwise you could have gone for the likes of Elise anyway. You can still do it if you put Graves top. But Fnatic get the Lucian we talked about, strongest remaining 80 carry. Quinn we've seen more and more in other regions as well, also in Europe as a top lane pick.
And also something Cabo could have run in the previous game.
Sure, but why not Lucian?
Why not Lucian? Because you can Lucian Corki in the first rotation and get away with it. So Fnatic revealed their 80 carry in their top lane. It means Adri's going to default to something a little more lower tier, if I can even use that term.
That's fair.
And we'll see what Caitlyn can do this time around. Braum once again for Godfrey. So it's Morgana, Braum. Those are the 2 champions he's tried to play. Also Trundle's in there. And it's also important to note that if they put Graves jungle, Atom has played 2 games of Shen, who is enabled with that minor rework. Of course. We saw it in Challenger earlier this week, but you know, just reminding you.
I mean, when you see this in your Fnatic and the first 2 picks, you're obviously going to play 1v1 again. We talked about it in the last game, how the current meta is focused around you having pushing strong matchups who can push the lane, walk into the enemy jungle, set up vision, and actually just avoid team fighting almost at any cost. Just always play multiple lanes for pushing and tower damage, and then make that one big play that gives you the full tower, then walking into 5-on-5 team fight. So when you have Quinn, she's always gonna sit in a side lane. Always, all game long. Lucian, it's what he does super well as well. He's very safe, has the calling to poke, rapid fire for extra range.
So,
okay.
Noxiac's going to be playing Janna. We're going to assume that that's Malphite for Gamsu, who has played it before already.
Quinn mid lane has been played before. Malphite mid lane is an old school.
Real old school.
Real old school. I haven't seen a lot of Quinn jungle lately. But that is definitely also an option. So, Fnatic are a bit like Vitality in the last game. Trying to really mind game Giants to guess, okay, where are the certain picks going to go? I mean, we would assume it's Malphite top lane. But then you pull out the AP Malphite mid and you one-shot some people.
I'm not going to be making any assumptions here. We'll see how the cookie crumbles once Fnatic make their last rotation. But for Giants, they have 1 minute to figure out what they want to do.
Quinn is really good into Fiora top. It is a counter pick over in Korea we see very often. So Giants are gonna take that for Adam. And Ari mid lane, so like, okay, damn, it would have to be Malphite jungle then in this case, because then you could go like LeBlanc into Ari, you could go Quintop into Fiora, but that obviously shouldn't be the case at all. From Fnatic, because like you don't want to put Malphite in the jungle. That's basically just farm for 15-20 minutes and do absolutely nothing else.
But you got such strong lanes. If you have LeBlanc and if you have Quintop.
That's true, you will win the laning phase, but...
Well, let's see what they're going to do. Let's touch on Giants. They put a carry in Atom's hands. He's tried that in the past. Lissandra Kennen are the two that he's sort of picked up. First time we're going to see him on this Fiora, and we know now that Atom's going to take that Graves into the jungle. Betong Yoka is going to take that Graves into the jungle. There's some pressure on him to make that work.
What that's doing.
So...
It can still be Malphite top, and then Quinn jungle. I so badly want to see Quinn.
If you were Daylor, if you were the coach on screen right now, what would you be telling Fnatic?
I would tell my team that I trust in you guys to win every single lane.
Don't cop out.
No. That I trust you guys to win every single lane. So I put Quinn top against the Fiora. I put LeBlanc mid against the Ahri. I'm expecting it to be the Malphite top anyway, because Malphite jungle is like so boring to watch anyway. But still, Fnatic gets the mid lane matchup. We have seen time and time again in Europe. Almost always goes the same way. LeBlanc has full control because she can use distortion to force the fights. And then, even though Ahri can predict the charm, it's hard for Ahri to kill because you go Abyssal Scepter first on LeBlanc, so you can survive that all in.
Now, I do feel Fnatic are at risk of having no wave clear. It's very, very risky. Blinding Assault is great from Spirit when he eventually gets there. You have to dash in with LeBlanc. You have culling, sure, but versus Caitlyn, versus Ahri, versus Graves, I don't like. If they fall behind, it's difficult to wave clear and stall for time.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, obviously, but you don't pick your composition saying, we need to be prepared to fall behind, guys, because then we have to wave clear. No, you pick your comp because you have very strong lanes, especially around mid lane. You have an early jungler who has a lot of early damage, a lot of early mobility. Obviously, it costs a lot of mana with ulti at level 6, but you can move around the map so fast.
So, you see the team comps on your screen. Believe it or not, Quinn jungle for Spirit. We heard from him and from Gamsu how they wanted to make World Championship from last year. Jump on Twitter, let us know, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag GIA win or hashtag FNC win. And we've had some shenanigans in Picks and Bans. We'll find out if these are the evil shenanigans, because it worked out with Lucian top for Vitality.
Sure did, and obviously, whenever the meta seems to settle and everyone plays some of the same picks, teams are always trying to figure out new different counters, new things that can kind of break up what we normally see, like Lucian into Gangplank, as you mentioned, which was a really super
interesting,
effective pick for Capushot.
30 seconds until
I want to see here.
Well, defensive start. Unlike the previous game, we had some level 1 action. This time around, we're not seeing any indication that a lane swap is going to be kicking off. So, Caitlyn Braum into Lucian Janna. That just sounds like a farm lane to me.
Yeah, so the thing is, when you have double range, it's so difficult for the melee support to really pressure you first few levels. You also don't run Ignite in this case here on Godfred, otherwise like level 2 Braum, you can triangle, or level 3, dash into a minion. Something I know Crepo loves to do. Dash into minion, apply the Q, and then try and take that all in. But it's very difficult, because when you're melee support often, it's hard to assist your AD carry. So it's about what your AD carry can do against the enemy AD carry. And then with a Janna shield, it obviously becomes very annoying for Adri as a Caitlyn to deal basically 2v1 in that case. So Fnatic should be fine taking the standard lanes here. And more focus is going to be around this mid lane with Febiven and on the LeBlanc and what he can do in the early game. And also how active Spirit wants to be.
Yeah, especially when you see what Nukeduck was able to do to Xpepi last week. Nukeduck really showed up big. Now down bottom, Reckless gets the piercing light onto Adri, and Reckless actually coming into this game averaged down 12 CS at 10 minutes versus his lane opponents. Adri and Godfred should apply less pressure, not only because of the players, but also because of the matchup. So I want to see how Reckless and Noxia can do in this 2v2.
Definitely. Reckless talks a lot about becoming the shot caller for the team. He's okay if it costs a bit in terms of his own performance. I think with time, he's gonna figure it out. And Fnatic needs someone to step up to be that main shot caller for the team.
Good charm.
Good charm, but again, we see this so often. LeBlanc can just decide these trades so effectively. And if charm misses, then it's a very one-sided trade. Going in bot lane, it's important for Godfred that when these trades happen, that he gets to block some of the damage with shield from Reckless. Otherwise, Atri will always lose the trades. If it's a shield and a Lucian who dashes forward and Godfred is not blocking the damage, Atri loses that trade every time.
And also interesting, Reckless has gone with Thunderlords for Lucian as opposed to the Fervor of Battle, which I think is probably the standard.
Again,
he's going to dash forward. Piercing Light comes out. Adri tried to channel Peacemaker and it didn't even connect.
Well, we see now 2 or 3 times Reckless dashing forward and nothing getting blocked. So Adri is just taking so much damage. He's already used the potion. He's trading 1v2 every single time. Thunderlords from Reckless, so he's putting a lot more focus on laning phase and getting upfront burst. Janus shield combined with Thunderlords. It's a very quick 3-4 seconds where you are super strong, so he's not relying on stacking that one up.
Oh, hang on, they're going to turn onto Godfred. He's been knocked up by the Howling Gale. Defensive flash. Reckless is looking to chase forward. The Thunderlords wasn't enough. Flash forward into an unbreakable shield that'll time out shortly. Finally, the exhaust comes out. That's going to save Godfred's life. A dash forward from Rockless. And Archie and Godfred able to make it away. Oh, I'm using the wrong valves today, all over the place.
Wow, very aggressive play from Reckless, and again, Giants. The bottom
they're
lane
not done.
Getting caught out a little bit. They're so low, and now Spirit.
Sorry, Deficio, they're not done. Spirit's going to look forward. The auto attack and Thunderlords. A turret shot onto Noxiac. First blood for Spirit and Fnatic.
Everything is already going wrong for Giants down this bottom lane. Poor trades, level 1 and level 2. Godfred moves up to try and help Beton Yoker. He then gets caught out, has to flash. Quick first blood, push in the wave, recall from Fnatic. Reckless only sitting on 1,000 gold, so obviously no BF sword for him. But still a very good start for Fnatic. And against a Caitlyn, let's go boots and a dagger.
Yeah. And you've got your Quinn ahead already. I really want to see what Spirit's going to do, because we touched on how Reckless is down in CS at 10. Spirit is basically off the records when it comes to CS numbers. He's one of the farming gods here in EU jungle.
Yeah, he's always doing extremely well for himself. It's a style he had to kind of adopt in LPL, because he had to be the solo carry for World Elite so often, and he had to do solo farm, be a big carry. Not always he was allowed to do it. I see Giants sneaking in a pink ward behind. I normally like this pink ward a lot, but I also feel like teams by now should be used to always checking that bush when they do walk by, because there's such a high chance an enemy put a pink ward. But about this Quinn jungle, we are getting a meta where we see a lot of AD carries. We see, you know, a lot of physical bruisers like Fiora, Graves in the jungle, Kindred in the jungle. The blind from Quinn makes it so difficult for these either melee champions or these AD carries to deal proper damage, because once you get hit by blind, or that they're basically you lose your vision, in my opinion, it's one of the strongest things you can do in this game, because everything you do as a player is reliant on you seeing what the enemy is doing against you. Like, where they're juking so you can land skill shots, so what happening. Everyone is jumping in on Pepe now. We'll talk about it after.
Charm's going to connect. Spirit will find that blinding assault, but they're not going to die. Pepe already used his Mimic, holding on to Ignite. Let's see if Pepe sticks around. And there's some support coming up from Beton Yoker down by the Raptor camp. Has a level advantage over Spirit. I don't think that'll last particularly long. And they're going to fight over the Spirit.
But again now, when you play against Graves and Caitlyn and so on, if you land your Q from Spirit, they can't auto-attack you. So they lose so much damage from you landing one ability from a jungler, which honestly is also on a fairly low cooldown. They can't deal any damage. Like, Caitlyn is relying on being able to auto-attack 24/7. That's her damage. Land a Q onto her, she has no vision around her, she can't auto-attack properly. And also, it's so difficult for you to dodge anything, because obviously you're blinded. So, like, that's why it's such a good ability. That's what happens when you're blind. You can't really dodge anything.
You can't see it, therefore you can't dodge it. Alright, we saw Gamsu slowly moving towards mid lane, backed away once he got to that Rift Herald. And that pink ward was placed behind the red buff in Fnatic's jungle by Giants at around 5 minutes 20. So I'd like to see how long that actually lasts. And in terms of CS, it's just advantages here for Fnatic, really across the board.
That was a terrible trade by Rick.
Yeah, and caught on the trap.
Dashed right into it and Godfred in his face. Still winning the lane. They have a better first back. getting the long sword instead of a dagger in the group, which are doing basically nothing for Adri in this case. And also just again, we talked about the shielding on Lucian, dashing forward, picking the trades. So that's a winning lane for Fnatic. Top lane is almost always going to be a winning lane for Fiora into Malphite, because Malphite has no kill pressure on them. Drastically Undying gives enough sustain for Fiora. Throws this heal up.
Good Howling Gale, good damage onto Ardri, even the Piercing Light, a full channel of the culling. Godfrey eats every single bullet, down to 100 hit points, and he's gonna dash away with Stam behind me. This means Fnatic will hammer away on this outer turrets.
Braum is such a weak support if you don't have synergy in the lane, which you should have, obviously, in the way you're trading.
Look, Pinkward's still up, by the way, going on 3 minutes. So, synergy in the lane, which you should have, that's not there.
I mean, in this case, for Giants, they should have that synergy. But again, the trades have just been gone awfully wrong for them over and over in the 2v2. Spirit has been free farming for himself. That's a tower down 8 minutes in a standard lane. 8-minute tower.
With a 25 CS advantage and first blood from that lane.
He's going to get BF sword. He can upgrade the long swords into the Warhammer if he wants to. And he can just look to be super, super aggressive in terms of his trading. So Reckless is getting a perfect start. And we can go back to Champ Select again and look at Giants first picking Graves. Again, I'm not against it by any means. But then you need to make sure you can always play against the Lucian. If you leave that one open as the only AD carry and you give it over. And right now, the way Giants have been playing in the early game, and because obviously they got killed on the tower by Spirit after losing early trades, the Lucian is doing extremely well for Fnatic.
Well, let's see how Fnatic impact the rest of the lanes. Reckless is moving up top with that hammer, boots, and the BF sword as you predicted. And he's going to try get into Atom's face. And the rest of Fnatic grouping up around the middle lane and pushing the vision deeper into the jungle.
February going Morel Nomic on first item, so same deal again. We don't see that Frost Queens very often anymore after the nerfs to 6 or on 6.2.
Less spooky ghosts.
Also just value in getting instant cooldown reduction in mana region so he can keep being very aggressive in his trades. More distortions. Peppy has to basically all in him. Landing Charm, then blow everything. The problem is if you look at the river, Fnatic are the ones setting up the pink wards.
Yeah.
So Spirit can always just sneak in there, and Peppy always has the feeling that someone could be there, so he doesn't actually know. And if he ever goes aggressive and Spirit does show up, or Gamsu is there with TP, or Noxtag is roaming, then Peppy dies. And the only lane right now, which Giants are kind of relying on, are basically Peppy at the moment. And then I would also say Adam with the Fiora. Yeah. Let's just add in 2 lanes. It's a little bit too harsh to put
He's well farmed, not too far behind. We need to see how he's going to handle split pushing and just how much freedom is going to be given. Noxtag and Reckless. No real contest up top here because Tsongyaka and Adri are a little late to the party. This tower's going very, very low. Not going to fall just yet.
And this is the worst part when you have these even lanes and then one losing lane. Because as long as Fnatic keep taking the lane they're winning in, mid lane.
Well, Vault forward, Spirit's going to jump out. The chains do not connect. And the Blinding Assault does. Gamsu's coming in from behind. Not going to commit on the Unstoppable Force, I do not believe. Up top, Tsongyaka's coming in. It's a 3v2. Howling Gale just to knock Godfrey up. Tsongyaka goes forward, and the end of the line does not find the bounce back. That is a flash from Reckless.
And we talked about those pink wards around mid lane from Fnatic. That's exactly where Spirit and Gamsu were coming from. Bottom side of the map, not spotted by Giants. Peppy's forced to back away. That's mid tower now taking a massive beating, while top tower is also super low. So Fnatic is just winning every single lane in terms of pushing and pressure. And as I said before, when you have 2 lanes going even and you have 1 winning lane, keep rotating your winning lane to where the towers are. Because then you can always keep pushing down for these towers and slowly chip them down. Like, look at this tier 1 tower. That's just from Fnatic taking the winning bot lane 2v2, move it top lane. Where there is a tower, there's an objective to go for that you can use to snowball. Had Giants kept Fiora there, tower would be dead already. Do they move Adri there? Tower's gonna die maybe a minute later, but it's going to die no matter what. And Giants then is relying on an outplay individually because the lane setup is basically just in favor of Fnatic in terms of how they can pressure on the map.
What a difficult situation for Adri. He's now Berserker's Greaves into Pickaxe. Tower has fallen versus Reckless, who's sitting on 1,700 gold. There was a very big trade there between Atom and Gamsu. Atom actually used the Grand Challenge. Gamsu's held on to Unstoppable Force. Also has Flash. There's going to be a dive available, but Tsongyaka's coming in. He's revealed his position. Seismic Shard comes out from Gamsu, an unstoppable away. No collateral because it's not available from Batong.
Just a few seconds on that one.
This means Fnatic will pick up an uncontested Rift Herald. But it will be at the cost of the outer turret. I guess it's a trade in the big picture because they have the stronger lane up top.
This is basically the best play Giants could make at the moment. Saying, okay, you're investing members on top side. Let's mirror that because we cannot contest whatever you're doing on that side of the map. Let's just do the same on the other side. I like the play. Fnatic now in a luxury problem situation.
Yeah.
Where, there's no tier 1 towers to push. So the Rift Herald is going to be focused, honestly, on just pushing down another lane, get into the enemy jungle, next to that lane you're pushing, and start setting up for tier 2 pressure. And you're going to keep doing that over and over and over.
Let's see if they can get some vision. Spirit's got the help of Noxiak and is chunking down Batong Yaka. Very, very easy kill. Push into the jungle, get those wards set up. Now, let's contrast how well Fnatic can use their vision versus that pink ward, by the way, which is still alive. Has been placed 9 times. By the way, just some numbers. Our stats bender hit me up. 9 times it's been placed. The average lifespan is a little over 3 minutes. This is the longest lifespan pink ward, but it's not worth anything.
Exactly.
Because it's not giving information. Spirit eats a charm, and he's going to make it out alive.
Spirit walked by it once.
And that's it.
And
that's only information. Oh.
So he walked by it once, and Fnatic hasn't been in that side of the jungle ever since. And they don't have to, because you're now playing in the enemy jungle more than your own jungle. You're playing for their towers anyway. And look how Fnatic is setting up the 1-3-1. This is something we highlight with Fnatic very often. They're so good at sitting in basically a line holding hands and just pushing down the enemy together. Push them down to their own base. So if Giants at any point invest all 5 members to kill the guys on bottom lane, Febiven and Gamsu should be pushed far enough in towards the enemy tier 2 that they can take those towers in exchange for the kills. And the warding should also prevent that from ever happening. Because if Giants is running 5 members bot lane, Fnatic should spot them and just start backing away. Aggressive play themselves, I like this.
Instead, it's Fnatic coming in the vault against Ardri on the wall. Gamsu was caught up in the unstoppable force, holds the bottom lane together. That's 2 easy kills as 4 members of Fnatic are now on the wrong side of a Giants tower. Febiven's coming in with support as the crowd is clapping for joy. The vault onto Batong Yaka as one last hit from Febiven picks up another kill. Step on a trap, it doesn't even matter because there's only 2 members of Giants remaining. Pep is going to try wave clear, and the rest of Fnatic will chunk this tower down and get out with kills. The tower, a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
It's absolute control.
And exactly the same game plan as Vitality had in the last game. 3 lanes, you don't want a big team fight. You're not looking for any big team fights. You're looking for constant pressure from minions towards enemy towers. This is honestly such a good play from Fnatic because they are ahead of Giants in tempo, so they're the ones setting up the play, they're the ones in control of what's happening, when are we engaging, how many members do we have, where can the enemy come from. They know everything, they have all this information already before the fight even starts. You make the call. Worst case for Fnatic, Giants manage to run away from tower and nobody dies. Fnatic just takes the bot tower then. That's the absolute worst case. You get a free tower.
Now,
congratulations.
Of course, let's talk about this in a second. Reckless is in a little bit of trouble. I completely take it back. He's just going to slide out to safety.
You said a little bit. So it's fair.
Yeah. We're 16 minutes into the game, and yes, Giants is the team struggling the most in the LCS. So for Fnatic, that alleviates some of the pressure. But in contrast to last week, Fnatic's team members are on the same page. Teleport timing was good. Targeting from Gamsu's Malphite was good. They punished Giants for being out of position, on the same page, the same time. And that is a positive trend for a team that is still in this building blocks phase.
Right. These kind of games, see actually what happens mid.
2-man knockup. Febiven's found Peppy. They turn to Batong Yaka. He actually goes forward. That's not the direction he wanted. And Fnatic just make that look easy. Again, out of position.
You lost the map.
Pick it up.
Once you hit the point of this meta where basically you're losing every single lane and you don't have a jungle, I mean, the game is technically over. There's almost nothing you can do. Normally, at least you would have like 1 winning lane you could play around. But in this case, everything has just gone wrong for Giants. They fall so far behind, and Fnatic is in full control. Can just keep picking up kills, you know, get more fantasy points. And these kind of games, when it's like a team like Fnatic, who we expect to obviously be better than Giants, it's not really about necessarily who wins, it's how does Fnatic win.
Well, Deficio, how does Fnatic win? Well, if you look at the minimap, they have 5 active pink wards, They also have 5 pink wards in their inventory, and there are no biscuits to speak of.
I like it.
Is this happy, proud
yes.
Dad Deficio when it comes to vision?
It makes me very happy when teams are getting more and more control of how do we push the lead, what is the exact kind of comp we want to run, you know, in this current meta here, how do we push all 3 lanes at once, the synergy, communication, pink wards on every back.
I want to see how they push the pink wards forward. Now here's this, once again, flank. 4 members of Fnatic catching out Giants. I mean, is it a flank?
I mean, I guess it technically is.
Yeah.
Gamsu walked through the jungle, and it was basically his jungle.
Yeah, it's Fnatic's jungle.
Yeah, Fnatic has 4 jungles at the moment.
They are absolutely making it work. For Fnatic, they've extended that gold lead to 11,000. A couple of those pink wards are starting to be pushed forward and cleared out. Note that the Dragon and Baron timers are not active on this patch in the Spectator bug.
You know, Trevor, second problem now.
What is the second problem?
There are no tier 2 towers to take anymore. It's so annoying because now...
So flip to the page that says no tier 2 towers available. What
then
does your guide say?
Okay, is Baron up there so we can bait Baron?
Well,
we're only 18 minutes in, so there's no Baron either.
Okay, so is there a page for we're too far ahead for the next step?
I mean, technically, you can aim for the inhibitor base and then look to create picks like this.
Right.
Or you can actually wait for that Baron to spawn, set up your pinks around that Baron and say to Giants, if you do not come and stop this Baron, which you can't, by the way, because then you're in a team fight and we're so far ahead, we're going to kill you. Then we take the Baron and we just 1-3-1 you down and your base is dead.
Well, luckily for Fnatic, they turn to the page that says punish out of position. Giants push forward without Atom. And that's already a kill onto Beton Yoka. Spur rush defensively from Peppy. Atom didn't even look to TP. Now Fnatic in a 5-on-4 with the Rift Herald on Reckless. They're going to look to those inhibitor turrets, Deficio.
Yeah, Rift Herald for now. Buff up these minions. Honestly, just put the LeBlanc near that tower and let it just distortion in twice, and then someone is almost dead and they have to go back to base. Gamsu can just ulti in once it's ready. And again, yeah, doesn't matter what page you're on. Close the book. Just dive, kill people. You're so far ahead anyway.
Especially with a LeBlanc plus Malphite combo. If anyone stacks up, those 2 alone can kill people. And tough game for Lozok on the left. Completely different situation for Daylor on the right. Inhibitor doesn't go down just yet. Godfred almost does. One more hit will drop it. 20 minutes and 10 seconds. Fnatic gets super minions into the top half of the base. And with that will allow them to either take more inhibitors or the Baron. That then will allow them to take those inhibitors. Great demonstration of macro play from both of the 2 winning teams at the top of week 4.
Great understanding of how to consistently, in terms of a lot of low-risk plays, you get high rewards over and over.
Oh, but Songyaka's in trouble, and he just is gone.
And the reason I say that...
Oh, Atom's in trouble. Atom's in trouble. Blinding Assault doesn't find a target. There are Fnatic coming in from all over, and Atom, well, he manages to riposte some of the damage. Kill credit to Spirit.
And obviously, again, we want to see more of this, you know, in more and more games from like Fnatic and Vitality and so on. But it is so key we start looking at more of the consistency of these teams and the calls they're making and how do they keep pushing their advantage. Because that's how you can see a team has really improved. You really start understanding, you know, how to push the leads, which kind of compositions are the correct ones to play. I like the pick and ban phase from Fnatic here. Again, a lot of mind games.
Yeah.
Quinn being picked, went to jungle. Could have gone top lane into Fiora, but then Malphite obviously was a little bit out of place, and then suddenly LeBlanc gets picked last into the Ahri. We've seen it time and time again. Fibrin has had a great game.
Malphite can make Giants out of place. Unstoppable Force and Flash is available. Not even needed because they're that far up. Atom has just respawned. Vitongyaka was clearing waves, trying to in the top. Reckless took a big chunk from that Orb of Deception, and Giants are chasing in. Now Atom, if he chases too far forward, he's going to get killed. Oh, wow. Culling plus Feathervin is enough. Gamsu looks for the Unstoppable Force, but it's flashed away as Audrey puts some distance. Inhibitor will drop. Reckless still alive. Orb of Deception doesn't find anyone. Defensive flash into that knockback from collateral damage, and they get the giant shutdown onto Spirit.
First man
base
dying.
is cracked open, and it's too little and it's too late.
First man down for Fnatic. They lost 1 tower and 1 member. Spirit
Look
is...
at Spirits.
I mean, he was smiling, but I think Fnatic were trying to basically do what Immortals did last week. It wasn't Immortals, it was Energy against TSM. 18-0, I believe it was. see the fight again. So Adam, I'm not sure what he's calling Fnatic right now, but he shouldn't have called them that because they destroy him completely. And that's inhibitor open. Spirit then says you can get more. Jumps into the minion.
Unreal. Giants had to invest everything just to get that one kill. The rest of Fnatic now, they've grouped themselves up in this middle lane. Another turret falls, 12 to 1 up, 13,000 gold lead. Third inhibitor. This one taken very, very cleanly. Giants can't even watch it go down because they have to deal with minions in other lanes. Right, Spirit Rush will be up for Peppy in a few seconds. The only thing that he can do is look for a charm onto Reckless, and
hey, I mean,
there's smiles on Peppy's face. It's a difficult game for him. They managed to kill Febiven's clone as Gamsu finds two. Atom and Godfred knocked up into the air. Nobody's gone down just yet except the Nexus turret. The second falls thereafter, and Fnatic, they're looking at the Nexus. Reckless dashes forward, flashes away from the Orbit Deception. I think that saved his life. The charm finds nobody, and Giants are on the verge of going 0-7. A double dash from Febiven. He deletes Bitong Yoka. He's gonna back away. The grand challenge comes out from Atom before he gets atomized by Reckless. The Nexus is the last thing standing. The Winions are helping Fnatic defeat Giants in week 4.
And Trevor, as we talked about, Fnatic deserve to win this game.
Gigantic smiles on their faces.
But again, coming into this game, it wasn't really a question of could Fnatic beat Giants. Of course that wasn't the question. The question was how could Fnatic beat Giants? Would it be smooth sailing, you know, fast paced, constantly just applying pressure, being proactive? And it was. I mean, again, there's nothing negative we can say about Fnatic in this game, like at all. I like how they very quickly realized, okay, we're winning bot lane super hard. Spirit is there, gets the first blood, you know, allow them to push into tower, take down tower, rotate them top. And honestly, Giants almost, as soon as the top tower died, the tier 1 top, I think the team basically said, okay, this game is over. Yeah. I mean, that's where in the scrim for them, they're like, okay, just go next game.
That is one of the quickest games we've seen in EU. It'll be very close to. We still see Adri and Pepe on stage. This time around, bigger smiles. But what a tough situation for them. 0-7. There are only 2 games left before you've played every single team in the league. They're fast approaching one of the longest standing losing records in the LCS. Yeah. And something drastic has to change because it just does not feel like Giants are in control of their own game, let alone their position in the LCS.
Right, and it's not an overnight change for Giants, and that's always the issue when you get on these massive losing streaks, is if you can manage to like make some big impact, or over a few weeks you get slowly better and better, and you hit a point where you can start winning games, then maybe if you haven't lost too many, you can slowly climb back. The problem is just, again, like teams like Elements have been picking up wins early on.
Yeah.
Rocket is the only team Giants are looking at the moment, who is only sitting on 1 win as well, has lost the rest. I still feel like there's such a big difference between Giants and Rocket, though. Where in the Rocket games, we see, you know, the first 20-25 minutes often be very even, and then Rocket falls apart in the late game. This game here, honestly, from like minute 7 or 8.
Yep. Actually, from the moment that pink ward went down, Fnatic moved past it.
That was the
like,
point.
Literally.
That was the point.
Fnatic moved past it, and that was it. We don't care. Yep. Forward is the only direction.
It's still alive.
Yeah, it was killed a little while ago. Just,
was it?
You know, yeah. Sorry to burst you. 11 minutes. It holds the record. It holds the record. It's the longest standing pink ward in that position. But
thought it's still alive.
I think good showing. And again, you have to take it with a pinch of salt, right? Fnatic had a phenomenal game. They looked great. But they are playing the weakest team in the league. So you have to factor into your equation. Now, the timing for Gamsu's ultimates, the positioning, there was no hesitation on punishing mistakes. That's what I think is more impressive.
There was more synergy in the way they were setting up the plays, in the way like, oh, LeBlanc would jump in with the Malphite ulti and delete someone. It wasn't one guy going in, then one guy going in, because that was last week.
Correct.
From Fnatic. And when they played Elements, we were saying the same, like, Fnatic should beat Elements. But it was a long, drawn-out game. It was very slow reactions from Fnatic. This is much more, you know, what we want to see from our top teams in Europe, and that was basically a great performance.
And just talking a little bit about Febiven, in studio here, the team sometimes do the AMAs at the top of the show, and Febiven actually answered a question saying how, if he's not in control of the game, he tends to struggle. He tends to lose some confidence and lose some communication. This was a game where he found his footing, and it was the Feathervin we expected of last year.
He found his footing in Champ Select, getting LeBlanc into Ahri.
Yeah, definitely worked out. Now, if I'll take a look at the power pick that has been dominating the mid lane, especially in the hands of G2 Esports, we're going to head on a Valkyrie over to James Stress O'Leary.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And, you know, while we set up for our match of the week coming up next, we want to hone in on the mid laner from G2, who's going to be playing up next, and that is Perkz. And last week's monster performance as Corki in that middle lane. 18, 2, and 11 was what we saw from him. So we wanted to take a quick moment and kind of look at why is it strong? What is it that makes it better than a couple of other mid laners? And we should start at the beginning. Why is Corki strong? And we've seen today, more than any other day, the first reason for this. Corki is an exceptionally strong flex pick. Today we've seen 2 games of him in the AD carry role already, but mid lane is what we are focusing on specifically. It's very similar, but for a mid laner, Corki has a very early defined power spike on that Trinity Force, and that's one of the other strengths for him. You get that Trinity Force, you get the Sorcerer's Shoes, which now that Corki is about 70% magic damage, it makes it a lot more beneficial for him to get that extra spell penetration. Lastly, as always with a mid laner, one thing that is crucial is to have a safe laning phase. You've got the Valkyrie to get yourself away. You have a lot of damage with the synergy Thunderlord still has from the Mastery Tree. Even with 6.2, Corki still has great effectiveness with that Thunderlord. You turn around with the Gatling gun on, 3 stacks up, and the proc comes very quickly. As with every kind of great mid lane pick, it seems that Faker was always one of the first to do it all the way back in week 1 of this split. So there's another reason if you really need anything else on top of why it's a good pick. Why is it better than other mid laners is another kind of weird question that we kind of want to answer now as we come in later into the split. So the first thing with that is he's good with poke champions. He is one himself. He loves to siege. So you have Ezreal, you have Nidalee, other champions that like to group. And because of that, we've seen the meta trend towards a lot of sieging and trend towards shorter games. So the earlier defined power spike, the ability to group around mid lane, all ties into Corki's strengths. Finally, he has a very unique mechanic that no other champion in League of Legends has, and that's the package. What is the package, you may ask? If you haven't watched a lot of Corki or played a lot of Corki, the package is a power-up that appears in Corki's base at the steps of the fountain. It's going to give him extra movement speed, and not only that, allows you to make plays across the map very effectively. And this is one of the things that Perkz did very well. We'll see one of the plays coming up that Perkz did down in the bottom lane to get Kikis a double kill. The ability to come in with the knockback after the movement speed, then have a lot of damage followed up, makes Corki such a strong pick. You'll even see the damage come out against a Lulu that is very difficult normally to kill through her ultimate, through the shields and through the Whimsy, and Perkz just made it look easy. He was able to just take him out. One of the weirdest things about the package is, because it's unique to Corki, we were wondering who is it that exactly decides when the package is picked up. So I decided to speak a little bit with Perkz this week and find out the answer to that question. And he told me it doesn't really, it's not really left up to the team to decide when he plays Corki. It's something that he decides. He's the one leading the charge with the siege or using the package or making the plays you just saw in the bottom lane. So nice to have a little bit of insight there onto how that affects the shot calling of a team, which is something that we can't always have too much insight into. So in summary, Corki's great because he has a very predictable 1-item power spike compared to other carries, and he's extremely versatile and effective when it comes to team play. So you should check out Corki if you're playing in dynamic queue and you're a mid laner. But we need to pick up the package and regroup. But up next is our match of the week, so stay with us.
Create a music band. We have the rapper. Gamsu can be the cook. I will be the manager. I've never heard you sing, so
I'm just there, but I'm not actually the one singing. I'm just
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just there for the face.
Deficio, they're not done. Spirit's gonna look forward. The auto attack and Thunderlord's a turret shot onto Noxiac.
What's happening?
We're diving.
Just diving. Just kill him.
We can fight. We can fight. We can fight.
No.
I'm coming. Okay. Wait for LeBlanc. When LeBlanc is coming.
Graves, Lupin Graves.
Nice.
2-man knockup. Feathervin's found Peppy. They turn to Baton Yoka. He actually goes forward, and Giants are on the verge of going 0-7. A double dash from Feathervin. He deletes Baton Yoka. The Winions are helping Fnatic defeat Giants in week 4.
it's not like it's a disaster that we lost 3 games to 3 good teams, but I don't think that we are back to how good we were, I would say. Right now, we are not improving that fast. We are improving and getting better, but we need some weeks, I think, to get back to how good we were, because I think we can become that good again.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where it's time for our match of the week between G2 Esports and Origin. Let's hop right in because we heard Nules there were not as good yet as we would want to be, yet they were 2-0 last week, as well as G2 and 3-1 both teams in the last 4 games. Very impressive. If we look at OG's parkour last week around, relying very heavily on those Lulu and Lucian comps, and you'd think they'd need time to ramp up, but OG actually has the second fastest game time in the European LCS. First is G2, so that'll be a very interesting matchup. How do you think this will play into the match?
Well, this is a question now. If you've got 2 fast teams, which one comes out ahead on that? But it's interesting you bring up the Lulu and the Lucian for Origin, because we always feel like Origin, they're playing these slightly more scaling compositions that need some time to get under them, like a Lucian with a Lulu. Turns out Origin are really good at getting to the point of where they're good in the game, just past that 20-minute mark, and then they go, we're going to win. And then it's just, they destroy everything with Sven. So it's very interesting now. I want to see how this matches up against a team like G2, who seem to be much, much faster out of the mid lane.
And also able to contest their power. Because what Origin showed last week in their 2-0 wins that were quite strong was they got ahead, they made a powerful call, and then they won the game. But they could easily have lost the game as well. We've got a replay of this Baron call where Origin showed some of the mistakes they did in weeks 1 and 2, where they've got this monumental lead, this just gold lead in control of the game, and then they decide to try chase instead of finishing a Baron. They're not on the same page. In week 2 and week 1, we kind of killed the narrative of communication issues because of how obvious it was. Week 3 it was repaired, and now when we look at other teams like Vitality and Fnatic who have shown this phenomenal growth from week to week, I'm excited to see how Origin can fix those problems, because I do think with the number of players and the amount of experience they have, it's going to be easier to fix.
Especially looking at that mid lane, if we talk about improvement, Power of Evil didn't die once on his Lulu last week around, and this is very interesting to me coming into this match. Perks versus Power of Evil. One thing we might assume, Lulu won't be available, nor will Corki.
Yeah, I feel like the Lulu for Power of Evil was just way too forgiving for Origin. I mean, he went unkilled, and honestly, Origin just got the same picks and bans in every single game. They got the Kalista, Kalista was banned out, but they got the same champions, the Lucian, the Alistar, the Lulu, just every single game, and it worked too well for them. Again, the Corki, as we just highlighted, I don't think is going to be available either.
It did, and I think the biggest thing for me for PoE from last week was how aggressive he was playing. He flashed forward almost every single time it was available. He was in everybody's faces, in contrast again to week 2, where it was falling behind. Perks is a guy who does not care. It doesn't matter who his opponent is. He's in their faces, he's playing aggressively, and he's very, very impressive in his play because he's been so dominant. So I actually think this matchup is going to lean in favor of Perks because he's been more aggressive more frequently and disregards whoever he's playing against.
I actually agree. I think it will, but I wonder what our casters think for this one. Will this matchup decide the game? Yes or no?
Well, I think it's definitely one of the important matchups, but I think Amazing versus Strick is something we care a lot about more, so we'll talk more about it. You guys can get out of the screen right now. And
wow.
Yeah, so brutal.
Magic.
What do you think, Deficio? Amazing versus Trick.
Yeah, I think Amazing and Methy together are the backbone of Origin. So Amazing has to play well. Yeah.
You Spanish now?
Yeah, there's a mix of the two. Amazing has to play well, not only individually as a player, but also the communication, the shot calling he does for the team. He often talks about when they make mistakes early on, he blames himself very often. He had a great performance last week, and Origin did look better. I need him to be a star player today for Origin to win.
Yeah, he actually came out mostly on Twitter saying he was disappointed in his performances, especially in the mid-game, didn't really perform that well. Trick, what I liked from him last week was that he kept grouping with his team with a purpose. So every single time he played that in Italy for the poke siege comps, yes, it's a very predictable gameplay pattern where you group with your team and you start poking and sieging, but they executed well. Maybe the exception was the Soul Tower dive where they were surprised by double TP, but other than that, it felt like G2 was on the same page and playing an aggressive early to mid-game style, as opposed to Origin, who was like, we'll just wait for Sven to carry.
I think you just described G2 perfectly.
Thank you.
Synergy, top-notch. Overextending, being a little bit too aggressive, not respecting things like double TP, does happen quite a bit for G2, and that's where they have been punished before.
Yeah, but that is G2, right? Like, they're super aggressive, but they're a young and new team. They're kind of like SK last year, but they might have more in their playbook, right? We've seen more from them even before they moved to the Corki, and then they were still good.
But exactly like the SK Gaming point is basically because G2 is very, very focused on, again, what we kind of call the meta right now, where you play like on 3 lanes. It's a lot about constantly pushing down to the enemy towers, and either you poke them off and you take the tower and you get into the jungle and you're ready to like fight early on, but you're not looking for big team fights. And that's why Nidalee pick has been good for Trick. Graves as well for him. Like, he's been very focused on farming and then grouping up and just sieging down things.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're about to get into Champion Select very shortly, but before we load into those picks and bans, let's check out those starting rosters for G2 Esports. First of all, in the top lane, Kickers. In the jungle, it's going to be Trick. Mid lane, Perks. AD carry, Emperor. Support, Hybrid. And then coach, Youngbug.
Yeah, and then we have Origin on the red side, of course, with Source up in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle. Power Weevil in the mid lane. Sven. And Mithy down the bottom lane. Hazel is still the coach for the team. And I want to see what Origin has prepared. Because, yes, they won the games last week. Not as convincingly as we saw G2 play. And I feel like G2, honestly, in the early to mid game will have the advantage. And if they get a lead, they can snowball out of control.
I just hope we see Kalista open, because both these players, we won't, but you know, idle hope. I can at least talk a little bit about this part until it gets banned.
Yeah.
From watching Emperor play and from even playing with him a couple of times, he's a really good Kalista player. We've all seen what Niels could do on a champion, so that would be very interesting if one side actually wants to leave that open to force the other team to maybe first pick it and come with a counter strategy, because it just has so much value in this matchup.
I think we're going to see G2 try and deny Sven, either by banning AD carries. I mean, banning Lulu is the obvious one. We don't even have to talk much about this, because it is what enables Sven to be that solo carry for Origin. And then, right now, if you ban away like a Kalista, the other team is almost forced to ban Corki, or otherwise you will first pick it. And you can then potentially even go for Lucian, and you deny like the 3 main picks away from Sven.
Yeah, the Alistar ban I like too, because it is just part of the strongest like bot lane combinations you have in the game right now. It's such a safe pick. You don't necessarily want to first pick it, because if OG plays it smart, there's other really valuable picks open, but it's one of the best early rotations on purple side.
But one of the things about, again, the current meta is there are so many good picks. Like, there are so many picks to be considered ST almost, that on blue side, often in your second rotation, you can still pick 2 top-tier picks. So being on red side, having those 2 picks is not always an advantage. Because the first pick, you can just pick whatever you want. We talked about potential AD carry bans. Here's Lucian. If OG leaves Kalista Corki open now, they will get one of them. I think G2 will just first pick the Corki, though.
I don't know. It feels like a bait and switch, though. The Kalista just enables the supports too. Both these support players are just so much better when they have Fate's Call available. Imagine.
I think Origins will leave them both open.
They have to almost. If they ban one and then they leave one open for G2, then they make a real big mistake.
So they're doing it.
3 supports banned now, actually. Very interesting.
So this again is just deny Sven more than anything, because Corki has been a better mid lane pick than AD carry pick. And it seems like they're okay giving OG a Corki AD carry for Niels or for Sven. But they just want to deny the 2 main carries for him in Kalista and Lucian.
Also, if you look at what Miffy's majority been playing, the Braum that is open now as the sole support that's left is more down Hybrid's alley rather than Miffy, I would say. And then Miffy has to resort to a 5th pick type of support. Maybe just whip out the Janna. Trundle maybe, but not as potent as he is on Alistar, you know, maybe even on Thresh later on. So, and Origin can't afford to pick it up because they really want to put some priority here. Ironically though, Amazing, even though he stated very often that he thinks Graves is one of the strongest junglers right now, played it a lot in Duo Q too, got me some elo. But seems to opt for the Elise. They want more CC.
Elise is still also a fantastic jungle pick, but it is what we also talked about before. Like, G2 still has a lot of good picks open. It's not like they've lost a whole lot by first picking their Kalista, because you knew Corki was going to come in there. Instant response from Origin, obviously. You can just go Graves now for Trick or Nidalee, as he's played before, if you want to have one of these fast-pushing compositions again.
Yeah, it almost has to be X plus Braum here. So you have one champion that's strong, and then Braum just to hide information and take it away. Don't imagine Perks is going to blind pick his matchup here already.
Yeah, and
Corki's still a flex.
Kikis probably won't get his pick either now, because Fiora is open, but Source plays Quinn, which is really good into the Fiora. So you don't want to show that by any means for G2. It has to be support almost coming in now, just to hide picks more than anything. And we talked about the Graves Nidalee. Obviously, when Elise gets picked, you know, they're open. We've seen these picks from Trick, very farm focused, and then grouping up with his AD carry and support and just start fast pushing down these towers. So OG needs to respect that.
Oh, that's actually something we haven't talked about too much. Sven is probably the only AD carry that plays Kindred AD carry. Now that she's back on the table, kind of shifts everything. So he's thinking about at least playing her. the main two, because Corki in the bottom lane I don't think is the best decision right now. It's still so strong in the mid lane.
It's way better in the mid lane, honestly. It's so much easier to hit level 11, get your big power spike. The problem is, again, what wave clear AD carry could you then pick for OG if you want to try and stop this fast push potential coming from T2? Ezreal with an Iceborne Gauntlet Rush can do some of it.
Yeah, definitely. Corki combined with something will be enough wave clear, but the problem I'm seeing here is that Origin, they're setting up for a heavy siege that usually gets countered by a wave clear mid, but that could actually be good against a team like G2, who like to have their mid lane player on a playmaking champion. So we may actually just see a Victor come out here from Perks, and then it kind of limits some of the roaming forward pressure that he puts if he just plays a more of a wave clear oriented champion.
Well, this is why I absolutely love Graves as a jungler, because he offers that wave clear you need. So even if you go like an Ahri here as a very often safe pick,
the combined wave clear of
Graves and Ahri is enough, so you don't need a Victor in that case. You can still play an assassin mid, and Ahri is by many players considered the safe option in mid lane. Also because you have seen the Corki now, so you expect it to be Corki mid and obviously Ezreal AD carry, so there's no LeBlanc counterpick.
For sure, but even if you go for like a playmaker mid lane on Perks, we've seen that you can't always snowball against your opponent, like when he played against Fevim. They still took home the win, but against Power of Evil, it's still very difficult to snowball from him.
It does tell you a lot about G2 as a team, that when they see a poke composition being built against them, you know, everything Origin has picked so far means group up, poke, and siege. And a lot of teams will say, okay, we will nullify that at least in one of the lanes by picking Victor, just go mass wave clear, stall it. But G2 always want an aggressive element, so they pick a gap closing, charm enabling, Ahri. You know, they have an aggressive top laner right now with the Malphite as hard engage, and then they have Fate Scarl on their support, who can also soak up so much damage. So they're taking the aggressive answer instead of perhaps looking for the passive one, and it just shows you that they're very confident in their ability.
It's also just where we see the power again of them being able to get a Graves in second rotation, not even having to invest the first pick, so you can use that to deny Sven and putting on a second tier AD carry in the Ezreal, who obviously needs to hit that late game point before you have that massive impact. So I just really like how G2 are approaching the pick and ban phase, and I feel like they always leave themselves options to have the right answer.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we don't need to pick like a boring, slow wave clearing champ for Perks. He can still be aggressive because we then have the Graves jungle to back him up.
And their composition just always makes sense. They at least have a purpose and a goal and a way to win the game, and G2 has been, so far in this season, good at identifying their win conditions. And that begs the question, how much is that coming from Youngbuck as a coach? Because coming into the season, many were even like criticizing, even mocking Youngbuck so far as a coach because he went to North America, didn't have the greatest success there. But so far in this multicultural, multi-language G2 esports, he's done a fantastic job when it comes to drafting.
I mean, he's always been a good leader, a good captain, can kind of rally people around him, and you need that, a young team like G2 getting into the LCS, picking up 2 Korean imports, Trick, very young, of course. And OG in the end, we get a big tank top lane, who will of course be able later on to like outduel the Malphite, but they're obviously not gonna do too much against each other. It's a 1-4 siege comp, and then you need some safety against Ahri, burst, Graves burst, save one of these AD carries.
And you gotta watch your flanks. If Malphite gets a TP in from the side, it's pretty much game over for Origin when they're sieging.
Well, there we have it. The coach coming in after the pick and bans, supplying everything they can, and now they just have to watch their teams from the sidelines. Not long to go. Well, with the comps locked in, it's time to see who's really OP between G2 and Origin.
The tower goes down, and all Fnatic are being shoved away, and Gamers 2 just close in on the Nexus.
I expect Origin to be good. They're all really good players.
Rocket, they're running for their lives.
I think G2 will be a good team.
Mitty and Sven, they're both really good. I think they're one of the best bot lanes in Europe.
Keep looking at Sven.
Wow.
I think we can win, but I won't say we have won already.
And we are into game with G2 going up against Origin. G2 currently 5-1. Who would have guessed it? Right at the top of the table, going against Origin or Ocelot.
Ocelot would have guessed it.
He knew. He knew all along.
So look at what G2 are doing now, level 1. Instant moving to the tier 1 tower up top lane. Hiding the dual lane for where we normally see these wards fade out in the river. Haven't shown anything yet.
30 seconds.
They definitely want to get the swap though. The Braum Kalista matchup is, it's almost, you only get like 1 trade to win that lane. If at that point you haven't really gotten a good trade at level 1 or 2, when you just lose too much HP, and it kind of the same fate happens to as what we saw in the Giants games, where at that point you have one chance. Yeah, one opportunity. You go in, you land a stun, Emperor gets the double proc, you know, at level 2 or level 3, and then you can break the Janna Ezreal lane. But other than that, the repetitive poke from an Ezreal who can stay at max range, can opt in for any trade you want, and then accelerate that trade by shifting in aggressively, plus the Janna shield. It is very hard to beat.
So OG rolling the dice here turns out that they do find G2's bottom lane up here. I see some keystones.
And they'll also go for the late invade to stop the camp, especially if you're running a double ranged bot lane. Either you find the enemy double jungler here, good, you punish them, or you find the enemy bot lane doing a camp and you keep the level 1 laning phase as long as you can. But this time, because G2 were hiding and they had some wards, they actually get the early push in the lane now.
Look at the minimap though. The ward in the river you see in the entrance toward the Raptor camp of Origin is very important because that's where team can hide.
Yeah.
Which we saw HDK do, and then like walk in behind you when you're invading on blue buff and kill you. That ward would spot that, so it was a safe play from Origin, and they just end up neutralizing. No one gets a camp level 1.
Well, this may seem very insignificant to the untrained eye. The fact that Emperor and Hybrid get a little bit of wave control here at the start means a lot further down the line for this matchup. They level up to level 2 on the 9th creep of this wave, and because they have the control early, they get that uncontested. And the difference between the Janna Ezreal lane being pushed in their tower and having the push control is massive in terms of how much pressure you put on Emperor CSing, because essentially he's laning 1v2.
Almost forget I have to talk at times. Just love listening to you guys go back and forth, learning so much in this 2v2 alone. Also interesting mid lane though, Power of Evil going back to another poke champion, which we saw a lot from him last season. Now going on to the Corki. Last week his performances were really good, but he was on the Lulu just facilitating his team and more specifically Sven. So now he's back onto a quote-unquote carry mid laner. I want to see how he does.
Yeah, and we have to remember, if you look at the pick and ban phase, the way Origin were picking, they're basically setting up for this siege comp instantly as they knew that Corki would be open. So like they get Corki Elise, and the reason they take Elise is because out of the poke junglers, if you look at like the poke siege comp junglers like Elise, Graves and Italy, the only one who's able to build full tank is Elise. So they needed a front line with a tank top and Elise jungle to protect these carries, more instead of going for more damage. Amazing is finding Trick here, might just run away from each other.
Trick might get end of the line off the wall here, as Amazing is just walking away, but he did get the auto attack down first for the slow from red buff, so he's got a little bit more range as he turns around, starts trading with Trick into spider form to try and scuttle away.
And this exchange here is very important for what's happening in that 2v2 on top. Just the fact that you know you can't get ganked allows you to play with more liberty. So the CS should go even, and there should now be all in the top lane. So top lane should pretty much go even. So we need to start looking at some of these other lanes. What's happening there in the bottom lane? We have a small CS advantage for Soaz right now. He has the push, especially here for him too. If he knows that the jungler is nowhere near him, Tahm Kench can play a lot more aggressively, make use of repetitive use of those stacks. He now pushes in, and he can reset the waves.
Yeah, so interesting seeing Tahm Kench as well make it to the final rotation. Did find some hits in 6-2 with the damage from his ultimate. 2% of his max health at rank 1 versus 4% before, but still, final rotation back onto Soaz. In that 1v1, not very interesting. It's Malphite, Tahm Kench, so just kind of hit each other. Both went for Grasp as well, so it's literally going to be on an even playing field.
Yeah, this is not going to be a game where we're going to see crazy ganking action in lanes. Actually a good 2v2 fight though.
Yeah, forces the exhaust, too much damage if Zen gets hit by more stacks there, and the Rend. And I think that puts the Rend on cooldown, so that gives a little bit of breathing room, but you just see the difference. What you can do with a Braum. Hang on, Perks going low, forced to flash, and yeah, this is the power of the Corki.
Very greedy play from Perks though, moving so close to Power of Evil just to try and get a Q off on the minion wave. Getting in range of both the Q from Corki, Gatling gun, instant Thunderlord proc. Sloppy play there from Perks, and not often we see that.
No, but that's kind of the playstyle we've seen from Perks, and he's been able to do it against weaker mid laners, and now struggling more against Power of Evil, who is still a very strong laner. 5 minutes in, yes. But he could have made a move like that against other mid laners and have it be fine. So just testing the waters, I guess, in the mid lane. Had to burn a flash for it.
Yeah, G2 pushing up the wave, hiding in the brush. And as a team, though, if you look at what Perks did there in that trade, as Emperor takes another bad trade here, you would think he knows that matchup better with the amount of Corki that he has played. So it must have been almost like a disrespect to your opponent to go for plays like that. And G2 as a whole, they've played this poker position so often that they must have the answer to it. Power of Evil, touching Trick here.
Yeah, you're not going to be picking up the kill, but taking some poke regardless. Still has refillable potions, so he's okay for now.
But still, I mean, this is not an early game where the junglers are super active in terms of gank doing anything. It's kind of like maximize your farm, try and cover your lanes with Rift Scuttlers, and again with Amazing on Elise, because he can build Cinderhulk and he has Strength of the Ages, so he wants to stack that one up. And again, he just wants to become like a front line, basically, where Trick is more focused on that increased burst damage you get from a jungler like Graves. But that's where the Tahm Kench pick for Soaz can turn out to be game-changing for Origin if he's in the right place. But obviously he's the guy sitting in side lanes very often, and he has less of an impact when he TPs in compared to a Malphite.
Yeah, Soaz will definitely have to deal with some of these hard engage components. I mean, the Malphite, the Fate Skull support being thrown in, Perks' charms. Whereas if you look at OG, it's only the Cocoon really and a max range Tornado that can set up for target lockdown that can then enable these Pokemons. If you CC a target, everybody can fire all their missiles at one guy, you can explode him, but if you miss that Tornado, then it'll be very hard for G2 to play here. Power of Evil.
Perks actually turning on Power of Evil in the mid lane. He's going to flash away, but the Ignite will take him down for the first blood. Over to Perks, just in the rotation to River.
Mithy had cooldown on his shield because he used it on himself when he was kind of trading with Trick before. And then this time it's Power of Evil now moving a little bit too close, and Perks saying, well, I'm level 6, I have ulti rate, let's see it again. So shield is down here from Mithy.
Yeah, Mithy's trying to catch Trick here. Amazing misses Cocoon, and Perks immediately reads that. He says no more CC available. Amazing's very far, goes in for another dash, forces the flash, the damage been done, Ignite's ticking, and this is just OG wanting too much at once with too little CC. If the two main CC spells that you have in your entire lineup are already in cooldown, you can't commit to multiple targets. You just have to try and get Trick out and don't fight Perks at the same time. So crucial mispositioning and good capitalization from Perks.
The problem there for Origin is also you feel the safety in numbers.
Yeah.
If you have 3 guys there with your support, so you feel like we can move forward. You know, we can try and force a fight. And you don't expect the player to then go aggressive on you, but that is the kind of play Perks is, and now Amazing getting caught out.
Well, Kickers with the ultimate locks him down. The repel comes up, but Amazing doesn't really have anywhere to go. He'll flash away, burn the summoner Trick, but the ultimate takes him down, and Power of Evil unable to assist.
And now we get to see what G2 likes to do every single game they play. Aggressive moves here, they punish you if you overextend. They just did it twice now. Kill on Power of Evil, then kill on Amazing. They got flashes down both times. So what stops you from making this play in 2 minutes time? You can do exactly the same. Wait for Kiki's ulti, you have teleport, force a play.
It's really interesting because this game came down to like the junglers just kind of butting heads, trying to get the vision, trying to just deny each other from going into the jungle and stopping the ganks from happening. But it's OG who are a little slow to the play sometimes, and they're actually getting punished in these small trades, which should just be vision control more than anything.
Yeah, and Origin's composition, as we pointed out in Champions League, is a clear 4-1 when he has Soaz in the side lane and the remaining 4 members want to group and siege on a tower. But G2, they want to kill that in its infancy, in the setup. They want to take down some of these members, 2v1, 3v2, in skirmishes where the CC just matters so much. Malphite ulti into burst, suddenly the whole effect of poke and disengage that the Janna provides becomes useless because as individual parts, these champions are not as strong. We get a good trade here, but Perks can always disengage, especially if he respects the Corki damage. He might take a bad trade, but he can always get his way out. Whereas Origin, if they're caught, they don't always have an escape because they're fighting against much more crowd control.
And the problem is now, when you play these 1-4 compositions with low engage, you rely 100% on your ability to safely be able to group and start sieging on these towers. Once you start falling behind in the early game, you're forced into very early pink wards that has to be used defensively to block these wards that are set up as TP flanks, basically, for Malphite. So there's an early pink ward right now behind the red buff from Origin. I like that one. There's going to be one on the right side as well. You see the blue ward now from G2 at the mid tower. There's going to be a pink ward as well from Origin later to stop Kikis from ever TPing there and then breaking that siege before it gets set up.
Yeah, a couple of things happened there on screen while all that was going on.
Yeah, the Fissure very enabled and
I love these wards here.
The fact that a Braum ultimate, somebody flashes, Miffy gets straight out, doesn't matter. Let's talk about wards.
Yeah, no, there's a
now
ward
a kill's going on as well. Miffy popping the ultimate. Emperor comes back in for the re-engage, and so does Kickers. The kill may go into Ben as well. Soaz picks him up, drags away, flashes out, and Hybrid unable to pick up the kill with Amazing reacting, and Sven makes it out alive.
And that talk about wards suddenly is not relevant, because what did Kickers do? He took a ward that was placed further in to the jungle of Origin and he TP'd on it and he smacked him in the face with his ulti. Look at the ward where Amazing is right now in the minimap. He's sadly covering it.
Still looking at it.
That's the one. Oh, now it's gone. Anyway, there was a ward. He TP'd there and he
the
killed
ward
him.
was a lie, the Fissure. No, but yeah, to break a poke composition, here we'll see it again. Mithy and Sven, they enter into a trade. Just had to hybrid no ultimate because he forced the flash earlier with it. And once you get behind in this 2v2, so he actually greedy go in here from Emperor, but he knows he gets the backup. As you get behind in the 2v2, it actually enables Braum, Kalista to actually focus down the support. Because of the Braum shield, they can block most of Ezreal's damage, and it's too hard to actually punish that on Origin side. Usually if you go for support, the AD carry will end up killing both of you down the line, because he has too much uptime in terms of damage. But Braum denies that to an extent. Kalista has too much burst. Fate's Call is a way to do it too.
It's going to continue being a problem though for Origin. The TP impact between the two top laners. Kikis now has no flash, has no ulti, but he has a lot of movement speed.
Swiftness boost.
And Tahm Kench didn't catch him and devour him. He gets out alive. What we see when Source TP's in is to save someone, but he doesn't do it as quick as a Malphite ulti just smacking into people.
Yeah, real hard to gank Malphite there. Also predicted wrong with the Cocoon, thinking he may juke into it, but still, bot lane, Emperor. That was a very aggressive flash in the last fight as well, but in terms of communication or just feeding out how your team is going to play, that was exceptional. Jumps in as the ultimate comes in from Malphite, really shores up some of the communication problems we thought they may have had. Top lane, Soaz still just kind of licking away at Kikis. Actually uses the ultimate as Power of Evil is heading in from the mid lane. Good use of ultimate there, and Power of Evil has to go back into mid lane.
Gets the call from his own mid laner that Corki has gone missing with the package. And obviously you have to respect that really, really far away. It does mean G2 might make a play on the bottom side, and they're sending Hybrid in.
It's a little over eager.
Yeah. And Power of Evil looking for the play here because gets charms in. Perks doesn't have much mana, but he still has his ultimate. Now has to retreat as Amazing is coming in. Rocket lands on his way out.
See, and that's the mark of just a great mid laner. He's not afraid to turn aggressive where he can and just respect the absolute boundaries of that play. Any extra dash forward, he dies. If he goes out earlier, sure, he lives, but he doesn't put the counter trade in. He just really knows how to play on the edge of safety. And that is
Emperor might
generally
be
the mark
here.
of a good player.
He's alone in the river. Amazing is here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have flash from early as well. He has to turn around, try and put some down to the Miffy before he falls.
Yeah, Emperor, they went in for the 2v2 in bot lane, but he tries to rotate over, gets lost in rotation on his way up to mid lane, and that actually opens up for some pressure from Origin in the bot lane and the Dragon.
Would you say lost in translation there? Actually, Emperor, because he was trying to go into mid lane.
Technically.
Well, Dragon is going to be taken off the back of that from Origin. Amazing will just tank that up easily with Spiderlings. And 3-1 currently. So OG very slightly behind in terms of kills. Literally all just been from that from now. Combat stats picked up from the first Dragon will probably equalize that in terms of gold that both teams have. And now Soaz just back into the top lane. Most likely Malphite will meet him soon.
Now if G2 keep making these sloppy mistakes though, the value of their picks will go down, and eventually Origin will even group as 5 members, and then the Devourer can really turn around these fights with the reset too, because you're looking at a lot of hard engagement. Malphite goes in, Fate's Call gets thrown in, but if then Mythic can reset the fight and exhaust the next aggressor, and Tahm Kench can Devour, can redirect some of that damage, then Origin can actually reset the fight and keep on poking. That's definitely something G2 want to avoid later, so we definitely want to see some flanks from G2 and good resets of fight on the side of Origin.
Well, the thing G2 wants to do, if you look at the entire map, is you basically have a boring dead lane where Malphite is sitting against Tahm Kench, and you're not supposed to do anything around that one. And then you want to have mid and bot lane winning for yourself, and those are the 2 lanes you want to focus everything on, because Malphite has his impact if he can TP in and then dive on the turret, like he did earlier in the game. So they need to get 1 or 2 wards deeper into the blue side jungle of Origin now and threaten this dive on the bottom lane, and they can set up their play faster than Source can react. Just ignore top lane, get your deep vision in, Trick places 1 ward here. This could be the TP ward for Malphite that sets up that dive in like 20-30 seconds, and then now Sven and Mithy has to respect it and play a lot more passive.
Yeah, look at mid lane too. Perks pushes up and he's rotating down, so they're indicating the play for sure. Soaz pushing out aggressively. Origin should know that this is coming, but even if you know it's coming, it still could still be a very dangerous play to play against.
And the reason it's so important for Origin to do this now is because this top lane, Source is going to win. He's just going to do what he's doing now, over and over and over, just push it in. So you need to utilize the Malphite with your team. And that's how you set it up here. Let's see if he can TP in now, or they just safely take the tower or poke it down.
Yeah, there's a possibility. I'd like to see if he has stacks up there as well, because he can easily devour Malphite unless they set up the play in advance and he backs away from the turret. But Tahm Kench not one of the best champions at interrupting your opponent when they're TPing out.
And I know boring ward talk and whatever, but Origin is realizing the play. So they place early pink ward as well in that jungle. Let's see what happens mid though.
Yeah, just a bit of damage there. Perks uses ultimate as well, though, and Amazing will just be able to support Parabeeble.
But you can see how quickly Origin went in and said, oh, you're placing wards in my jungle to TP dive?
Yep.
That's not going to happen. Sweeper, pink ward, we're going to clear those wards out, so Kikis has no good place to TP other than on a minion at the tower, and then you can just disengage and escape from it if you're Origin. So it's very smart. Small moves, just reading. Where's the next aggressive play from G2? How do we counter it before it happens?
Yeah, so as making the reverse move, Perks almost gets his Batic Cocoon. Because obviously he's not really good at teleporting into the lane, he's better off pushing out the lane, securing the vision on the sides, and coming in as a support system for Origin. So later on, Origin will use that pressure that Soaz is in the top lane to push out the Malphite, help him help in the other lanes, and then he will just use his ultimate back into the lane, worst case.
But this whole denial from Origin, breaking the G2 play that was supposed to happen, also allows Origin to actually start creeping and sieging a lot easier. Because if that's the big play G2 can make and then invest everything on the bottom side of the map and you avoid that play, you can start playing aggressive mid lane.
Yep.
Because the same setup isn't there. And you can then see your G2 move through the river with the jungle and support. The play might still happen. They're trying to set up again. Loads of pings from Origin to try and deny it. Here's a TP from Soaz.
He's coming in, and the Cocoon lands onto Perks, actually. He has an ultimate in a couple seconds, needs to survive until then, but Soaz has him in the grasp of his hands. Now he picks up the kill, but the re-engage from G2 might be big here from Kickers. Ultimate onto the back line, but it's not enough damage with the follow-up. Soaz drops low, but he needs a little more to finish him off. Amazing with the re-engage, and they pick up the kill onto Emperor. Now Amazing goes down, and Trick's still kiting back. Kickers is still alive, trying to get those autos onto Soaz to pick up the kill, but now he has to back away with his team, and here is the disengage.
Emperor flashes in aggressively to get that kill, but clutch shield from Miffy turns that fight around, and this is exactly what we were talking about. G2 pull the trigger, but if they don't kill, the fight reset plus exhaust from Miffy should be enough to win that fight. And we also, for the first time, see some lack of shot calling in G2 because they force this play over and over again.
It's too predictable. Origin have been around with all 4 members with pink wards. They can see everything. Look at Miffy's positioning in this fight. Look how far forward he steps, knowing that he's not going to be the target from the Malphite. So he splashes in now. Malphite will go there, and then he can reset the fight instantly. Malphite is now alone, doesn't have enough damage.
Look at Emperor. Right here, he's going to flash for the finishing blow. Doesn't get through the shield, no passive block, gets Cocoon. So that's over-aggressive play from G2, and that is something we're wondering, you know, where is the limit? When will they get punished? Same way, if you look at the macro, they made a good setup for a play in the bot lane, but if it gets thwarted once, respect your opponent enough that they will see the play coming the second time and see if you can find another map opening, whether that is basing your bot lane to the top lane, surprise Soaz, go for the tower there and get division in the red jungle, but don't keep going for the same play over and over.
A very normal play we see, or we saw a lot of worlds actually introduced by like 2 Tigers back then, Rocks Tigers now, is when you have this situation and they're predictable plays too risky to make, you push out your lane and you recall a support and AD carry and you just rush top lane. Because against the Tahm Kench, you can't wait for anything. You just rush 4-man in on that top tower, you take that tower down, and then you avoid this potential teamfight that just happened.
And if you do that a couple of times, you can even teleport back to base. Hang on, package gets used here, PoE, Kikus has to go out. Not much. If you make that play that the Fisher just described, you can also just go back to the bot lane. Or top, you keep confusing your opponents, and as long as you're ahead of the play, you're the one in charge of the game.
And every time you're there first at the tower pushing it in, you enable yourself to get these deep wards that then enable the TP flank from Kikis that you need to use to surprise Origin, so you don't get that same setup as Origin had before, where they knew everything and could disengage it beautifully and get the kills.
You've got to have that respect for your opponent, especially OG, who have been looking better and better over the last couple of weeks. They will punish you. Amazing had 2 perfect cocoons, which essentially picked up 2 kills in the last fight, and it was extremely unfortunate for Perks that he didn't get his ultimate off, because had he been able to disengage, then fight would have gone differently, but his ultimate was on a couple seconds cooldown. Dragon now being taken here by Origin. Those will be the second one of the game as well, denying the first buff from G2.
But this is the Origin from Worlds. We praised a lot for never really being that good at being proactive. Being very good at reading what's the play the other team is going to make. What information do we have? What would our game plan be if we had their comp? Dive bot lane. Okay, prepare for it, counter it. That's what they did so well at Worlds over and over. So it's good to see the team is now picking up the pace more and more. And a lot of this, again, is coming from Amazing and Mythic together.
Yeah, and looking at some of these builds too, G2 very early game oriented. Obviously, Malphite runs out of steam later in the game because an ultimate doesn't guarantee a one-shot. Malphite is not useless, but of limited use after his ultimate's down. Perks going for raw penetration here. That is not that good of a scaling build, you know? That kind of falls off once people start stacking more MR overall. And then if you look at the side of Origin, their builds are only starting to come online right now. You have the Blue S for later in the game. You have the Down Kench that will later on be the better laner in the split push scenario, so they can start putting more pressure.
Been all game, honestly. Like, Tahm Kench does have % damage. Like, he's good into these tanks who can't kill him at any time. He's good sustain. So, like, Source has just been, like, winning this lane, basically. It's just so slow-paced for him that it doesn't change anything in that lane itself. But it does, again, as we talked about earlier, it forces G2 to be the ones aggressive and making the play, because if they just keep waiting and waiting and waiting, Ezreal will outscale, Tahm Kench will outscale, the full tank Elise will be very useful later.
Full tank Elise, you say, but he went Runic Echoes with a needlessly large rod, and he's going into Rylai's right now, so
interesting.
Amazing picks up that slack of damage that they could potentially have in the mid game by playing this double AD composition, and he's a threat. He can one-shot Emperor later on, and he's incredibly mobile too, so with Runic Echoes, you know, as we see a bit of a siege, with Runic Echoes and the Boots of Swiftness, he can actually get into positions a lot quicker than you wouldn't expect and open up for cocoons.
I'm not sold on damage build on Elise right now.
I like it too, Crefo.
Against the burst damage of G2, I want to see how he plays the team fights, if he's just sitting really far back.
I think you have too little damage if you don't go for some damage on Elise, especially if you look at the composition. You have one tank already in the top lane, and you have a support that resets the fight. I think you have to almost go to produce a third damage.
The thing is, your comp is built to force the other teams to also have no damage. Because Tahm Kench is there, Janna is there shielding and disengaging, two safe long-range AD carries. Like, your comp is basically made to saying, like, you can't really target anyone and burst them down because we have disengage, we have a big tank. Again, I just want to see how Amazing is playing out the fight. On this Elise, now he has more damage-focused build, because it's not like he's been too active in the early game. He hasn't been ganking like crazy or anything. He's been very, very safely farming and just warding up for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely glass cannon. Still has Strength of the Ages, still has extra health from the Rylai's, and also they have a Tahm Kench with Peel from Miffy as well. So they have ways of stopping that, especially if someone who's going to burst him, even on the front lines. Miffy still has exhaust, so there's ways to get around that.
Because the thing is, I mean, G2's composition in the late game, we talked about how Malphite obviously doesn't have the damage to kill anyone late game. Graves will build this very bruiser build where he has good damage, but not like sustained overall damage. And it's very tricky for Kalista to often get in and get multiple rents down in late game teamfights. So G2 could see themselves in a situation, if they don't get that perfect engage, they don't take down a target. Blue Bull Ezreal is so difficult to catch. Morphman Morgy is coming in for Power Vivo, blocking the AP damage from Malphite and Ahri together. So OG might just look to have these very long, extended fights.
Yep. Again, they want to just reset the fight with the Janna in the middle. That's their main goal, and then they exhaust the next aggressor. And at that point, the fight is lost. Flankier comes in, Power Vivo drops.
Wow, they actually pick up the kill there as Kickers comes in, and now the follow-up onto Miffy. He'll have to flash away, and now G2 are open to take that middle tower, and that's big for G2, so they can start putting this pressure down and actually start pressuring OG. Nice engage there by Kickers.
And very good move sneaking into the jungle of Origin. Instead of waiting around, he just pulls the trigger.
Well, you can see some of the damage coming in here from a more AP-focused build coming out from Amazing. He'll be following up here. Repel comes up, and he comes back down. Is this too far? Soaz is over the wall. He has the Devour available, and Sven even jumps in aggressively with the Arcane Shift. Emperor dodges out of the Cocoon with his passive, and that's still that one kill over to Power Reveal after all of that.
Amazing knew he could go aggressive, because G2's composition is like, again, it's like a shotgun. It's a one trick, you know.
Yeah.
Just fire once, you have ulti from Ahri. Once that is gone, she loses a lot of value. Malphite ulti, Graves ulti, like very important ultis for G2. They were all down from the fight. So now Origin understand, okay, we can go aggressive. We're not afraid of these guys engaging on us.
And now the push in the middle lane. OG managed to get that counter mid turret after that. So just taking one tower at a time, play for play. Take a look at some of the item builds as well. Looks like Murman has actually been finished by Sven in the bottom lane, building towards the Bladed Ruin King.
Yeah, just wants to kite. Going Borg with Janna later on. Ezreal, already so hard to catch. If you add some utility support to him, like Lulu, like Janna, it becomes incredibly hard to deal with him. And late game, again, he can always choose to opt in aggressively with that Arcane Shift, guaranteeing almost the next Q to hit. At that point, that threat, that will be, at the start of the game, it's maybe 20%, but right now it'll be 30, 40% in the later stages. So you always have to respect that zone that an Ezreal offers offensively, and worst case, he uses defensively and gets out.
Oof, a lot of damage coming out from Perks. Thunderlord's procced off there with the true damage swing of Deception.
Maybe wise for Sven to still look into a QSS, because even when you're knocked up, you can disable part of the knockup, and then use a mobility spell. So you can't disable it and move, but you can disable it and flash or arcane shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird interaction where you basically get stunned when you knock up with the fullest in the air. That counts as stun in that sense.
Ooh. Tagged Perks, and that was a full damage, didn't even pass through any minions, so wasn't that enough? Perks had to use his ultimate though.
Well, because G2 has been slowed down so much by Origin reading where's the aggressive play is going to happen, set up defensive vision every single time for it, and have all the team there, the entire team there. G2 has not been able to now push out every single lane and then play around those 2 strong lanes with just a dead lane where Kickers is. That has allowed Origin to actually group quite a few times now. There's a counterplay happening. 5-man goes for Dragon. G2 is saying, let's try and force something top here. We have a lot of damage on these towers. Origin is reacting, but slowly.
Yeah, we'll see how fast they can react. The tower's already going down. Kickers actually tanked up the tower before the minions arrived. Still, they could get the reduction. Now, where do G2 move from here? Maybe try and get some of that Baron vision. Stay in the jungle, meaning that Origin have to take the long route to get from lane to lane. And they sweep the jungle while they're at it.
With Sven just ulting the wave mid, though, he understands. If this hits the tower, there's a chance I get dove and killed. Instant clear it out beforehand, forcing G2 to just disengage and start setting up other things in the river. And the reason Origin takes that trade is because they aren't 3 dragons for 0 now. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been worth it.
Yeah, we see a Baron being made here by G2. They almost have to do it because Soaz in the bot lane is setting up the next play for Origin. So G2 caught between a rock and a hard place, and they're looking to go for the Baron. No 50-50 because of Rend.
They have this small window, and Amazing jumps over the wall. He's going to try and smite it, but there's the Ren you were talking about. Emperor secures that Baron. And the Kickers with the engage onto Soaz and Power of Evil. Soaz just can't save his ally. He'll surely be going down as well as he preemptively pops his E for the extra shield. Miffy gets blown apart in the back lines as he's hanging out with Sven. 3 for 0, and the Baron over the gamers too.
And this is a good game read from G2 because they finally identified the only play they could make. If they don't go for the Baron right there, they will be behind the play because Soaz was setting up a slow push in the bot lane. Origin will base, push out the mid lane. Suddenly, the vision comes back. But because they use that rotation to the top, back off to the Baron. They get the Baron, the buff, 4 kills, and a siege in the mid lane.
How much can they take from this? They're taking the inhibitor tower. The inhibitor would go down as well. G2 are fairly low on mana. I'm not sure they can push further, and Sven is still alive, but still, an inhibitor off of that is huge.
And you see just how much Origin was not calculating the fact that they're playing against Kalista, because the play was fine if it's a 50-50 Baron, especially if you're calculating that it's an at least execute, but Rend completely changes that equation.
The thing is, I'm surprised that Origin actually could allow that Baron to be started and set up by G2 after they walked through the jungle. They knew they were in there, they knew they walked out to the river. I'm just re-watching it over on my screen to see what Origin is doing after the push. Sven actually recalls in mid lane in open vision. He just starts recalling. So G2 basically says, okay, we just took top tower, we moved through your jungle, you did clear the wave, that was good. But you can't just say like, oh, the play is over, everyone is gonna recall. Sven recalled himself, rest of Origin were just kind of running around the mid-tier 2 tower, and then G2 pulls the trigger and instant goes Baron. So Origin were like doing the right thing at first, and then it went wrong.
I have a couple of things to mention. First of all is Zerat Portal,
wow,
which I've been saying for a while could be potentially good, because basically you just stick it in a place that's difficult to get to, and it will always push out the wave. If you put it underneath a tower like early game, you just can't kill it.
This is a tank's only way of actually threatening towers in a split push. Soaz knows that Malphite can never do anything to him 1v1. And if he can actually pressure towers with their portal, he might draw some attention from G2. The problem is now they lost the Baron, so this portal will do nothing at this point.
Yeah, the portal right now is completely nullified. If you play a poke siege composition, your greatest ally is Baron, but also your greatest nemesis is the Baron buff, because suddenly your wave clear is nullified. It makes it so easy for G2 to either split push, set up an engage. Malphite is a tank that now becomes a split pusher because of the Baron buff. He doesn't need his Rock Portal. He just has it built in the Baron buff.
But if he had one, plus Baron,
it would be insane.
Useless. It would be redundant.
Well,
so
they're going
insane
for this 1v1 fight. Actually, defensive ultimate that used there by Kickers, because some of the members of Origin went off the map. He was a little scared. He didn't want to get picked up. Bottom tower gets taken regardless, so it doesn't really matter.
Once again, look back the last few minutes, Origin very slow at like reacting to what's happening. Source was staying bot lane for such a long time that Kickers had time to walk all the way up and take down a tower.
It felt like they were shot calling and setting up plays without looking at what their opponents could do. You very often see this in teams that are like in phase 1 of shot call building. They're like, okay guys, we'll set up a slow push in the bot lane, we'll get out mid, we clear the wave, we're fine, but they don't calculate in what the opposing team's play is. So if you're only looking from one perspective and not from both, then you will run into situations where you get out rotated, where you get surprised. The same way kind of G2 was doing it earlier when they had that rotation in the bot lane. They only saw their own play. They're like, we have to do this, we have to do this, it's the only play. But you don't calculate in the counterplay from Origin. So both teams have made some crucial errors in the macro. Sadly enough, for Origin, it was just a 1-5 that they got for their right call. For G2, it was a Baron, an inhibitor mid, another tower in the bot lane, and a tower in the top lane in the base. So a game-winning Baron, pretty much, for G2 Esports.
really liked what OG did, though, up until that point. Again, I understand taking a third dragon, because you have 3 dragons to 0, 26 minutes, so you can play for 5 dragons in that sense and trade it for tower. As long as you then don't obviously give up a free Baron right after. And let's see
this could be big. Potential pick on here, or maybe onto Power of Evil. He'll get swallowed up by Soaz, who should be able to save him. Throw him into the Monsoon for some healing. Sven over the wall, way too aggressive, and gets shut down by Perks. In the top lane though, Gamers 2 are pushing in for this inhibitor, and Origin are trying to recall, but there's 2 people in the mid lane who can stop those recalls from happening.
And G2 are just getting everything. Okay,
one-on-one.
Okay,
Power of
Evil
Evil
got a kill, but he lost inhibitor. I don't think G2 can finish them with him dying.
Yeah, now just buying time right now.
Power of Evil coming back in, but Soaz may be caught in this bottom side. He's very tanky. It's difficult to get this pick to happen. He still has a great health. There it is. Miffy is there to support him with yet another shield. Hybrid trying to get the lockdown onto Elise. And Gamers 2 trying to chip away at these turrets. OG are there to defend. Maybe they can get one. A second might be over ambitious. Emperor again, another aggressive flash in. This time with the heal. OG are forced back to their fountain, but now they have the home guards. After 20 minutes, they can chase them out of the base.
Yes, Sven is spawning. They're pinging the Baron. Obviously, we don't have the spectator bug here. Soaz comes in for the flank. If G2 drop here, this could be a potential counter Baron from OG.
Trying to punish hard here with Soaz using that Abyssal Voyage, but can't close the noose. And G2 managed to escape. The smoke screen comes out. More slows coming in from the Winter's Bite. And now G2 are able to back off.
Yeah, we don't have the Baron timer here. Production just told me it's still 1:30 away. We're guessing right here. We're in the dark.
Counter Baron setup.
Counter Baron setup into a Baron. But yeah, 4th Dragon's on the table too for Origin, so that is their late game win condition too. They've been setting that up. They cost them the tier 2 tower earlier. I don't think the 3rd Dragon necessarily led to the Baron.
No.
That was another mistake.
Again, Origin, after trading for that Dragon, which we felt like was fine, that's where the collapse kind of happened for the team. Honestly, ignoring the fact that Baron was an option. G2 might look to fight now.
G2 looking for yet another punish, but Soaz with the save throws out Power of Evil, and Amazing is here as well. He comes back down from the repel, but he's caught out. He will be going down. And Perks looking for another follow-up, uses the Spirit Rush, misses the charm, but still has more damage with him. Sven is one of the stragglers. He'll have to jump back, and Soaz once again with a saving Devour. A 1-0 to G2, looking to take more.
Good top lane, massive wave coming in. G2, they can look to put some pressure on his Nexus tower or go back, take the Dragon. The inhibitor middle lane respawn, so they're taking that now. Complete control. That's the second or third Ezreal ulti that I've seen collapse into a Braum shield, so no A game from Sven this game.
Yeah, maybe a little over-eager here. Perks, maybe if he can get a pick, but he's right into Power of Evil, who will punish with the Fast Bomb and the burst damage. Ultimate used for the disengage there by Hybrid. Abyssal Voyage could be a good punish from Soaz, but he'll immediately get chunked out. And now his team with the follow-up. Now they need to get out because Power of Evil's low and Sven does not want to be caught in the crossfire. G2 back off.
Yeah, both teams want to rush to base because Baron is live in about 20 seconds, 25 right now. Now, actually, I lied. Production gave me the wrong number.
Is the wrong number, and G2 will go for that Baron. And this should go down with no troubles at all.
100%. I mean, the base is open. Perks was sitting in the jungle, setting up a potential catch. There's no vision from Origin. That second Dragon, or second Baron, for Origin. For G2, tilting the crap home with their timings being off. This should seal the deal. I mean, Origin can take a Dragon, but that's 4 Dragons. You need number 5 to cash in, so that's not really going to be a whole lot of value for them.
It's like a retirement plan, you know? You keep putting money in it over and over and over. When you're 65, sure, you know, you get it all back, but
they're not going to get to 65 minutes in this game. That's the problem.
You definitely won't.
I don't even get the Dragon.
Wait, they do.
Man, then you know everything is going wrong. That's why you're basically saying, okay, whatever, this game is over anyway. I even lose the dragon because it starts resetting and healing, and then hybrid steals it.
The Winter's bite of vulnerabilities as well, but now G2 closing in, and that's what happens in the poke versus hard engage matchup. You make one mistake as you're trying to dance around. It's like a matador against a bull. If that bull hits you, you're dead, and that's currently what's happening with G2 going up against Origin, looking to seal the deal here. The first in-hit goes down, Amazing jumps in, trying to go in there and deal some damage, but he's just too squishy, and even the tank SOAS goes down. Power of Evil will be falling. Sven protect the fantasy points, and G2 go in and collect the win against Origin.
This game, we could praise Origin up until that Baron call, where they recall, you know, they kind of wander around the tower. G2 takes Baron, and then the second play that happens a few minutes later is where all of all of Origin is sitting on the bottom side, and Kiki just walks top and takes a free inhib turret. And you're like, that's two moments where you can see the communication just completely collapse for Origin. And G2 punish them, because again, they do not hesitate. If they see an opening, they take it.
But you always have to wonder, OG, it's a very bold move to play a poke siege composition into a team that got both their wins last week from playing that exact style, which means they have a mastery of that style, know how to play against it, because they've obviously played against a lot of teams against Pokemon, because they were playing the damn Pokemons themselves. So very bold strategy, did not pay off there. G2 overloading on the hard engage, not afraid to go aggressive. Still need to find a plan B for when they get countered on plan A though.
Yeah, sure. I agree on that one. I still think though that Origin, honestly, up until that Baron, were in a position where they could start sieging and using their composition. You had fully stacked tier from the Ezreal. We had seen that first team fight where nobody died because of Janet, because of Tahm Kench. But then once you lose that Baron, and like that's your massive window to kind of break into the game and start getting your advantage, everything just falls apart, obviously. And
yeah, I mean, what a call though, to go for that Baron at that one time as soon as they went for that play. You're pointing very excitedly at Iceborne Gauntlet on Malphite.
No,
I agree with you.
Not that one.
Portal.
Ezreal Portal. Oh, he finished the build.
It's
also,
the portal.
I like Iceborne Gauntlet on Malphite. You build that
of
early
course. I mean,
with
you build
Thunderlords, you pop the AD carry, it's OP.
So if you're wondering what's happening at home, and we're back on screen right now, while we're delivering our analysis, or at least trying to, we have this guy sitting here like pointing at a screen and not knowing what he's pointing at. Apparently there's a zero portal. He
built the portal
by Kikis at the very end of the game. It did absolutely nothing.
I don't care.
A victory.
Baron buff and portal. That is insane.
It won them the game.
It basically won the game for G2. That one
was it
item.
even placed down?
I think he placed it before the game even ended, because he just bought it now. It did absolutely nothing. It was completely useless. Anyway, but
thank you for your contribution there.
I think he saw Source build it and he wanted to join in. So now we've seen 2 portals in
That's
one game.
true. That has changed the stats significantly.
Breaking the meta right here in Europe.
But that's very annoying. If you put it on like Udyr jungle, seriously, it's the worst thing. Not because I got triggered last night by that same thing happening.
Totally not.
But no,
cool
really cool story, bro. But that was a really good win by Gamers 2. Like, they've been taking names. Like, they've defeated Fnatic. Now Origin, they took down Unicorns of Love as well, who have been performing exceptionally. Like, who stops G2 now?
We're still waiting to see...
Yeah, H2K. Let's go. It's on you.
Likely, but we're still seeing the same issues with G2. I mean, we have to rate them almost on execution. When you have a team that is playing as well, you expect them to do well and win a lot, so you kind of started criticizing some of the more type of finesse type of points, you know? So they need to start looking for second play, and that's what I wondered. Can they get that second play communicated quickly when teams start predicting their plays, but you have that rotation on the bot lane? What happens when you then try to go top and then you play against a good team and they're prepared for that? You constantly have to be on the fly. Then the in-game shot calling may be slowed down enough by the communication issues, the language barriers, and that's when I see G2 kind of hitting their ceiling.
Yeah, but the teams in Europe at the moment, outside of H2K, who did beat them before, haven't been good enough to do that. Again, the mechanical skill and like that aggressive approach is very, very good in the start of the season when teams are still trying to figure out, you know, synergy, macro strategy, and everything. So it is working for G2. They definitely deserve every single win they've picked up so far. And I think if they look back at the H2K game they lost, they will look at the pick and ban phase and say this game was over in the pick and ban almost. So I'm looking forward to that rematch, because for now, those are the 2 best teams.
This is not the same team that picked an Udyr jungle and just kind of, you know, walked around the map and did nothing. So they're just also good at identifying when a team is making a play that is overreaching. So sometimes when you get hard engaged upon, you kind of respect your enemy team enough to say, okay, they must have a plan what they're doing this. But Origin at multiple points in this game did not have a plan. They were just like, package in, see what happens. Perks turns around, 1v3s, Sven shifts in aggressively, he gets caught. So they're really good at identifying the boundaries and the edges of their the zones.
Do you think that goes back all the way to Champion Select? Because they left those 2 picks open, Callista and Corki, and we've seen how well they play around the Callista, but haven't seen the Corki yet. Now they're playing with it. Is that something they were unprepared for? Because there was some evidence in that game to support that.
I mean, yeah, sure, it's the first week Origin is playing it, but you've had 2-3 weeks in scrims, seeing it.
They should be prepared.
You should, of course, you should be prepared to play the Corki. And again, the Siege comp worked okay up until that mistake around Baron.
Well, that's it from us. We're going to check in with the analyst desk to see what they think.
Thank you very much, guys. We are joined here by Kikis and Perks after yet another victory for G2, this time over OG. And I want to talk about the pick and ban phase. Very interesting. We were discussing a lot about if Lulu or Corki would get through, and the thought was no. Yet Corki was up. Kikis, what was the game plan in those pick and bans? Because you decided to first pick Callista on the other end.
Yeah, well, the game plan basically was, okay, don't let enemies Kalista and Alistar, because Miffy and Snils or Sven are really known for this combo, and they're really good at these champions, and they can like 2v8 the game by themselves. So we just needed to make sure that we don't let enemy bot lane to carry the game, because they're the main like carry potential. And we just wanted to pick Kalista because she's a really powerhouse pick right now, and I think she's the best ADC right now.
Very interesting. We've been talking about the picks and bans a lot. Perks, you put out a tweet, I think it may have been yesterday, that was like, hey, everybody, I'm going to not play Corki this week. And then it's available. Obviously, they take it. You didn't struggle in the Ahri Corki. We're actually going to take a look at a replay. Maybe you could walk us through exactly how this 1 versus 1 early game plays out.
Well, I saw Amazing was fighting Trick in the jungle, and then he went to Kapul me or something, and he missed, and then Corki walked up randomly, and he was just dead then.
So is that a matchup that you would take like all the time? Give them the Corki if you can have the Ahri?
I mean, it's the matchup I'm comfortable playing with, but I don't think it's one-sided or to any side, because Corki kind of wins before 6. Once I get like another Dorans and no magic mantle, since he's mostly magic damage, I can like out-trade him and stuff. But then he went for like Hexdrinker and 2 Doran's Blades, and at one point he had 500 HP more than me, and I was like, what is happening?
On the other hand, with that item, you obviously noticed that he went for the Hexdrinker before finishing off the Trinity Force. What did that signal to you guys as a team in terms of OG's play after?
Well, it kind of indicates a slow play instead of like a fast play with Corki, which your point is to get Triforce and then Sork Boots, and then you go mid and Siege. And with buying Hexdrinker, which is like 1.4k gold, you delay that a lot, and you just delay your power spike. I don't think it's worth it.
I feel very much the same. I want to shift up to the top lane now to you, Kikis. 4 weeks in on your LCS top lane debut. We've got another replay that we want to look at. This time it's a teleport play from you up into top lane. Can you talk us through this play?
Well, overall, like, we are looking whole game for TP play, because Malphite has really good TP potential, and it's all better than Tankenge. So we had the ward setup behind them, so whenever there was opportunity to, my bot lane just went really aggressive because enemy overextended, and we were able to pick up 1 kill, almost 2. It was really close, but we were able to take the turret and just have advantage on the game.
This play again to me signals that aggression that you guys have. I heard Perks mentioning in an interview last week about how you use Google Translate even in your post-game discussions. Does that aggression stem from the fact that sometimes you guys are not on the same page, or is that a well-thought-out strategy of the team?
It's more just like us having really good synergy with each other, because like, for example, the Google Translate, like, it's a rare thing, and it's only after the games to explain something or communicate better. But in game, even though we have 2 Korean players that aren't fluent in English yet, though they're really improving fast, and there's a change between the start and right now. I think our communication is great for the time being, and it can still improve, of course, but I'm very happy with how our team operates.
Last question, a little bit less focused on the game, perhaps. You guys just got your gaming house. Perks, I think this is the first time you've been in a gaming house, if I'm not mistaken. How's it been adapting to life with your teammates?
It's pretty cool to have a house instead of like living in the hotel and playing in the office, because like, you can just wake up, go play, and you can just play anytime you want, you know. And while you're in the hotel and office, like, you CBA walking 5-6 minutes to the office in the night, you know. So it's really cool.
And I really want to shout out the G2 for getting us the gaming house because it's actually really great and everyone has single rooms and we have everything that we need to actually succeed.
Living that pro player life, all you need is a yacht and you'll be all the way in. But congratulations, great run so far from you guys. Another victory on the board for G2. For us, it's time for a caster cooldown as Roccat gear up to take on the Unicorns of Love. Before we go though, a reminder that the European Challenger Series continues on February 9th at 6 p.m. Central European Time.
And we've got the Copenhagen Wolves facing Millennium in a top flight matchup. Millennium have Joko back after a brief stint on the Unicorns of Love, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on that team. Until then, though, there's plenty more League of Legends Championship Series action from us coming your way as these plays finish out on your screen. We're going to head off to a commercial break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Well, with the comps logged in, it's time to see who's really OP between G2 and Origin. Perk's actually turning on Power of Evil in the mid lane. He's going to flash away, but the Ignite will take him down for the first blood. Amazing with the re-engage, and they pick up the kill onto Emperor. Now Amazing goes down.
Nice. Get this. Corki.
Nice. G2 looking for yet another punish, but Soaz with the save. Throws out Power of Evil, and Amazing is here as well. Amazing jumps in, trying to go in there and deal some damage, but he's just too squishy. And even the tank Soaz goes down. Power of Evil will be falling. And G2 go in and collect the win against Origin.
Welcome back. Devin Pyrotechnics Young here, joined by Sheepy, the coach of the Unicorns of Love. Thanks for joining me. And I want to ask you about what it's like to be a coach for this organization. This has quite a lot of stories for only 2 years. Second year as head coach. What have you learned in that time?
Actually, it changes a lot. Like in the beginning, it was basically me turning from a player into a coach and also taking over the management role, but more and more time I've spent in the last 4 months. I could actually focus more on coaching and actually get more educated, because in the end, that's what I'm giving to my players. So I think I've grown up actually a lot, and so has the whole organization.
I definitely like to hear about the org as well. Since you guys started off playing Go for Lol small tournaments, how has the org itself really changed over the couple of years you've been in part of it?
It's a tremendous change. Like in the beginning, we have been just 5 people playing and trying to find the time, and we had small steps like Go for Lol. And now we've turned into this really big organization, actually, with people working together, living together. We have a second department as well, and it's just going really well, and it actually becomes more professional. I think that's also something that is echoed in the way we play right now compared to before, where right now we have everything scheduled, and it's way more everybody being in place where they should be.
I really noticed the difference with these Unicorns compared to last year. And that was kind of what I wanted to talk to you about as well. What is this paradigm shift? What has happened, aside from this more structure that you've brought in, that has changed the Unicorns from chaos style to a smooth oiled machine?
I have to say 50% is kind of from what the players are individually bringing in. Steelback has been somebody who has been very focused on how we play the macro game, and I think he's also been very, very dedicated to how he's playing League of Legends. For me, I've been learning a lot from Horo, who was short time our jungler, but he is bringing in a lot of Korean mentality. And in the break that I had, I actually had a lot of time to think about how I want to approach the game. And I think that everybody coming together, like the players bringing in more influence as well, focusing on macro game, and me actually taking it more important as well, has brought us to the point where we're actually playing very, very good League of Legends and strategic League of Legends compared to before.
Well, you absolutely have adopted that much more strategic approach, and it's definitely showing through in your results right now. So you guys are set to play off against Roccat coming up today. And for your team, you've brought in a new jungler now, Rudy. Is he a long-term solution, and why did you decide on him particularly?
That was actually something we were not extremely sure how we would do it. We had the Facebook announcement, we had so many applicants, I think like 150. And from all of them, there was also Rudy inside who we've been looking at before. Somebody who was more regarded as, I would guess, a troll, because he always writes, "Hi, it's Rudy." But he's taking the game very seriously, he's very motivated, and only time can tell how long he is here with us. Right now, it would be for us the long-term solution. He has a lot of talent, and we actually want to explore how far it goes. Being unfortunate with the whole Diamond Proc situation, we're still looking into what we can do there. But right now, we're really happy with Rudy, and I'm actually happy to see how is he debuting on the stage today.
I'm excited to see how he does as well, and good luck to your team, Sheepy. So thanks again for taking the time with me, man.
Very cool to hear from Sheepy there. I still remember the first competitive game I cast of the Unicorns of Love almost 2 years ago now in the Face It tournament, and it just blew everyone away. They just destroyed, who was it? It was Cloud9 Eclipse at the time, and it was incredible. So seeing them grow as an organization and with their gameplay as well, as Sheepy was mentioning, strategic play, really cool to see.
Yeah, and I'm just reading the in-game chat that the pro players have between themselves, and I've never seen this much action. Rudy comes into the lobby, he writes, "Hi, it's Rudy." Extinct immediately replies, and he goes, "Yeah, what role do you prefer, Rudy?" Rudy obviously goes jungle only, so it does seem that he's comfortable on the stage so far.
There he is, on your screen.
Yep. But yeah, the Unicorns, they need to continue what they started with Diamond Procs, what they elongated with Joko, and now what they have with Rudy in the jungle here, the same type of play. We didn't see any change from them so far in terms of gameplay once Joko comes in, but now with Rudy, with no competitive experience so far, no challenger shenanigans that he's been up to, how can they do it? Can they continue? That is the question.
Well, that's the big difference, right? Because you have Dimeprox versus Joko, who there was no difference. Now changing to another one, it'd be interesting to see. But as we get into picks and bans, let's run down those rosters. So first up on the blue side, it is Freddy in the top lane. In the jungle, Airwax with mid lane Betsy, Tabs in AD carry, Extinct in support, and in coach, Fresh.
Yeah, and Tabs coming here too. Another roster change that we haven't talked about much. But let's first switch over to the red side. The Unicorns of Love, obviously, in the top lane. More of a carry-oriented playstyle right now. Vizichachi in the jungle, obviously. Rudy coming in. Fox still in the mid lane. Steel back on AD carry. Support is still Healy-Sang, and as we heard just from the coach, that is still, in fact, Sheepy.
It is indeed, and looks like they're having a good time on stage, which is good to see. Like Rudy actually joining the team there.
It's always a good time on stage before the game. Everybody's always happy. It's after the game that things may get.
And during the game as well, if things go rough. And because Rudy is a big solo queue player, like Joko came in from Millennium. He had a team already, and he'd been practicing with them a lot. I want to see how like a solo queue player, a good one at that, actually gets involved in the team.
And it could be interesting how both these substitutes influence the play. If you plug and play a more solo queue oriented player, you will take hits in the macro department. You become a little bit more unpredictable in the early game, sure, but you take some hits in the macro department. As opposed to Roccat, who got rid of Saphir, and they now have Tabs, a very macro, big picture oriented AD carry who likes to meddle a little bit in shot calling. We actually could see what we've been waiting for from Roccat, the mid to late game decision making, because early to mid, even in their losses, Roccat have shown resilience, tenacity, but they just can't drive it home.
Yeah, Tabs disappeared for a little bit out of the LCS, but has been remaining in Challenger, where he's been doing fairly well. Failed to qualify into EUCS, but is now in here with Roccat, so I want to see what he can do over Saphir. With those first bans coming through, Corki and Lucian, so all of those AD carries, even Quinn and Gray's banned on the other side, it's marked from the season, boys.
Yeah, so we're looking at a Kalista first pick almost. It almost has to be, or at least Kalista pressure. Poppy banned out now, which is a hard counter, or, well yeah, I'd call it a hard counter against Kalista, because it disables the hops, you know, with the combo tool from the ultimate, you pretty much can one-shot her, so Roccat eyeing that Kalista first pick pretty hard, and Unicorns, they need to see if they can leave up open enough to trade, maybe get the Fiora back on Vizichachi, or if they just straight up ban it and play a very interesting bot lane game then, where we may actually see another Vayne.
It could be very, very interesting. Elise is the final ban as well, aimed at Airwax, and it could be a plethora of things. Now, when we had that game where pretty much all the AD carries were banned and then Forgiven went on Caitlyn, like bringing them down to the AD carries and seeing what they can play when these are taken away will be very interesting. First pick as Kalista makes a lot of sense. It just depends what Unicorns of Love do and how much priority they get in the first two picks.
Yeah, we could see a Fiora Alistar rotation here. I definitely think we'll see Alistar being picked up early, because if you give away the Kalistar bot lane, you're asking for trouble. The amount of plays that can set up, it lanes well into a lot of things. It's just asking for trouble. So that's one pick. Now what's the second pick for the Unicorns? Kindred's available. You know, we've targeted Graves and Elise, so that could definitely be an option. That still is a flex pick, because with so many good AD carries off the table, Kindred AD carry actually becomes viable.
Only really seen Sven use it yet, but I mean, that was the game that took it out of place, so we'll see if any of the AD carries have picked that up since. Alistair was the other one, as you correctly predicted, coming in for Unicorns, and now waiting for the response from Roccat. Let's see where they go now. There's still a lot of good picks available.
Yeah, usually you pick either flex and support here, or you pick support jungle and you match it, because you've already seen part of the jungle. You can remove one of the stronger ones. Not sure what Woody's gonna pick up here. I'll even please Udyr jungle. No clue what the guy's been playing solo queue. Betsy hovering the TF. To do that blind is bold, but if you're gonna end up picking blind anyways, you may as well do it early and leave your you leave your lanes a little more counter pick potential.
Sure.
Definitely isn't a flex though, so hopefully at least Roccat gets some sort of flex in this rotation and just picks a safe support.
Well, Lulu actually made it through the bans, so she's going to be picked up here on further rotation, along with Braum for the bottom lane. So that's been picked up. Once again, the flex of Lulu and a support, like you were saying. So pretty much everything going to plan so far for Roccat.
Yeah, Betsy played it last night, 2 a.m. this morning. Played Ignite Lulu in the mid lane solo queue. I know, because we lost. I blame Betsy. No. Some other guy was feeding. But yeah, he played it yesterday. Hopefully he does go teleport, because I'm not the biggest fan of Ignite Lulu. Yes, you can force a little bit in your matchup 1-6, but I feel what you can gain from enabling Lulu as another split push tool, being able to teleport down to the bot lane, provide more utility, I think that's better off.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a great example of that with Nuke going up against Selfie, and he got the kill in lane, great, but then you don't have the teleport for the rest of the game, and it just meant that they couldn't do anything else with it. So yeah, you can pick up the kill there, but teleport definitely good in the long term, especially because Lulu isn't a champion you're going to snowball off your opponent super hard with. Then again, it could be in a different role other than mid lane, we'll just have to see. And those summon spells are subject to change. Now waiting for the next two pickups from Roccat, as we have the lock-ins from Unicorns, Victor and Ezreal. So again, more flex. Could be mid, could be AD carry.
Such an annoying lane to play against, as well as Alistar. There was one pro player that complained about it. I think it was Mithy, not sure. that we just can remove these Alistar Ezreal lanes from solo queue, because Ezreal probably the safest 1v2 farming laner because he can just Q spam. And then if he does take a bad trade trying to go for CS, Alistar will just put 2 points in heal him up. It's a good reaction to Braum Kalista. Pretty safe overall. See some play over in LCK too. Yeah. When the Kalista's out of the equation. And then Victor into Lulu is a matchup we see very often because it's pretty much a guaranteed early game for Victor, which is kind of the only level or the only window where you can punish him before he becomes a late game powerhouse where he does a lot more damage in the team fights. Lulu does the utility. So Unicorn's looking for a late game scaling composition so far.
Ah, interesting. So we have the Lee Sin picked up, kind of nothing out of the normal there, but a Maokai locked in. And now, this is the first time we've seen the Maokai here, but in EUCS has been picked up. In LCK, even we saw CJ Enters pick it up in the top lane. Had pretty good success as well, and has been great into some of the picks we've seen recently.
Yeah, I don't like the Maokai though.
I like it.
Because it's so... When you play a protect the AD carry composition, and all your eggs are on the AD carry basket, it almost has to be like a hyper carry in the late game. Kalista is not a late game hyper carry. I mean, okay, this is arguing semantics. Somebody's gonna take that quote, put it on all. It's like, Kalista, not a late game hyper carry. In this lineup, it's incredibly hard, especially because she won't be able to get a kill immediately against the Kindred ultimate, and then she just risks getting blown up by the Victor AoE. Now Gangplank comes in. Rocket's lineup will run out of steam, so they need to spike in the mid game. They need to make picks with the Lee Sin. They need to flank and make use of the aggressive engage of the Maokai to then enable taps to carry in the mid game. If they slow down the game on the sides of Unicorns and it goes late, Victor, Gangplank, Blue Ezreal, they all outscale their counterparts, and suddenly Rocket will be in trouble.
Difficulties here for sure. I am definitely biased because I love Maokai. It's my most played champion for some reason. But yeah, 20 seconds left on here. Maybe missing a beat with Gangplank being left up as well. That could be a difficult matchup in the top lane. We'll see as we are about to get into game very shortly.
Yeah, looking at summoners here, Hylissang still with the Ignite.
Yeah.
Bold. When you play against the hyper carry composition and there's only one real exhaust target, that you then just get so much value from exhausting, generally, it's worth running exhaust.
I just saw Sheepy there. I wonder if he can keep up that strategic play as Rudy comes in once again. And we have those rosters. So make sure to join the discussion on Twitter. Hashtag RockWin and hashtag URLWin.
I love this graphic. Can you guess that Pokemon?
Yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hi, it's Rudy.
As we're loading into the game, we'll have a brief pause at the start of the game so we can look at some of these interactions. Yeah. Betsy ended up playing the Ignite Lulu. Fox ended up playing the Ignite Victor. Both champions can be argued for actually running either a defensive summoner or teleport, but they seem very selfish. Looks like they're playing these utility or either scaling mid laners, but none of them want to back up. It's like, no, I will win this lane.
Yeah.
Pre-6, I will take you down with Ignite.
But it's selfish as well into a matchup which is Victor Lulu. So it's just like, well, wild growth and then also movement speed from Fox and zoning tools. So very interesting to see in the mid lane. Implies they may be looking for like the 1v2s if they have jungler interaction or if they go from roam as well. But yeah, Ignites in the mid lane on Victor and Lulu. So I want to see how Maokai does as well. Seeing Maokai come back is good. He's been out of the meta for a while. He's just simply outclassed by the other tanks we've been seeing. Malphite, for example, Tam Kench, so much utility. And Maokai, he's kind of stuck and rooted in his own ways. His old ways, rather.
Yeah, Fox right now, we need to see if he can prove himself on a champion that is not Zed overall. He's done fine so far in the season, exceeded expectations. Many people thought he was just a remnant of the past, you know, had his time, didn't really shine. Many people just in general thought that the Unicorns of Love did not have a carry in the team. Then Diamond came in and he kind of supplemented. If everybody was a 0.8 out of 1 carry, then Diamond, you know, fulfilled that remaining 0.6 to make 3 carries out of that team. But now he's gone. Joko replaced him. Rudy is in right now. Has that damage. Maybe that's why his laners are all playing Ignite, because they just want to make him feel comfortable when he ganks that there is damage on the lanes. It's a different dynamic to play a more safe style with exhaust. It's also interesting that they go for a slow early game and aim for the late game when they have a more solo queue player in there.
Yeah.
Solo queue not known for stalling elegantly. You may stall, but
Indeed.
It will be in a different fashion. So we need to see how just the macro plays out, or if Rocket go for a lane swap, because junglers can get very confused in lane swaps.
I mean, you can't just fashion your team around the fact you have a solo queue player in the jungle. However, at the same time, they didn't do that with Joko. However, he did have that backing before. With Rudy here, can he fulfill that role? We'll have to see. taking his headset off there.
Yeah, Rudy back on stage right now. Take a little bit of break. Maybe nervous. Who knows?
Could
But
be anything.
could be a wealth of things. But yeah, maybe just had to do a little dance backstage. We could have seen a lane swap here though from Rocket. They didn't draft the composition I kind of likes lane swapping, because if you speed up to the mid game, yeah, it's kind of hard to force into a Victor when that mid lane tower will always be defended. You kind of have to dive him.
Right.
And Kalista Braum kind of wants to lane, even though it's a dead lane. We need to see what happens once we actually get in game.
Yeah, indeed. Still currently paused. Don't have an update on what it is currently, but there was a cheer, so hopefully that is signs of good things to come. Unicorns of Love just been performing really well recently. Again, biggest thing is just how Rudy will perform, whether he goes too aggressive in the early game, because those lanes will not facilitate him in the way that he wants to. We'll see as we get into this game very shortly.
Yeah. The players are ready. We are turning our chairs, which means that we look into the camera. We even point at it because the screen's right there, and we are going into game.
Thank you for that intro, Crepo.
We always have our producer turn around.
Look beautiful.
Look into the camera.
Can't do that second
Show
one.
it some love. We try.
Yeah, and fail.
Welcome to Summoner's
We have a
Rift.
straight Martin Deficio Lunger here.
So,
hello.
As we're trying to cast this game, Deficio is like scavenging between desks because he's looking for something. Trying to find his badge. All right. Deficio, any
Good
opinions?
stuff.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Deficio can't find his
That's
badge.
unfortunate. I don't really have anything to offer you here. The teams are really just spacing out right now, and got that pink ward going down.
All right, so no lane stops, but it does seem that Rocket is at least preparing for one potentially, or predicting the counter swap. We obviously have no insight in what they're doing. I do think it is the right approach to go for a lane swap against the solo queue jungler, because we can map out level 1 to 3, but then later on, he just doesn't know what to do. You can only tell him so much before he has to start reacting in a macro, in a big picture environment in the LCS.
Well, Steelback is just waiting at base here. I wonder if standing in front of the minions will do anything.
He just wants to walk to the lane as late as he can, which is with the minion waves. They sent in the Alistar early to potentially confuse people, so this is like double mind games going on. Rocket, on the other hand, is going for the delayed invade, 139, so they want to stop the camp. So they're initiating the lane swap here, and they want to get information, you know. Is the bot lane doing the camp? Is the double jungle doing the camp? Well, Smite's been used, so they can actually duel for this.
Yeah, may have to just kind of back off here, and that's going to be rendered. I believe it was Chachi got it up. Yeah, 81 gold over to him, and now this camp is resetting, putting them behind, and Extinct will stay up there to pressure them away from it, and now Unicorns of Love have to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, so they're chased out of their jungle, whereas if you look at the Unicorns, they're starting in their own, Rocket rather, they're starting in their own red jungle, uncontested. So this is the equivalent of a 3-buff almost, if Extinct keeps being a pesky little annoying brat, but he's actually leaving that jungle. So there's still some camps to Unicorn. It doesn't matter as much in this meta where it's a very early 3-man group and the jungler solos, because there's just too many camps for him to take all at once. But it's a little bit of a win for Rocket at least.
Now Unicorns can go back onto their red. They actually went for the Raptors there just after that. Also noted that Rudy went for that pink ward at level 1 and picked up the health potion on top of that instead of opting for 2 extra ones because he is a ranged jungler and also going for the double jungle, so he's not going to be dropping low, and Chachi will take the brunt of that. Going to take a look at Keystones real quick. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Is Gangplank gone for Grafty and dying. Very good as you just shoot people with Parlay and you get the health back at range. Jungle going for Strength for the Ages though on Rudy, so going for slightly tankier stats. And then everything is pretty much the same. Pillar Sign going for Wind Speakers as well is something to note.
Gone are the days of the Penta Thunderlords. Finally, we see some diversity. Good choices here. Definitely love Wind Speakers on Alistar, especially if you play against a team that wants a team fight. So your choice, when you go for the Masteries, either you go Bond of Stone, if you're playing against very assassin type of types, or people that want to take one carry down in the team fight that you want to protect, that's when you go Bond of Stone. But when you play against a team fight composition, Wind Speakers, 5-man heal, you give 1,000, 2,000 gold worth of stats to your team. Definitely the right choice.
And Airwax taking down that pink ward, obliterated. Top lane now is going to go down to Rocket, and bottom lane should be falling at the same time. Chachi gets it.
Chachi gets it. I do like it when top laners freeze a tiny bit, but then push it out. I think that's still the best choice. There's always a play to be made where that ends up in your favor. Just want to get as much farm early on the destruction as we can. We see a correct bounce here, hopefully on the side of Rocket 2. Ready, can't screw it up. Yep, that lane pushes, but because they're behind the play, Freddy actually has to push really quickly right now, or otherwise Steelback will just start zoning him off the wave. Hylissang in support. Rudy, yeah, we can see here a little less hesitation. Rudy should not path this way. You saw him path up and then have to go down because he's confused. He's not quite sure where he has to be on the map.
Also doesn't know where the information is. He skirts around that ward being placed down, but he knew there was someone in that jungle placing down wards. So he successfully gets out of the way of that one. And now onto the Raptors. I wonder if he smites it, going for the Razor Sharp buff early into the game. Airwax is... did he smite? No, he did not. So he doesn't have the Razor Sharp.
He's just going to try and find some information. We see Freddy basing right now. Rocket's bot lane moves where they belong, back to the bot lane. Just keep your eyes on Vizichachi, you know. Can he grow that CS lead against Freddy? Can he scale into the middle parts of the game? Again, Unicorns want to slow down the wave pushes, the team fights by just using the Victor wave clear, using the Cannon Barrage where necessary. Rudy going here on a bit of a counter jungle with the backup from Hylissang. That is something Hylissang has improved tremendously in his play. His plays are no longer solo roams, they're in synergy with the jungler. And he's done that with 2 different jungles now, 3 in total, so that's definitely an improvement this season on the side of the Unicorns.
Yeah, and an upgrade before because he used to roam lane as the ship was sinking. And now this time, like, the lane can hold its own. He's actually just going because it makes sense to, rather than just going on the fly.
Yeah, Vizichachi pushed out the wave in the bottom, got a couple more CS compared to Freddy because the Unicorns were a little quicker. He bases, now he joins his team for the reverse mirror again on the top side. Again, this speeds up the goal for the Unicorns. They get quicker into the mid game. They get more access to early items for Vizichachi. Yes, it does open up the map, and that's usually where teams try to punish you in the mid lane. But because you're playing against the Victor, a potential Cannon Barrage, Rocket may find issues opening up that mid lane tower. So that is something you need to look for.
Well, bottom tower and top tower should be traded here very quickly. Both the junglers are actually just in each other's junglers, taking most of their camps, so just kind of swapping up on the map right now. Interesting to note that really went for Strength of the Ages. Oh, mid lane though, Betsy, the ultimate comes down, and Fox is actually being chased out. The Ignite may be paying dividends. He drops low, but he's out of there. Both of them do not burn the Ignite. Fox actually burns the flash over his Ignite as the towers fall in the side lanes.
Betsy forces that wave right there. He gets the Ignite for the flash. Luckily, for on the side of Unicorns, there's nobody to join on that play. Imagine if there was a sort of rotation coming up. Betsy forces out Fox, and then the tower is exposed. Unicorns right now picking up an early Herald. Not much benefit from it, really. They're not going to be able to push in and siege too much. So you can see how well Chachi can survive right now. Tabs on a long lane, level 4. Can definitely win that 1v1.
Rudy went for Strength of the Ages in the jungle. I'm going to hold that for a second as Extinct will find Chachi. Hitting with the Winter's Bite, but Oranges come out and Chachi will have to find a different position to retreat. Rudy actually leaves that ward up to live for another day. Maybe Hylissang gets it? Nope.
Oh, you don't see that ward, by the way, right there. That doesn't show in the tower. You can place it in between. It's right around the corner. It's one of my favorite wards to place because people, don't expect it to be there ever because they always assume the tower sees it. It's actually right around a little edge there and a cliff. You can do this in between any tier 1 and tier 2 towers anywhere on the map. There are points where you can place them in between around the edges. Because the ward itself doesn't see the tower, therefore the tower can't see it either. So it's a really good ward to place in the early game, especially if you want to avoid placing wards in the whole tower.
Today I learned. That's a cool one. Rudy and Hylissang taking away this red buff. Extinct up to the north side, maybe cutting off their escape. Freddy is a little slow to the punch, and they'll just be able to take away this ward. Still hanging around this jungle, especially as Airwax is coming in. They do have the support of Steelback, who is very close. Just a lot of wards being traded back and forth. Hylissang and Rudy. The duo. Both of these duos from both teams. The fake out coming in from Airwax. Trying to bait out that Pulverize, but the cow was too smart.
Yeah, look what Unicorns have done with his Herald buff. Again, these minions are not tankier, so they will die to the AoE. But Steelback is at least pressuring one lane with the buff. It leaves Tabs solo as Kalista in the top lane. Nobody to enable that W passive. And Vizichachi, if he survives right here, Unicorns kind of cement a good early game. Betsy going for a trade though. Fox having to be careful. If he keeps dying, or he keeps taking these trades in the mid lane, Fox, we could actually see that rotation from Rocket in the mid lane, and then that tower can fall. So, crucial goal for Unicorns is to keep the mid lane tower alive and make it so that Chachi survives in the top lane. Rocket, they want to break open the game. They want to find a fight somewhere.
Unicorns secure the dragon, despite them potentially having the advantage there as Lulu was pushing out the middle lane and they had Freddy in the bottom lane, but there was no vision for Roccat, so they couldn't go for that one.
And you can definitely tell that Betsy understands his purpose in this game right now in the way he itemizes. He's not going for a Catalyst rush. where he just wants to, tie farm, make sure he gets sustained. Hang on, Airwax here.
The burst coming out for Fox. This might be a decision he regrets and has to jump to Betsy to burn his ultimate to keep him alive. There's the Ezreal ultimate. Once again, dropping Airwax low. Do you have any more globals? Chachi's already used his ultimate, unfortunately.
Teleport would be the only thing. Yeah, good turnaround right there. Almost killing Fox. We need to see if there's more wave clear coming in the mid lane. And look at Betsy as well, Blasting one, 2 Dorans, and a mana Sapphire Crystal router just to get more combat stats aggressively. He just wants to keep raiding onto Fox. He doesn't care about health. He doesn't care about defensive stats. He just wants to go ham.
Airwax versus Merkwolves. Airwax wins and will be helping donate this blue buff over. In terms of jungle build, Rudy is slightly ahead, just picked up the warrior enchant, but Airwax has some gold as he recalls and most likely do so very soon. There we go. And because he went for Strength of Aegis as well, that will probably support the way he itemizes very well, because typically a Kindred jungle will itemize very similar to like a Graves or a Quinn, for example, with the Maw and the Sterax, and maybe even a Ghostblade thrown in there as well. But it's fairly like Glass Cannon, but very good at not being instantly bursted. And then with the Strength of the Ages, just kind of helps that, gives you more time to pop your ultimate, and then you can survive and go for a trade.
Yeah, if you look at the game, the way it's playing out, Rocket open up both tier 1 towers early. Good, they get the map. But they're struggling to get the deep vision they need to force the next play. We're looking at a 30 CS advantage between Vizichachi and Freddy, and that should not happen when you're running a tank, because Maokai is tanky and is engaged, but if he's this far behind in CS, he's just going to melt in fights, and he doesn't offer any damage. As you're looking at Vizichachi comfortably farming up right now. Has another 1.5k gold in the bank that he's ready to spend. He's not even being forced to shop. He's getting that much leeway from the opposing team. So Rocket, they're finally moving in. They're grouping in for deep vision. This is setting up a play that they want to make. Either catch somebody rotating, set up a flank. Betsy continuously has the pressure here in mid. Fox is just stuck right here in the tower. Steelback is trying to match that pressure in the bot lane, force somebody from Rocket to peel away from that united squad, Split them up. Make sure that they play the wave clear game and stall the game. That's the Unicorns' goal. But the Rocket, they want to find an opening, force play somewhere.
Now, divide and conquer. Currently, Unicorns of Love are slightly ahead in this game. 1,000 gold. All of that is literally just from farm in the lanes. I believe Dragon will be coming in 2 minutes, as we heard from production. But don't trust that number. Could be wrong.
No, they were actually right. I just couldn't count in my head.
Oh, okay, okay. Man, you turned me against production. It was you.
Yep. Mutiny.
Well. In the top lane. Oh, Extinct. That's going to be seen out here by Steelback. Level 5, by the way, so is Hiller Sign, so don't have the ultimates just yet if you get involved in a fight. But, yeah, Rudy into the enemy jungle once again.
When the entire goal of your team comp is to stall at the late game and your jungler is hiding it for an assassination attempt in the jungle, you may think that you're not on the same page.
Maybe, but Rudy is
actually going to try
waiting for a victim.
Look what they're doing. They're group sieging in the mid. They're waiting to find taps. Your face check.
Walking past Rudy, and here comes the engage. He's dropping low and has the E ready to go. There's the ultimate from Chachi, and Taps is going to be retreating underneath the tower. Ultimate from Steelback. Will it connect? Not quite. Taps with the sidestep. He knew that one was coming.
So this is actually impressive from Unicorns. They forced play in the mid, and they know that Rocket will send over the AD carry to react, so they wait for him in the wings. They use Cannon Barrage too. Force the flash from Taps. Rudy not forced to use any summoners, and this buys so much time because that dragon that was 2 minutes earlier will now be soon. I'm not going to use any absolute terms.
Okay.
And then Unicorns can set up, take the second dragon, or let Rocket take it and just set up the waves in the top lane. Because they got that first dragon, so valuable for them. And they haven't lost their mid lane power yet. And Rocket, they're struggling to find an opening. Rudy even steals the enemy red buff here.
Taking that one away, he'll head back into his river. Top lane, Freddy is building towards an Iceborne Gauntlet. I wanted to see what his item build was, because in Challenger we saw a Rod of Ages. In LCK we've seen Righteous Glory. That Sentinel did actually not catch Rudy as he went back, so no information gained there by Rocket. But yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet from Freddy. Well, fairly good itemization against the Gangplank there. You can also juke out of the way of his barrels with Twisted Advance, because it does make you untargetable. But you have to get the timing very right.
Yep. You can even dodge Cardus ulti with it. Yeah, do it right. No Cardus in this game, so that actually doesn't matter.
But someday soon.
One day you may find yourself caught.
And now you know. So you try it and you come up too soon. You have to try and get it when you're the furthest away from what you're trying to jump to, because it gives you more time where you're untargetable instead of going point blank, and it's like, well, that was unlucky. Rudy jungles once again. Extinct is there to be jumped to from Airwax. Responds with Winter's Bite. That's the Q. And Airwax's body is telling him no, so he'll listen to it.
Yeah, 4 people in the mid lane. No instant wave clear just yet from the Victor, so they're gonna chip away at the tower, at least a couple hits. You really want to combine some wave clear until Victor is strong enough to immediately evaporate that wave. Because that tower is what's keeping Unicorns alive. Because when that falls, Rocket can push it further and take complete control of either side of the jungle. They have the liberty to do that with their early game teamfight oriented composition. Unicorns doing a fantastic job so far. They secure their own blue buff. Yes, it doesn't go to Fox, but it's still good on the Kindred jungle. And Rocket are really looking to force this play. No flank wards either for TP from Freddy, so they just keep knocking on the front door, but it doesn't work if 4 people are ready to answer it.
Yeah, currently from Rocket though, they want to hit those item spikes because top lane has not hit the Iceborne yet. Bot lane Taps has not hit his Blades of Ruin King. They're sitting on components while Unicorns of Love already hit their spikes, so they want to wait for a little bit.
Yeah, we have to remember, if we talk early to late game and at which point you get outscaled, Rocket's composition up to like 30 minutes still has a really good chance of doing a lot in the winning team fights. We see Airwax flanking here. This may be a bit of an overstep from Unicorns. So Hylissang goes in for the aggressive combo.
Airwax with the pre-set up ward.
They can zone him off now and actually use the next wave coming in if they can zone him for long enough. That's the cost of going aggressive, but let's see the afraid to tap in to the darkness. Just to go around the safe way. He should be in time through this wave, but these are the games these guys are playing. Trying to zone them off from mid lane. Use that mid wave that's coming in to chip away at the tower.
I really like early Swifties by most of Unicorns of Love because most of the CC on Rocket is slow-based. So getting that early on before they get into a fight for additional skirmishes is actually really nice here. So they have that on 3 members. Distortion Boots even picked up by Hylissang, getting that early on as well so it affects your first flash. It's also really nice, so when they go for that initial engage, he'll be able to go for another one way sooner than he normally would be able to. Steal back in middle lane, just continuing to farm these minions. Still side advances in all the lanes apart from mid lane where Betsy was getting better of Fox. But overall, Unicorns are still slightly ahead, edging further and further ahead, ever so slightly, very, very small.
It did come at the cost of some stacks here for Rudy, though. That's only his 2nd stack that he's picked up this game. So a little slower paced, but the fact that the Unicorns are actually getting buffs on the other side of the map is very impressive, the way they're playing this game. And most of it comes to the early denial they put on Freddy. If he's behind in a matchup as a tank and a mid-game spike type of champion, and he can't put any pressure, it just loses you so much momentum.
Airwax again with the fake out and gets the ultimate from Chachi there. Now with the blue buff going towards them, Patience meter is going to run down very soon, so they're not going to get that one.
They just have to make sure they're back in time in mid lane. This blue buff doesn't matter. Because what do you get in blue buffs? You get more spells. Why do you need more spells? To wave clear more. But if you're not in position to wave clear, no matter how much mana regen you have.
Some wise words there, Crapper. Maybe they'll heave them, move into the middle lane to block the siege coming in from Rocket. And there goes the wave.
Yeah, Rocket rotating for the dragon. Unicorns don't care. We can get one dragon to get a little bit stronger, but we need to see more deep vision. Something Deficio likes talking about at length. Deep vision for teleports, for flank wards. Rocket trading that dragon for a herald buff, so they can put one guy with that buff in the side lanes and just force Rocket to react, split them up, divide and conquer as we call it. Very, very stale, repetitive early narrative. They may have actually overreached here, because Extinct can block that laser with his spell shield. Now the tower falls.
Goodbye tower. Okay, Rocket just make the simple approach. Take dragon, go mid lane, take the tower. 3 people committed to the Herald from Unicorns of Love and a recall as well out of Chachi, out of Hylissang. Means they actually just can't defend that tower.
Yeah, and this is actually an interaction we haven't pointed out yet, but obviously Victor Laser counts as a projectile, so it does stop at the Braum shield. Which means if Extinct walks the front of the wave, they can just deny the wave clear and force that tower. They probably should have even done that way sooner. Unicorns get a little greedy by going for that Herald.
Yeah, like Fox even went for the early aftershocks as well, so you can clear those waves out. But yeah, now Chachi going back into the top lane. He's just gearing up for his standard build. Freddy has now completed the Iceborne, now looking for some magic resist as well. Went for the double Darrens in lane, which is a really nice pickup for some AP top tank laners.
Yeah, and the triple boot trinket here coming out from Rocket. This is not something you expect from a team that wants to play the deep vision game with the teleport wards. You cannot teleport on these blue wards. And when you're the team in control, kinda, you shouldn't have that much risk of face taking.
Oh, that feels bad. Chachi mistiming the barrel explosion there with his parlay. Chachi potentially caught out, pops his ultimate now, but he's in kill range even through the damage reduction, but there's enough time for Unicorn to respond with a kill of their own onto the enemy support. Can they get any more? The laser comes through and Freddy will be dropping. Airwax dropping low as well, and the Gangplank ultimate files in with the rest of Unicorns of Love. That's a 2-for-1 as he sees down the middle turret.
Yeah, look at the damage coming out there from Fox and Rudy on that Hinder jungle. Still has his ultimate available. Mid lane tower falls down because the Herald buff is still on Steelback. And Roccat, they engage team fight where they have Maokai somewhat flanking. They use a lot of flashes, wild growths, and ultimates. Come out on the losing end. Things are looking grim.
Yeah, Unicorns are picking up 2 fast towers off those 2 kills. And Freddy just simply is not tanking enough against that AP damage. You can see the whole thing from the start once again.
So yeah, Freddy is coming in. Stinks on the side lane, but they're engaging on Healer-san. There's one guy you don't want to hit. It's probably the Alistar. Look at the return damage here. AoE, knock-up, AoE from Fox. Laser comes out. Rudy can use his ulti at his discretion, but he doesn't care enough about his support to save him. And the follow-up damage, really good hold by Vinichachi, honestly. On that cannon barrage, just used it when it needed. Unicorns were in complete control of that fight.
Airwax has been caught out. The flash, the pulverize, and the laser. The aftershocks, the Q from Fox, and the Lee Sin goes down.
Yeah, and that is pretty much it for Roccat. There's so little plays left that they can make. Tap's not strong enough to do anybody. He's got to finish Bork, tier 3 boots, and the makings of Runons, but he's already facing a 2-item Ezreal. We have a combat-ready Victor, and we have a jungler that deals more damage on the side of Rudy versus Airwax. Unicorns were actually giving Roccat one opportunity to get back into the game by starting this somewhat risky Baron.
One chance. One opportunity, can Roccat take it? Betsy coming in from the side, but Extinct and Freddy are getting blown up, and they'll just turn away from Baron, kill him, and in fact, Alice is still on the Baron, keeping the health at the same place. Now Roccat reconverge onto the Baron pit, but I don't think it's a little too soon, or a little too late rather. Hillesign goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and the Baron goes over to Rudy, who secures it with Smite. Extinct drops low, so does Roccat, looking for a potential chase, but it's not going to pan out. And there goes the Baron over to the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and this is where we really have to start praising the Unicorns organization in terms of the members that they've picked up, because this shot calling, this decisive play going for Baron, these turnarounds and calm and collected team fights is nothing compared to what we've seen last season from the Unicorns. This would have been chaos everywhere if the Unicorns attempted a 22-minute Baron last season. Fox moves up close to his own. Look at Hillesang. Identifies that his team is winning the play, and he just keeps the Baron alive. If he moved out right there, Baron would have reset. So everybody working towards the same goal. His team also doesn't chase. Last year's Unicorns may well have chased all the way into the enemy base, realized their support is now dead in Baron pit, and then had to make another play. Again, Cannon Barrage being held to. So Unicorns on top of their game, and apparently it's due to some of the macro input from Steelback too. Using his time in Fnatic and in North America to learn more about the intricacies of the game and help in the shot calling department.
Rudy, again, aggressive in the jungle, and this is something you would expect from a solo queue player, like getting into the enemy jungle, but it's in unison with his team. That's what's so impressive. Unicorns of Love somehow plugging and playing junglers in, and it's working out fine, is really fantastic to see, because as you alluded to, it would have been spaghetti all over the floor last season.
Now, spaghetti, yeah, maybe. That's their dinner of choice. Yeah. But we still have to see what they do against more like composed teams, I would say, because Roccat haven't looked too great. They're on the verge. Yeah, of only winning one game in the first round robin here of the LCS, so they pick an early game composition with a spike. They pick Ignite on their mid laner that continuously helps out, force out Fox. They have a tool to stop the laser, but they realize too late. They find an opening in that mid lane tower, but it ends up costing them 2 more. Look at this top lane right now too. Complete lockdown here. And the Unicorns, they were looking to do this at maybe minute 30 in the game, maybe minute 32. Not 23 minutes in the game already.
And now Freddy heads into the top lane, and what can he really do against a Gangplank who is 70 farm ahead of him?
I mean, he's playing Maokai.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do. You have like 2 buttons that you press and you go for a team, and you hope your team cleans up, and that's it. If you're 70 CS down, you're just gonna stand there and watch him fall.
This is a late pick as well from Roccat, who are gonna lose their bottom tower. Airwax Airwax gets caught. Hylissang's right in there once again. He may go down, but not before the jungler does. And a big ultimate coming in from Fox will chunk the lineup. Again, the Gangplank ultimate being held. This is just a massacre for UOL, and they are chasing down the remaining members. Rudy is going to be backing off here with his team, and they should be able to at least take this in here. They are dropping low.
Yeah, look at those player cams. That's the face of a stone-cold jungle-only killer.
Yep.
Definitely so far on that Kindred. 3-0 and 2. Came to play.
He really did. He told them, hi, I'm Rudy. And then he killed them. 3-0-2 in this game. 5 out of those 7 kills he's been participating in. Really, really cool to see. Fox, though, has been involved in every single one of them, so that's also interesting.
Now, Fox did a fantastic job in that team fight, turning around, getting Chaos Storm up. And again, Hylissang is tanking the damage. Notice how Hylissang, when he approaches Airwax, he could go for the combo, but he just wants to secure the kill. Q-Flash, knock backwards, soak up the damage. He goes down to about 20% in this team fight. Remember, he's proccing Windseekers in this entire fight. He survives. Chaos Storm comes out, and everybody's on the run. Like, even if Hylissang dropped here, still would have been a good play. So Roccat misplaying by continuously focusing on the tank support, but also Unicorns doing a great job of leaving Roccat with very little answers to their plays.
Look at the nerve as well in Rudy. I don't think I've even seen an ultimate go down from him yet, because 2 members dropped so low in that last fight, and he still didn't use it. Baron power play, 7,782 gold.
I mean, he's playing on a new keyboard likely, you know? So maybe...
Oh yeah, can't see the
Maybe just had the binding wrong. Doesn't believe you need to have more than 3 buttons in LCS.
I mean...
See, I'll body these fools. I don't need these spells. I'm playing Kindred.
I mean, like, he hasn't died yet in this game. Okay, his support has died twice, and okay, he could have saved him, but it's ultimately for the person who's using it, right? So...
Yeah. Also, interesting build going Sterex with Maw. It rewards you for eating up damage. Because
quickly,
many people don't really notice about what the passive is on Maw and Moshers, but it gives you attack speed, spell vamp, and lifesteal once the shield procs until you leave combat. With Kindred ulti, that is so fantastic. You just continuously stay in combat for absolute ages. So a really good item build, especially with the Sterex too, so I like it.
Yeah, it's really cool. Now being pushed into the top inhibitor, Unicorns of Love, but there's the engage by Roccat, just trying to get one last swing of it as the minions are closing in on the Nexus turret. Extint goes down, Airworks will be soon to follow. Everyone is just getting destroyed from Roccat. There's nothing they can do. You can just kiss that old Unicorns of Love goodbye, because this new one is here. Rest in spaghetti, never forgetty, and they'll be going for this Nexus turret and closing in for the win. Unicorns of Love taking it over Roccat.
And Rudy finally uses his ultimate. Nexus pops. That's it for the Unicorns. Fantastic game overall.
The man on your screen right there, Rudy, coming into the Unicorns of Love, and honestly just playing perfectly with the Kindred coming into the jungle. So well played.
Yeah, it's plus 27 LP.
Juicy, juicy LP. Got those games.
I just gotta wonder, Roccat, where does it go from here? Obviously plagued with that visa issue on Edward, you know, lost their starter support. Whipped out Tarek week 1, you know, made me eat my words. Went through the whole fridge comment, but then after that, nothing too great. They do well against teams like H2K. They kept the game even for so long, and then they play against the Unicorns and it just completely fall apart. They draft rather, a hyper carry composition on Kalista with a Maokai in the top lane, but they find no deep wards, no teleport attempts. We've seen 1 teleport into a fight from Freddy that was just too forced. Airwax did not find a flank as he did in that last fight. They just couldn't find an opening. Unicorns did a fantastic job defending that mid tower. A team should not be allowed to defend mid tower the way Unicorns did. Take the early dragons, take the early Rift Heralds, deny you the enemy blue buffs, and get away with it. Unicorns somehow did all this, so very, very impressed with their early game here.
I thought Roccat had an opening when they took that middle turret when Herald was being taken out by Unicorns, but they could never capitalize. They could never do anything after that. The new player coming in, Tabs over Saphir, 1-0-0. Not much he could really do in that game. Top jungle, mid, had an okay game, but they just couldn't do anything when they grouped up. They couldn't push their advantage, even if they ever had one. And Unicorns of Love just closed it out.
Boils down to the lane swap. Roccat initiated that lane swap. Extinct kind of stopped the Unicorns in the enemy jungle, but then kind of went back to his lane. He could have interrupted that double jungler for way longer, because supports are not needed this early in lane. And it did seem that Rocket was a little lost because there's no way Gangplank should get that massive of a CS lead, especially in a very sensitive matchup rather, like Gangplank into the Maokai, but it happened.
It does happen, and we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that Unicorn win with jungler number 3.
Jungler number 3, indeed, and some very interesting picks coming out. The Maokai came out, even though we talked so much in the A block about the different meta, and you guys had a very, very lively discussion. What was it about, and who ended up being right?
Well, we were actually mostly on the same page. The first part of this discussion was Rocket being caught in what I feel like it should be dubbed the Kalista trap, right?
Okay.
With so much emphasis on AD carries, you force yourself to first pick Kalista when Lucian and Corki are banned on your side.
Sure.
And from there, we were just like, man, this is so predictable by Rocket from the picks and bans phase. Everything just seems to flow in favor of the Unicorns.
Yeah, I don't know if my microphone is on at the moment.
It is.
It is.
You're
It's
just
awesome.
you're a bit quiet because you tend to be
Awesome.
very loud.
Oh, yeah, that is very true. So you often try to turn me down, but it doesn't work because now I'm going to talk anyway. And the thing is, with this pick and ban phase from Rocket, Corki Lucian, when you ban them on blue side yourself, again, you're kind of like waving a big sign saying we're going to first pick Kalista no matter what, which on blue side is okay in the sense that we have so many OPs that you can get in the second rotation. You can still get 2 of them, so like they got good picks like Lulu coming in. My problem is more the Maokai itself. Is one, it highlights how predictable Rocket are, in the sense that Freddy literally only plays tanks at the moment. And 2, Fiora here with a Quint ban from Unicorns of Love would have like a awesome laning phase no matter what. You have a scaling top laner and then 4v4 people who, like the Kalista, Lulu who could win 4v4, and then the scaling top laner who could do well on his own and also beat the Gangplank. You pick Maokai with Gangplank open, just here's a free laning phase.
Yeah,
Take it. Just scale up on Gangplank.
You say, here's the laning phase, here's everything that you want to do. You know they have wave clear coming from Victor. You lock in the Maokai. It's very difficult to make any kind of plays behind a turret with a Maokai from that. So Rocket just put themselves in a really tough situation from their own pick and ban phase.
Indeed, and when you talk about being predictable, something you pointed out for a team fight that we're going to look at from the side of Rocket is that they're not only predictable in the team fights, but they just don't know how to play them very well, which is turning out to be their downfall.
This has been the biggest problem for Rocket in every single game we've seen so far, is once we hit late game or mid to late game team fights, their calling on which target to focus is always off. So we can roll the clip now, and like in this fight, you see 5-man basically tunnel on an Alistar with his ulti popped. So now you're buying so much time for the rest of Unicorns of Love to just pick the right targets, land the CC, extend goes down. And like, these kind of mistakes you cannot make, especially when you run a composition where you have 1 damage dealer in Kalista. The whole point is that you have Braum Maokai as the zones, allowing Kalista then to hit squishy targets or like wear them down over time. That's not an Alistar you're hitting then. Because then all your damage is blown on 1 target and all your CC. And all the carries are like, oh, Maokai has no snare, Braum has no ulti, let's walk in and kill people. That's how you walk in.
Yeah, that's exactly how you walk in. The thing is that happened multiple times. I think in the last fight, you saw Braum go in and then like ult back onto an Alistar. It just was very rough. Very quickly to touch on the new players. Tabs we saw come in the AD carry. Got Kalista first, which is a fine pick, but only 1-0-0. Struggled with the rest of his team. And on the other side, the third jungler for the Unicorns, Rudy, seems to just go right into the team.
I mean, let's talk about that, because obviously on the side of Rocket, we have had 2 changes in the last 2 weeks for them, so they are struggling with their synergy and their team fights, understandable as well. But the Unicorns of Love, beforehand we said when Joko was in, he had 8 kills and assists in the first 15 minutes of those games, which was just as many as Diamond in 2 weeks. Now, Rudy is doing very well again. It seems to not matter who is put in that position, or they are incredibly fortunate in the players that they pick up, or is it just the style that makes that jungler do that?
It's the style, because when you have a team where the foundation is now working, the players, the 4 players who are still there, they understand what to do and how to play, have good macro strategy. Your coach is now doing more work on that. You can plug and play a lot of mechanically gifted players, and they can just listen to the calls. Joko doesn't have to make any calls. Rudy doesn't have to make any calls. They just have to follow around.
Indeed. Well, at the end of the day, it is another victory on the board for the Unicorns of Love, and back to the drawing board for Rocket. There's one more score to settle today between H2K and Splice. Don't touch that browser. We will be right back.
Hey, give me a banana. Give me a banana.
Put your hands up.
I need to feed my kids. I want a banana.
Time for Unicorn to respond with a kill of their own onto the enemy support. Can they get any more? The laser comes through and Freddy will be dropping.
Just back.
Lulu no flash, Lulu no flash. We can kill Lulu.
Killer.
No, back. Okay, together.
Keep the engage, we kite them, everything in.
Hillisang's right in there once again. He may go down, but not before the jungler does. And a big ultimate coming in from Fox will chunk the lineup. Unicorns of Love taking it over Rocket.
H2K, I think, is the one team that looks the best in Europe right now. I don't think it necessarily changes much that they have a new mid laner. I know Selfie myself, and I think he's pretty good, so I don't think it's gonna be that bad for them. Generally, we just have to have a good strategy and perform on stage, and if we do that, we have a chance against any team in the league, I think. So we don't plan specifically against H2K or G2 or Fnatic. We just play our style, and whatever picks we have, we try to execute, and that's how we play.
Welcome back to the LCS studio, where H2K and Splice are about to go at it in our last match of the day. First, let's take a look at the league leaders coming into the week. Odoamne, Jankos, Selfie in the mid lane still, Forgiven, Vander, and Prowley. We heard Trashy touching on it there, that he thinks that Selfie is a really good player still. However, H2K went 2-0 last week with Selfie, but it did seem to have some influence on their macro game. First time they were behind at 15 minutes actually in the games they played, and some of that Selfie dying twice alone in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It does have an influence on their macro game.
I mean, a big part of it was Selfie dying in mid, which means you lose control of the mid lane, which is like the main lane you want to have when you want to play on all the side lanes. So him dying there slows down how quickly you can play side lanes and then set up that beautiful macro play we love to see from H2K. So that obviously needs to be fixed from Selfie.
Yeah, they were gifted a little bit of an opportunity there in that game against Vitality, where Vitality weren't confident enough to push to claim vision from H2K. So even with the release of pressure from Selfie dying, they still were able to hold and were able to play the map, as we've seen from H2K previously.
Yep, and still 2-0 for them last week, and now turning to a team that is much more reliant on individual performance. Splice with Wonderwear, Trashy, Senkux, Kabi, Nisbet, and their coach Yamato Cannon. They're 2-4. They lost to Fnatic, but they won versus Giants in week 3. And what is really apparent in this lineup is that some of their carries, in specifically the mid laner Senkux, one of their carries, yeah, you're true, you're right. Rather, if he has a good game, then the whole team can have a good game and it can carry. So it begs the question, does that mean that they lack clear plans, clear strategy beyond a single person carrying, and then it's only Senkux? It hasn't been Wonderwear and it hasn't been Kabi.
Well, I'm getting very nostalgic because this is very Challenger Summer Split last year to me, where it was Senkux or nothing for the then Team Dignitas EU squad. And it's kind of rough. His LeBlanc game, he went off quite obviously, but you know, we've noticed in the other games, Senkux just isn't always performing to that level, and it hinders Splice quite spectacularly.
Is that a problem where you can't expect a player to always just stand out and have these crazy games against mid laners who are on his level or maybe even better than him? So yes, it is a problem for Splice. Yes, it's because Splice as a team is not good enough. Like, that's the whole issue. So you rely on solo carries. Giants last year was the same deal with Pepe in the mid lane. Whirlip maybe towards the summer split, but as a team, then you gotta improve because you cannot just rely on one player.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that. It's that, to me, the similarities are almost overwhelming, is that Splice now are the Giants from last year. Like, the exact same position. They somehow need Wonderwear to step up or Kabi to step up, which started happening a little bit in Challenger Series, but there has been this seemingly large regression back to where they were about 6 months ago. And that's problematic. If it took them that long to kind of, improve in Challenger Series, now you're doing that against much stronger opposition, and that's worrying for Splice because they could be aiming for, or could be looking to be in that relegation zone this time around.
We'll see if they can make a statement here versus H2K. They are ready, so we're going to hand things over to Pulse and Crepo.
Thanks, guys. And very soon we should be heading into the Champions League, but it's not this minute. Soon. TM.
Maybe next minute. We'll
Maybe
see.
next minute.
As every minute passes, we have a new opportunity to dive into Champs League. H2K versus Splice. I think H2K is going to take it.
Wow, shocking prediction there, Crepo. But yeah, I mean, like, I have to echo a lot of sentiments from the analyst desk. I mean, all of the eggs are really in the Senkux basket, which was basically how it was in Challenger for a long time until they adapted. And then now on the LCS stage, can they adapt fast enough? It's going to be very difficult for them, and I'm not sure if they can adapt that fast against H2K.
I wonder if Odawa is going to continue this style where he kind of leans back in lane, just soaks up the punches, even helps his team like with the cannon barrages against a player like Wonderwear, who's been honestly weak so far. So we may actually see the angered Cabochard come out here and just completely smash his lane, like, my time to shine, my time to carry, and Selfie in a more lane wave clear oriented role because he was struggling when we were rewatching some VODs. But struggling with moving into the side lanes and pushing out far enough. So H2K love playing a style where they set up their side lanes to push to then make pressure, which is great League of Legends. But last week, we saw them hesitating on that a lot, and they stopped pushing a wave too early because it exposes you, and you need to have the game sense to know when to do that, when not to do that. And it seems Selfie was very afraid of pushing out those waves.
Yeah, we could see a more aggressive Odawane in this one's kind of like Homer Simpson when he tried to become a boxer and took all the hits, but maybe now he'll turn around and swing at Wonderwear. We'll see. As Kalista, LeBlanc, and Gangplank all taken away out of the top lane, so is Lissandra and Lulu, with Alistair being the final ban.
I mean, Corki Flex here could be an option here for H2K. They no longer risk losing the strongest support to Splice here on the Alistar. Founders played well for support champions. Selfie may not play Corki mid though, because that's why last week I believe they either picked for Forgiven or didn't pick it at all, but I believe there was an option last week for Selfie to play Corki mid, and he opted against it, picked a different matchup.
The Sandra and Jace.
Yeah.
He decided to go for.
Anyways, it's picked up, it's locked in.
It is, and we'll see where it goes to. Very good chance it goes on to Forgiven. We saw a lot of games from him that were very successful early on into the split. I'm waiting for the first 2 picks from Spice. Very quick for the lock-ins. Graves and Poppy brought out here, so 2 flexes there, but most likely to Poppy in the top lane.
Yeah, Poppy top is something we've seen a lot in different regions. Not as high priority here in Europe, but if you look over at some of the Chinese teams in the LPL, you know, the Xiaogu Reapers, their top laner V plays it, from SKT Duke plays it, but if you want to watch a great Poppy play, Royal Never Give Up, Looper, fantastic Poppy player overall, so definitely watch that, especially the series from week 2 and 3, some really nice Poppy play there, especially if you look at the way the ultimate has evolved. At the start, people were not sure how to use it, and they use it as a disengage tool, but more right now, Poppy top laners use it as a combo tool. You know, they dash in, knock them up, slow them, move in front of them, then knock them into a wall, and just so much % damage from Poppy.
I also like the fact that we're seeing Poppy's like charge up the ultimate, run at someone in like a siege situation, and then not
put it
even
back in the
use
pocket.
It. Yeah,
Like, ha,
because you get
you.
the cooldown reduction back, it's great, but you just don't know when she's going to bring down the hammer, so you just have to run away. So very cool with the change that people have been making as Poppy is being played more and more. Lucian and Tam Kench are being picked up. What's that, Grandpa? What do you want to say?
What should be locked into support right now after we have our rant on Poppy top lane? It should actually do fine into the Kench. % damage against a super tank. You do get the risk of being eaten, but a fierce warrior like Poppy, she don't care.
No, she'll fight her way out from the inside, so she'll be good to go.
Kind of like the AQ40 Satoon boss fight. You end up in the belly, destroy them from the inside. Anyways, Lucian, Tam Kench, the 2 strongest AD carries picked up on the side of H2K, except for Kalista, who is banned. Spice has control over that Graves, can still play a Graves in the top lane to shove, you know, have a disengage support and go on more skirmish type of poke, blue S type of build. A lot of options here, multiple flex positions, so we can't ever be sure until we reach the last rotation.
For sure. I actually like Graves a lot into Tam Kench if they do that, because what's Tam Kench going to do against a hard push early game against Graves? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I love it actually. It's a really, really good matchup for the Graves. Just continuously pushes in the wave and then either looks for a dive or rotates away and puts some pressure somewhere else.
Yeah, never going to get in range to lick him either. Waiting on those final 2 pickups. It's going to be in the hands of Forgiven Gree and Vander. It's a wrong day for them. They might just pick something else that they want their other laners to run. Because the Lucian has been picked up. Usually I'd be saying it could go into AD carry, but we've seen a top lane today, so I'm going to be holding off on that one.
So,
okay. Whoa.
Okay, that removes the double flex. Morgana technically is a double flex because we've seen it from Flandre over in the LPL. He's played Morgana top, but this time not coming out. So it's going to be the Janna Lucian lane in the bottom lane, most likely, unless Selfie has, you know, found a little bit of a taste for Lucian mid. Hey man, I would have put it against him, you know, after Lucian top today, everything is possible. But yeah, Lucian, Janna, that screams like a Forgiven lane. A lane where he can aggressively dash in for trades, use his abilities to maximize damage potential with an enabling support. That is, yeah, right down Forgiven's alley. So we need to see what the answer will be here from Spice.
He can actually be greedy, because when he was playing the Caitlyn, 1 point in traps, and maxing out the E, I believe he didn't even go for traps.
No, he doesn't skill traps.
4.
He
Yeah.
doesn't believe it. I asked him about it, and he is so adamant about not believing in the traps and how useless they are. It's actually fun.
Yeah.
Arguing with Forgiven about certain natures of the bot lane or your opinion on how to control a lane, he is very adamant in his points, and it's quite hard to convince him.
Hey, it worked though. He absolutely is destroyed in that game. Destroys in most games, dies very little. Hard to criticize a guy who does so well in those performances. And it will indeed be the Corki in the mid lane for Selfie. So a lot more on his back this week, because last time he was more of a band-aid. And even though that, you know, Ryu losing a lot in terms of like shot calling, and usually band-aids don't fix bullet holes, but in that case it worked.
Nice. Anyways, Bard is locked in 2 here for Nisbeth. I want to see what they can do, because if you play into a double AD composition, obviously if you can get to the AD carries and kill them, the fight is pretty much won. So with Bard ultimate, that is definitely possible. Spooky into ult into Q with the setup. Any of the follow-up here. Just imagine a world where
I'm imagining
H2K is sieging, and out of the blue, Bard portals in to get in range for his ultimate. Throws it on the enemy team, hits both AD carries. Poppy then moves in, presses Steadfast Presence. Suddenly, in this world, also the AD carry is no longer at flag.
Okay.
So the gap closers are being cancelled by Steadfast Presence. Splice, they win the game. H2K goes down. That is what I want to see here. Bard combos.
I'll be honest, that sounds more like a dream than a different world. But yeah, we'll see if it works. And we'll see what you think on Twitter as well. If you agree with Crepo and the dream is real, hashtag SPY win or H2K win. Maybe they can get into the ranks. The spies from Splice. I mean, ultimately,
I always read that hashtag, Team Spice.
Yeah, Team Spice. I mean, ultimately, if you do control the Splice, you do control the universe. So we'll see if they can bring that one home. We're about to get into game very shortly. You may have seen a head move very briefly on the caster desk.
Yep. We are in fact live.
Game. Here we
Not a
go.
rerun.
No, it might be a rerun though if you're watching from the future. This is 2016, and Splice is going up against H2K, heading out of their base into the jungle.
Yeah,
And,
let's see.
Yeah,
what
pretty
they want.
much basic setups right here from both teams in terms of the starting items. Hunter's Talisman is really good. I originally didn't like it because I liked the faster clear from Machete, but growing to like it as you basically get out of the jungle with full health and full mana without even having to use or refillable potion from Trashy or Yankos. So actually really nice for follow-up ganks in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, when the first gank speed doesn't really matter that much. You just want to get sustained through the jungle. Definitely the better choice. Looking at these bot lanes, there could be merit in swapping for either team because they get ahead of the play. There's definitely merit in just letting Poppy scale and get to the later points of that matchup. Level 6, Poppy should be able to beat Odoamne here 1v1. He gets the help from the jungle. Kobe and Nisbeth, I really hope they go to stop the camp. Bard has the strongest level 1 trade out of any support because 3 spell thief procs plus the empowered auto attack, the first one. So auto Q procs all 3 of them. There's a tremendous amount of damage. And Bard gets absolutely no value from hitting level 2. Yeah, you get health and sustain, but why would you need that if you're already winning the trades? You know, and you can get that later on. There's no time sensitivity to the health pack, so it may actually be wise to give full experience to Ezreal over, for example. Janna is the same, but to a lesser degree. She at least gets Tornado level 2 for actually combat stats.
You may have thought you were tuning into the European LCS, but you are in fact tuning into Crepo Talks Bard.
Hey man, fantastic pick. Nisbeth, hand over that experience. Don't take it. It's a complete waste. Doesn't. Amateur.
Well, he goes for the Thunderlords as well.
It has to. It's all about the burst.
All about the burst as he heads into the bottom lane. I want to see that come into action. And Forgiven Vander now coming up there into the bottom lane. I want to see how this bot lane does because carving Nisbet into Forgiven Vander is a tall task.
Yeah, look like Bar level 2 right now because they picked up the champs. What's he going to do? Like, they're not even afraid of him. They're trading into him.
He missed the Q.
Yeah, that generally helps.
That wasn't a cosmic binding, more of a comic binding from Nisbet there.
This is actually not the NALCS. This is still the USCS. Anyways, I don't think we'll see too much action. This lane, the nature of this lane is very whittled down. So trades like this where Forgiven gets a shield, goes in, auto attack trades, and whoever's ahead of the trade can just like continue trading and whacking away. Very slow and steady, very little hard CC. The only thing that can turn it around is a cosmic binding that basically gets aimed at a creep. But Forgiven is very annoying to play against. He's very aware of skill shots coming his way, so I think we should start looking at some of the other lanes and the junglers more likely.
I think so too, Crepo. Well, they're basically mirroring each other as they started both on the top sides of the map, so they may meet each other in mid lane or bot lane. Speaking of that mid lane, though, Senkux lands the charm onto Selfie. And Senkux, who was speaking so much about him being the key player in this matchup, if he can start snowballing, he might be able to do it off Selfie.
Yeah, but you see the power of Corki though. Even though that Q completely whiffs, he still evens out that trade though. So imagine if that fast bomb hits, Senkux is in a whole world of trouble. So Selfie playing the Ignite Corki here, ready for some action.
Oh, he was just checking the bush, guys. He didn't miss the rift scuff for that.
So that's when you just keep walking. Hang on, trade here. Back to that action. If you do miss the Scuttle Crab, you act as if it was intended and you walk in the bush.
Exactly. You just got to make those on-the-fly adaptations to play it off. And Yankos takes away the Scuttle Crab, so it was all planned.
And this is really smart by Yankos. As long as he keeps Trashy busy and in vision, it enables H2K's bot lane to continue what they're doing, which is winning the trade war. Right now the CS is even, but eventually one of these parts will get out-sustained, and that's when the CS difference will start counting in, especially if Forgiven is pushing on a tower. Kobe will continuously have to make the choice, do I go for the CS or for the counter trade? And we'll need to see how well Nisbeth and Kobe can keep CSing together. So yeah, it's even right now, but it may tip very drastically later on because they will be running out of potions.
Mid lane is not going particularly well for Senkux in terms of CS. Currently 30 to 21 as the minion wave is basically even as well. Top lane, head to head. we were talking about this in Champion Select and how Poppy will do, feel like it would be a not too bad matchup as they start scaling up. But in the early laning phase, Odoamne is putting down the pressure. Yeah,
Odoamne has the push here. He doesn't have any risk of jungle. If Tom Kench knows that the jungle is at the other side of the map, the entire matchup changes because he can just play stupid aggressive almost, you know, and doesn't really have to care about how much damage he takes and at what point he takes the risk of getting ganked. But at the later parts where Wonderwear actually can start comboing with that ulti, so we see another trade here, Charm, Q lands this time, even trade here in the mid lane. As we get to the later parts of that matchup, when Poppy actually has the combo tool available to buy a lot of time for the jungle to just walk to lane and finish that kill, that's when Odoamne will have to play it a little more careful.
Poppy is really nice for facilitating Graves in this game as well. Slam him against the wall, sets him up for end of the line, has the CC as well to keep him in place so that Trashy can also get into a nice position. Doesn't need to burn like a flash or something to get the extra damage off or get the positioning, as Wonderwork can set him up. Jankos now coming into this lane.
I love it, because this is kind of the only lane that Trashy can technically gank, so there is a possibility or a good chance that Trashy is actually trying to come in for the gank here, and then Odoamne could bait the counter gank, and it would be fantastic for HGK. Luckily, Trashy is actually invading the enemy jungle, leaving his Wonderwear top laner on an island. He finds a wall, doesn't find a camp. Unlucky.
Unfortunate. ×9 honor this champion. Jankos coming down into river. Trashy is still taking on the Raptors. Got it this time.
Yep.
And got the Razor Sharp buff, so he knows it even if he's being spotted in the bottom side of the map.
He knows nobody saw that.
Yes, that's the important thing. Otherwise, he may not have smited. Selfie in the mid lane. There's the Valkyrie. That's Corki in the mid lane.
It's just to force the wave out, hopefully. That's what I would think, but Trashy's actually leaving.
Whoa.
Cosmic Batting Lance, and here you see the Thunderlord proc. But the return trade with the zoning tornado is actually big.
Kobe just kind of dances back and forth, and Forgiven deals all the damage over to him, and the clutch shield at the end blocks the damage from this bet.
And yeah, you just see the inexperience of this Splice bot lane. They win the trade phase 1, but if you continue to trade against Lucian Janna with the threat of the tornado, bad things may happen, just like this gank could be bad for Forgiven.
Trashy's coming in, and we'll never know what happens because the mid lane. Whoa, Senkux could be going down. Repel comes up, finish him off. First blood over to Senkux.
And that's why we were in the mid lane, because the observers apparently know the future.
They knew.
They knew too much.
Man.
That was interesting.
Yeah, Jankos just kind of came in and then was like, yo, Senkux, you want to kill? He's like, yeah, bro, I'll take it. And then that was the gank base.
Yeah, with the amount of tunnel vision, you'd think he was playing Rek'Sai right there. Doesn't get the reset. Senkux says, thank you very much. I'll get more gold as I'm on my way to base. And gets the makings of an Abyssal into a very squishy Corki. So this may be big for the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, very big. And also, by extension, the game. Because Senkux is really the person who is going to bring it home for Splice.
Let's watch that again.
Okay.
So Jankos.
What happened?
Jankos, okay. Senkux and Jankos, another combination. He repels in, but
unfortunate.
Spellvamp from the Ahri passive keeps him alive long enough, and then he dies.
Yeah, dangerous game as well. Good match speed. Jankos should be able to take on the blue buff, maybe not Senkux, but that first kill going over has basically just kind of evened up the middle lane because Selfie got such a big CS advantage just from laning phase, and also when Senkux was pushed out of lane regardless of their gank, so it's actually fairly even up there.
Yeah,
you take a look at the goal, and HUK is still actually ahead.
Nista needs to make sure he gets down to bottom lane because Forgiven and Vander are not afraid to dive 1v2, especially since Trashy was spotted in the top lane. They moved a lot of members there, and Cobb is falling behind. He's on Tier and Sheen, so he has no defensive stats whatsoever.
Pushing down this turret, Kobe, is level 6, so yeah, he has the ultimate now. Yeah, and he's got both summoners available, so he's not too bad in shape. Jankos, no Cocoon this time. And now he'll head into the jungle of Trashy, who
he's waiting for
just happens to be there. He didn't smite.
Again,
he did. Okay.
He's isolating the bot lane by warding this deep Jankos. He doesn't care that they know the ward is there. He doesn't care that he's been spotting. He's just telling Trashy, hey, I'm here.
Wow, and
still here.
Just walks into it. I mean, he's fairly tanky at this stage, at least against one member, that being Jankos, so he's going to die, but takes a bit of poke, and so does Senkux in the mid lane, more than a bit of poke, 60%.
Good trade there by Selfie, love it. Aggressive move there, and then the Valk out defensively. Trashy now, yeah, Jankos is just spotting him. Falls behind a little bit of experience. They just really don't want Trashy to interfere with that bot lane at all, it seems. Because Bard is level 6, so a Bard ultimate on Janna with Trashy over the wall can spell instant demise for HK bot lane.
So the top laners fighting up there, but more interesting things as Jankos goes for another invade, and Senko's turn around and pick up the kill. He goes up into the air with Rebel, but he has to come back down. And there's the bold ultimate from across map. Does not get the kill onto Selfie, but a nice 1-0 over to Senkox.
Yeah, really good punish. No hesitation on Splice there. Trashy knows that the charm should be long enough cooldown-wise to just take down that enemy jungler, and even if you land, to land on like 10% HP, and then the follow-up bar ulti from Nispet. Really, really good. Well played there.
Yeah, actually went over to Trashy there in that trade, picked it up with an auto, I believe. 2-0 in this game, and Splice have the early game advantage, but really this game will start heating up.
And that's just one of the many plays you can make with Bard. Fantastic champion.
Oh, yes.
You haven't seen him sooner. Odoamne, however, in a trade.
Blood. And Wonderwear will probably walk out here. However, he's taking a lot of damage from Odoamne, who is getting the extra damage from his passive on the ultimate as well.
Stacks nerf.
Oh, lands the Q with a flash, the auto. The Tam Kench 1v1 kill onto Wonderwear.
You never flash straight against Tom Kench. Just take an angle. Wonderwear.
Take a knee.
Take a knee. Anyway, do anything. Just don't flash straight. Really good play there by Odoamne. Wonderwear, again, overreaching in the matchup. Just not showing the ultimate knowledge. Tom Kench probably matchup.
Yeah. Because generally you just don't think anything's really going to happen. You just kind of bash away at each other. But Selfie's looking to set up a play onto Trashy. He comes in, but he's in the jungle. This might be enough return damage, but Senkox gets zoned away. And that does not happen. 1-0. Nice pickoff by H2K.
Yeah, we're seeing some synergy being developed here between Jankos and Selfie overall. Lacking on the initial time where he dove, but this time working together with the package. On a Graves in the jungle, it's a bold move. But it did pay off this time. Forgiven finally takes down that tower, so we see a bit of a gold swing as a result of all that chip damage that H2K put down on the towers.
Selfie's still staying in this lane, and this may be an oversight. Senkox is looking for this kill, has one more charge of the ultimate left, lands the Q, but a sidestep by Selfie. He's taking the damage from the Raptors. Jankos was there to finish off the Venom's bite, and he goes down, over eager, over greedy.
Jankos interferes with death by Raptors. Should just leave it, you know, mid laners 1v1, has to steal the kill. But yeah, really good move there by Selfie, juking upwards instead of the predicted path downwards.
Oh.
He calculated the damage too, and he knew that Graves could never kill him. He's definitely bringing his A game today.
Perfect calculation by Selfie in the mid lane. Trashy unable to get the execute off with his ultimate. Big cooldown down for him. And in a 1v1 trade against Jankos, that's pretty big. Now if he meets him in the jungle, he doesn't have the ability to kill him. We're going to see that once again here.
No charm so far. Goes over to the Raptors. Look at Selfie stepping upwards. Charm misses. This is, it's a misplay by Senkox. If you go for that play, you just gotta land it. So outplayed by Selfie. Well played.
Oh, Jankos, Vander, just chilling out in the jungle before they make their next play into the top lane. Perhaps Kobe and Nisbin have swapped up there with Forgiven already there, ready to receive the minion wave. Trashy is now coming in from the bot side, but looking for the recall. So ultimately, I don't think we're going to see anything here.
It's incredibly hard to force to play with the Bard ultimate right here. Landing that Tempered Fate on a Boots to Janna and a Lucian with his E available is just nearly impossible. So it's good from Vander to pick up the early Boots too, because it just allows you to maneuver outside of those ultimates, even if they're from close range.
Wonderwear in the middle lane. But there is a Tam Kench there. He's going to clear away this pink ward as Senkox has his back. And now he'll back away. Top lane just kind of farming it on out. And in terms of item builds, actually Forgiven getting a lot of damage onto Nisbet even through the magical journey. And now the top lane siege comes in. Forgiven currently sitting on his first completed item versus Kobe, who is only on components.
Yeah, look what Forgiven does. He positions behind, hang on, he goes for trading, behind the outer range creep. And that triggers every Bard to go for, for the play where you want to Q the creep and then hit Forgiven, and then he sidesteps, because he knows the Q itself will never reach him, only the extended Q can, so that's the way you bait the Bard Q's in lane, so he has experience with this matchup. Trashy comes over though, plays might happen.
Jankos looking for the execute onto Nisbet, he'll be coming up, and there goes the heal, keeping him alive. Jankos will jump away to the minions and back away.
It was like a 3-man Tempered Fate possible there.
There was a possibility. Mid lane, though, Selfie with the tier 2 rockets coming in. And we'll be Senkox backing away very briefly. Top tower will go down over to Forgiven and co.
Imagine a world where Nispet turns around, gets a 3-man Tempered Fate into Cosmic Binding, into the Ezreal ulti. Could have been the play.
That's not this world, though. Maybe in some alternate universe. There's the ultimate.
Force to the flash.
Yeah.
Always work.
Right in the middle, through the goalposts. Kobe jumping into the Birch cutting division. Godlike play. Mid lane, Senkook clearing out this one. Odawame and Selfie's there, poking Senkooks down, and he gets a slow with the tongue lick.
And you see the playstyle from H2K just happening week in, week out, where they put in these side lane pressures. They did it 1 week with the 1-3-1. Right now they're doing it kind of in a 3-2, and Wonderware, he's kind of invisible this game, as he is many games. He's not putting any side lane pressure, prompting Odawame to return. Grouping up with the Ahri doesn't provide enough counter push in the mid lane. Selfie can still poke 1v2 there, so Splice needs Wonderware to sit in the side lane, push it out, pressure that, force somebody to come down to the bot lane, then teleport in the flank to punish some of these aggressive pushes that H2K is doing, but it's not happening.
I mean, it makes sense though, because Splice do generally wonder where their top laner has gone. And that is the problem here. But H2K currently taking the Herald. Should be able to take that one down. It will be going over to Jankos.
Yeah, Jankos. More mobility in the jungle, combined with hopefully a boots upgrade as he goes to base, and just make him so quick that it kind of becomes unpredictable where he can get you with the cocoon. Because movement speed amplifiers or modifiers are just very hard to track for a lot of people. They just have this sense in the game where, you know, he's this far away. I don't think he can get me with cocoon. If he then suddenly has extra percentage movement speed, you may actually find yourself surprised.
Yeah,
so I like it on junglers.
Yeah, Herald is, I believe, 40 extra movement speed flat, which is actually a lot. So difficult to track. Dragon as well, if they get the third dragon, then they'll get 5% extra movement speed on top of that.
I'm sure Kobe will be happy with the Herald for Junglers campaign that he was campaigning about last week in North American LCS. I'll continue it here. Although Unicorns did prove that Herald on 80 carry, also a very valid option.
Yeah, I actually seen that a lot, actually, going over to 80 carry, or even the split pusher. Herald has definitely found its mark.
Look at the poke here, the double 80 composition with the Janna, sieging in the mid lane, forcing the double wave clear from the double 80 carry on Spices. Yeah. Guess what, guys, we're an 80 carry meta. But yeah, just the calling to come out, amplify with the shield for damage, Selfie poking, complete control of H2K. The Splice, they need to find an opening, and the only opening they will find is either Charm Flash or Teleport from Wonderware.
Jankos are going for the Runic Echoes as well. Looks like he's going for the Rylers on top of that, which we saw earlier. I really don't think... Ooh, damage onto Kobe. That was just from the Gatling gun and the Thunderlord's proc. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, one auto-empowered, or Sheen Triforce-empowered auto with Gatling gun. Plus Thunderlords is just so much burst overall. This is why Corki is one of the stronger laners. Misbeth, he wants some gold. He's waiting for his Spooky Ghosts, so then he can hopefully enable the Spooky Ghost combo with the Tempered Fate. That's really what you want to go for, but by that time, HK may have taken down all the turrets.
Okay, well, we'll see if a Tempered Fate just comes through very shortly from Nisbet. There it is, boys. But the tower's dead. And Nisbet did land the Q onto Vander, and now Wonderware is closing in for a potential fight. The knockup on the 3 players. Trashy with the follow-up. Is it enough? He has been exhausted, reducing that damage. Odawamne saves the Janna, and Vander is out and alive. Wonderware goes down, and Odawamne may follow as Senkooks is coming in from the sidelines. He still has the flash. The Charm land. Reverse swing of Orbit Deception will take him down. And that's a 1-for-1 top lanes exchanged.
Yeah, but look in the top lane though. Forgiven just melting that tower. 4v5 does not go for a win here for Splice. Good opening, good flank, and just too late from Wonderware. But we see the power in a Flying Poppy, and again, using that ultimate as a combo tool. Trashy, unfortunately, dashes in so close to the Janna that he actually gets exhausted. If he would have stayed out of exhaust range, his ultimate would have finished off Vander, and that could have been a whole different fight here for Splice.
But still, that 4v5 essentially as Forgiven was in the top lane. Did not predict the top lane Lucian in this game either from Splice.
Looks like they forgot about Grey.
Yeah, mid lane we're gonna see that trade again with the Bard ultimate coming in to set it up.
Yeah, no stun here. Doesn't get the connect. So Vander, look at Wonderware what it is. The dash uses Jankos as a vessel for 3-man, and then Trashy dashes in to get exhausted and launches back with the ultimate. So Wonderware drops. Vander gets a shield on him when he's low. Senkooks is only now just joining the fight, so a little bit too late to the party. And Forgiven, just pushes down top lane.
And back into the mid lane. Senkooks has picked up the Morella Nomicon, which has had price reduction in the current patch, 6-2.
on top of his Abyssal Scepter. Mid lane, Selfie, business as usual, 2-0-1. Definitely been more proactive and has been able to do things by himself this game. And I kind of like H2K giving him the freedom to go into a pick who can do that versus the other picks he had, which were fulfilling roles within the team.
I mean, I'm only speculating here because I obviously don't have the insight in the inner workings of H2K, but Corki was available for Selfie last week too at points. He just didn't opt for it, so I think Selfie just picked up the champion. Remember, he came out of solo queue. Not everybody plays every champion in solo queue. He must have practiced it in scrims this week, and he looks pretty confident on it. Not afraid to go aggressively and then use Valkyrie as a defensive tool, so yeah. Well, some of the problems that H2K had with Selfie have seemed to be disappeared because their side lane pressure is on point. They are continuously putting advantage. They're not getting caught too much by any wards snuck in their backline. See, Splice isn't the greatest team at punishing that, but pretty clean and crisp game from H2K.
Now you have this 3-1-1, and the 3 is going to go for this engage onto Splice. The Repel comes up, and Jankos should be away here. Teleport now coming in. This is a little late, but it will secure them the tower. In fact, he cancels it, and it was not really worth and gets the cooldown from that. Selfie coming into the mid lane, and there is only 2 inner turrets now remaining for Splice to try and defend. To close in the mid lane, maybe Senkuksen lands a stray charm, but that's what they're looking for at the moment.
I mean, we're looking at a 6,000 gold lead here at 20 minutes. That is massive. That is the rate where Elements on average is down in their losses. This is a very large gold gap, and the only way to beat that right now for Splice is just to go for an all-in type of play. But they lost the crucial part of that, the Temper Fate for the setup. Windaware doesn't have the lane push, so he clears one wave and then opts to come down. If you're gonna go for that push, you should just go for the second wave push. At least put some pressure on the map so you can at least get something out of that play, but Splice just playing from behind.
And I'm not sure if they can do all that much from behind because they got those 2 kills onto Senkuk's, but ultimately it's just not enough. A Selfie is even matching him and also ahead in terms of CS. So he's even ahead in terms of gold. And you can't 1v5 right here is Senkuk's on Ahri. I say that now, but we saw him on LeBlanc actually 1v5 last week.
He did get ahead in Snowball.
He did.
He got donated a quarter kill too, but the good adaptation from Splice though is that they went for the quadruple blue trinket and only 1 sweeper. It is the right approach, especially a team that is running 2 blue trinkets themselves. You don't need double sweeper if all you need to do is stay in the game. They have finished Spooky Ghost, so what they can do is lure in H2K, to come close to the base, use the Spookies, slow the 2 people in the front line, go for the Temper Fate setup, flank with Windaware, and try and just go for a collapse. That is the play Splice is looking for. H2K on the other hand, they want deep vision, they want vision denial around the Baron pit, they want to exploit the blue trinkets. And when all 4 are down and on cooldown, then they eventually want to start the Baron.
Right now we're hitting a very stale part of the game while Baron has spawned and Splice are trying to pressure out in the mid lane, but I have a bad feeling about this one. Trashy jumping over the wall, has to use the flash. Senkuk dodges out of the way of the cocoon. There's Bet now coming in and Wonderware looking for a potential re-engage. I'm not sure if this is the best plan though. Goes right into Odawane there. He will get the stacks from into the team and he'll just go down. Now it's just a disengage from Splice. That was very bizarre. And Trashy also caught up. Senkuk just takes a ward out. So I guess there's some gold going over to him, but a 2-0.
I mean, if that was Rudy with Poppy Jungle today, maybe I could have seen it. But yeah, that was straight out of solo queue. There was 0 communication. Wonderware's like, whoa. Selfie gets caught. Charm flash here. Selfie should be dead.
Yeah.
So Selfie overextends when his team's at Baron. Communication issues. He's trying to peel. And Splice should be able to stop this. Even though their top laner went full Leroy Jenkins.
I don't know what their chances are of getting this engage off. I calculate 33.3% here, Crepo.
Heating, of course.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to work. The 66% one in this one, and H2K come away with Baron.
Just sloppy mistake there from Selfie from dying, but honestly still a good play from H2K. Splice too low, and we have to wonder what Wonderware was thinking, or whether that was a team call or what's going on. But for a team that communicates exclusively in Danish, their native tongue, that was a major communication issue.
That was just weird. I mean, Wonderware, like last split in Spring, he had some issues where he would just teleport in and just completely away from the rest of the team and just die. But we haven't seen anything like that, and we saw such a good improvement from Splice, who were formerly Dignitas EU, over the summer split, and now coming into LCS. It seems like they're reverted hard.
I mean, H2K is playing a composition that kind of triggers that type of play. because they're so good at kiting, disengaging, that at one point you just snap and you're like, I'm going in, boys. I'll get the CC. But then, if you're even, that could be a good play, because these compositions that have that much disengage, that have that much kite, usually don't work that well in straight-up burst team fights. But H2K is now 9,000 gold in the lead. They don't care how you approach the fight. If you fight them, you'll likely die.
Well, at the very least, Splice did manage to get that one pick. That was a tilt level binding, by the way, because he flashed, and because it was aimed at the wall and tagged him before he flashed, it actually stunned him.
Yeah, because that's the way bar Q works. It doesn't care what you do after you've been hit. You can flash, you can teleport, you can get it off, you probably counter time. But once it connects with the wall, that's when the game registers that there's been 2 people hit or 2 instances hit, and it connects both those places. That's why the wall then connects to the flash. It looks like a bug, you know, everybody goes remake, 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 but it's actually completely intended.
It's just extremely, extremely annoying when it happens to you, but it was great as the bard player, as I'm sure you can attest. Bot tower being sieged in. All of the inners are now gone. Just have to crack that shell, which is the inhibitor line. But they are keeping that cannon minion alive. I would love to see a banner of command here.
Yeah, this will be almost a forced engage here. Look at the spooky tempered fate combo they're looking for, but H2K respects Splice enough to not take another 45. They wait for Odoame with 2 cannon creeps at his side. Push in. Right now they spot the Poppy in the top lane, so one of the follow-up engages is out of the equation, so they can comfortably get closer to siege. They just mine the corner, just like you mine the gap, and they want to whip away at that tower.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't trip, and Odoame onto this inhibitor. No one is stopping him, so it looks like Splice are gearing up for a potential engage.
Here we go.
This has already been read out by H2K, who are kiting back. The Temper Fate comes onto Jankos, he'll flash away. It's fine burning summoners here, but Wonderwear has to go deep to make this happen. Abyssal Voyage comes in, and nothing has really been accomplished before the closing comes from H2K, and they took the inhibitor as well. They got their cake, and they ate it too.
Yeah, H2K completely reads Splice like a book. That play was rather obvious, but it was the only play Splice could make, so maybe with 100% execution, they could get something out of it. Jankos gets hit, he respect flashes immediately. Odoame comes in with the Abyssal Voyage, and at that point, it's too little, too late. H2K sieging their second inhibitor.
That front line is just too damn tanky for Splice to deal with. And now they'll just back away, and it's just taking inhibitor after inhibitor. Now the mid lane's tower is being under attack. Senkos can't clear out the minion wave, he tries to, but Odoame is there to tank up the tower. 1 minion wave was still alive, or rather 1 minion. And that hero was able to take down the tower with the rest of the team. Trashy drops low. He'll have to flash and burn all of his summoners, use the ultimate defensively for the knockback. And now H2K backs off with an incredible amount of gold in their pocket.
About 2k on average, so H2K is sitting on about 9 or 10,000 gold right now. It's actually pretty absurd. And they're all basing. And they didn't even need it to force that advantage. So they're actually operating under only a 10 or 11,000 gold lead. But right now, yeah, they're just using even more. Actually, we're operating on a 3 or 4,000 gold lead. Yeah. Right now it's getting even bigger. 13k lead. Baron power play, 4.5k average, but what they the only reason this Baron power play is so low is because all the tier 2 towers were already gone.
Yep.
And the base towers don't net as much gold overall. But they took down 2 inhibitors, which doesn't reflect in the gold, but it just wins you the game.
Yeah. Winning the game, kind of good. Also gives you another 50 gold.
It's like the equivalent of being a KDA player or just out-rotating, you know? Sometimes you don't need to get the fancy big numbers to win the game.
Well, Nisbet hasn't even died in this game. In fact, no one in both bot lanes has died this game, but it doesn't matter how many times the bard chimes in, he just can't get enough done. And Senkok's just trying to clear out the top wave, but this is now tower defense for Splice. Now they're going to go for engage. It's going to land on Forgiven. Can they punish him, though? He doesn't have summoners. This could be big, but he's just eaten up by Tam Kench. It's just too strong. The ultimate goes right through the team of H2K in from Wonderwear. Keeper's Verdict does not find its mark. Jankos gets stunned up, but just delaying the inevitable. Minions are flooding in from the side lanes, and H2K is coming in from the front door. I don't think that there's anything that Splice can do to stop this from happening.
Conga line in the top lane, Conga line in the bot lane, siege creeps ever, Senkos flashes in!
And Splice are stuck in the middle of H2K. Wonderwear should be going down here, but they did manage to take down the enemy support, but a 1-for-1 make that a 2-for-1, and now the Nexus turrets go down. H2K systematically pick apart Splice and take down the Nexus.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady kills the race overall. H2K. Yep. Yeah, yeah, play another H2K type of game where they just focus on the side lane pressure. But this time, Stealthy doesn't die in the mid lane. He exerts even more pressure. They chip away the towers. Splice continuously on the back foot. And we have to beg the question, Wunderwear and his side lane pressure with that Poppy. It just wasn't there. If he's not pushing any of those side lanes out and putting any pressure, H2K get free reign to play the game on 2 lanes. Putting Vander next to Forgiven or Selfie, keeping him alive. Oduamne again in a supportive role, this time on Tahm Kench. Just, yeah, Abyssal Voyage in, flank, saving people with Devour. Another really, really just solid performance. There are a couple of members in H2K that you can always count on to deliver. Usually Jankos is amongst them. He did have that little slip up in the mid lane, but if you have like the rocks in like Jankos, Odo, and Vander, and you then leave room for playmakers like Forgiven, like Ryu, now replaced by Selfie, you have a very potent squad.
And even coming together, okay, this is against one of the lower teams in the rankings, but still looking very good in this game, just as a team. And Yamalo there just talking to the squad. Still in high spirits, Wunderwear, despite that performance. But yeah, like even in the 1v1, seeing him get 1v1 by Tahm Kench.
Yeah, that is something Audrey tweeted about earlier as well, you know. There's nothing wrong with having a smile on stage after you lost.
That's good.
Out of my own experience, and many other players, it literally doesn't matter if you're crying on stage or like because you lost, because all that matters is how you do in the next week. We see a little bit of a, yeah, just friendship here still between Yamato and former members there from Roccat. It's always smiles when you beat him, you know? Yamato should be the guy who walk away. No, but he's not like that. But yeah, definitely, I like it when players keep their spirits up because there's no point in being depressed. You know, you need to take losses seriously. You need to work hard, but that work should be happening behind the scenes. And you should never be judged upon your reaction after a game. So Audrey, I'm with you. If you're smiling after a loss, definitely keep doing so.
Yeah, there's always more games to go. I mean, this is even day 1 of this week as well, so there's even...
yeah, there's no point in getting depressed. Just look for day 2, you know, and try and fix that.
Oh, I can see your signature on there already.
Yeah, we have fan meets here at the LCS. If you visit the Berlin studio, you get to meet people like me, but you also get to meet Pulse.
Yeah, which devalues whatever you give me, so... Yeah, that's unfortunate. But no, good performance by H2K. Just have to see how they perform against other teams, especially with this... change in the mid lane, of course, with Ryu still being out. So
better now, like they improved with Selfie. He had some issues, and he took away some of the bigger picture game from H2K. But they seem to have found it. They seem to have worked hard on it in scrims. So yeah, props to H2K for the improvement.
Yeah, but on the side of Splice, a lot needs to be improved on. I mean, you look at Senkux, and it was basically just trying to get him ahead. And even though he got that first kill, like he just couldn't do more with it.
Yeah, he chased the lead when he went over that Raptor bruff.
The bruff?
The bruff. I was going to say brush, but he didn't even press the brush. He just went over the Raptor wall, and yeah, I missed the Q, missed the charm, and at that point, Corki has a pretty easy kill. Jankos came in to mess up that duel, stole the kill, but Selfie played that very well. Good juke. And he's definitely coming into his element.
Yeah, but you kind of have that pressure on you, like when you know you have to carry, and it's just like, well, you have to make plays and you know, get ahead, snowball, or if it doesn't work out like in that game, then you have to back away.
When your team is trash and you just gotta carry. No.
Well, his team is trashy, so you know, there's half there. But.
It's almost there. Yeah, Senkix carrying a big weight. I think Splice did identify solid plays, and they did identify win conditions. It was just they were too far behind once they made those plays, because some of those tempered fates, if you had a little bit more forward pressure and you get a little bit closer, at least there's a range at which they're pretty much undodgeable. It's like 1.5 screens. At that point, especially if Spooky goes, you can force a lot of plays. But if you're 4,000 gold down, 5,000 gold down, yeah, you start looking at panic engages like Wunderwear just going whoom in and then end up dying, or running into a Devour from Tahm Kench, and then yeah, things will look grim.
Well, I would like to know more about Bard, though, because I myself, I always resort to a Bard if I'm in solo queue, but I'm terrible at him. So tell me one fact that would make me a better Bard player, Crepo.
Let's do that another time. Let's just go to the analyst desk right now. Some more insight in that game.
Crepo, so good of you. I was going to say I love you, but that would be totally... In any case, Vander, welcome.
Hello.
Congratulations. Another victory on the books for H2K, and I know it's Selfie in the ranks. Tell me, how has it been going now before the game? Of course, we analyzed last week that he had some deaths in lane that might have been unwanted. How did you kind of prepare him going into this next week?
I mean, we just try to play with him like we play with Ryu, which sometimes doesn't work out because Ryu is a bit more sufficient. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah,
We don't need to help Ryu that much. He knows how to make advantages on his own, right? And now we play with Selfie. It's a bit different. We try to help him a bit more, and yeah, we just put him on comfort pick today, which is Corki. He's a really strong mid laner, and we were sure he can perform well on this champ.
You say needing a bit more help. We actually have a couple of replays of the early game where Jankos, who we know is generally quite aggressive, but here he went overboard a little bit. The first Blood King. Walk us through this one. Is this also a result of trying to help out Selfie too much?
I mean, just Corki said that Ari is really low and we can dive her, and it was a really good attempt to dive, but it was just unlucky a bit, I guess. Didn't work out. I didn't see it. I just knew that Graves is on my lane, so I was running away, you know, and then I see my jungler dying.
Second attempt, though, from Jankos to invade also goes wrong.
Yeah, a bit too fast. I mean, he just wanted to change the form and repair the charm, but he was a bit too slow. And still, even though he died, we got the bot tower from it because Lucian stayed and he could push and poke Azir, which was fine for us, I guess.
I mean, this game is like win game, or win lane, win game, basically, for you guys. Lucian coming in. In your opinion, is it a mistake by Splice to keep Lucian for you guys in the second rotation?
I mean, I was sure they're gonna pick Lucian first rotation. We're surprised they picked Graves and something. I don't remember.
Poppy, I think.
Yeah,
Poppy, yeah, which both are really strong, but yeah, I expected them to pick Poppy and Lucian, which Graves is still also like a really strong jungler, so it's not a big mistake, but I think in this matchup, probably picking up Lucian would be better for them.
Well, in any case, after what happened in the early game, it came back in your favor. It might have been a little bit Splice gifting it back. We have another replay of that, and Jankos redeeming himself, as it were. Let's take a look at this.
Also, Selfie the package.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to see how Selfie is looking more confident now. Like, he's actually part of plays together with Jankos. He's jumping in and out. This obviously is because you had a week now to practice with him, I assume. Do you feel a big change in the way he's playing now compared to last week?
I mean, yeah, he's definitely more comfortable and he knows what to expect from us and how he should play, right? Because his previous teams were much different, where he were playing more aggressive and we are doing a bit more on side lanes. So he has to just play a bit more careful, right? He doesn't get as much help as some other mid laners in the LCS. And from those replays we can see how much mid pressure can give to your team. We can just invade whenever we want their blue jungle, and when the Jankos dies, we still can get something on the map.
And I think I want to talk a little bit about your playstyle as a team. You tend to be very fast at moving around the map. When it comes to Selfie last week, we saw there was a little bit of miscommunication, perhaps. He died right before you guys took the Baron. Is that something you guys are still working on, when it's like we need Selfie to be on exactly the same page with these map movements? Is that something Prolly is working on?
I guess he wanted to make some highlight play, 1v3, but I mean, we wanted to do Nash, and he just wanted to poke them before Nash, which is fine when you play Corki, right? You QR, you just Valkyrie away, and you're fine, and they're poked. But he got Bard stunned or whatever, I guess. So we are working, obviously, to... Actually, we had a problem when we screamed yesterday that we have some split calls and people don't listen, so it was like this.
We talk a lot about being on H2K now, new team. A lot more talk from you about, playing side lanes, overall macro talk. Is this a big change for you compared to the last 2 years we played on Rocket? Like, do you feel like it's a big change now going into H2K and in the way you play and look at the game?
So, especially when we play with Ryu, I feel that I just have really good laners. And I have really strong top lane, really strong AD, and really strong mid lane. And when you have 3 winning lanes, it's just much easier to play, right? And in Rocket, it wasn't that bright, but we are obviously much better team than we are in Rocket, and you can see it by standings, right?
In the end, maybe before we go over to the standings, we saw you at the end there with Jankos going up to Yamato and kind of hugging him and talking about something. What was that about?
Oh, I mean, both me and Jankos were really close with Yamato when we were in Rocket. I think he's a really good coach, and he was my good friend, so it's... I mean, I really wanted to beat him, but it sucks. It sucks when he's sad,
Well, do you think he's going to get there with Splice? Do you see enough elements that are positive and with his guidance?
I mean, they didn't put up much of the fight today, to be honest. Like, they didn't try to contest many things. I felt the game was... I don't want to show bad manners or anything, but they didn't fight for the game, I think. So I think they play still a bit better than the first weeks, and obviously the season just started. So they are a new team. The players are not that experienced, and not as experienced in some teams like us or Origin or Fnatic, for example. So they just need to learn, and they just need some more time. Yeah.
They need some more time, a work in progress. But let's take a look at the standings, because some teams are already absolutely on fire. H2K, of course, is still at the top of the tables, and G2 Esports still 6-1, then followed by Vitality and UWorld 5-2, and then Roccat and Giant sadly at the bottom of the tables. Let's touch on G2 Esports. Another big test for them today, another big win for them today. Vander, in general, what do you think of them, and how much potential is still yet to come for that team, because they're already really strong?
I think Origin a bit mispicked against them, at least in my opinion. I thought Origin gonna win today. I think generally about the standings, I think Vitality is a bit too high and Origin is a bit too low. That's how I see those teams. But other than that, I think Gamers 2 is really strong. Actually, I underestimated their bot lane a bit before, but I see they play really good. Like today, they played really good. Braum.
Yeah, Braum on Hybrid, actually, a couple of weeks now, he's been able to do fantastic. What's your opinion on him generally as a support? Because he seems to be making a lot of waves recently.
I mean, I think he's pretty good, especially on Braum and on Trash. It's his best champions, I think. And he's not that... he's not creating that much plays like just by his own or with his jungler. So I think they miss a bit jungle support synergy, but he's doing like more with his AD, I feel. Like they play Kalista, they go in together, they bait the TP, and they play more like on lane, I think.
Yeah, I think they're looking like a very strong team overall. I kind of agree with a lot of what you're saying about G2. About Vitality, we were discussing earlier how it's a very almost similar playstyle as with H2K. They brought out something super different today, though, with that Lucian top lane, which people on Twitter were saying, well, a couple of people are playing it. It was interesting to watch. I like to see Cabochard bring these newer picks out where, you know, you're not quite expecting it and he can just dominate lane. I'd love to see this against a team that are slightly better than perhaps Elements are right now in the standings. I don't think they get away with it.
Well, we play Elements tomorrow, so...
Lucian top confirmed already.
I mean, obviously, Gamnak is weak early game and Lucian can bully him, but it's obviously some mistakes from Steve and just snowballed too much, I guess.
But this is a big part of the current meta, right? Because I can see this from the pick and ban phase you guys have in almost every single game. It's almost always focused around having strong lane matchups or strong mid-game matchups so you can play on 3 lanes at once. You guys did it in this game here, you know, the Janna Lucian lane against an Ezreal can always just bully that one, and then you start moving around and taking down tier 1 towers. Do you feel like that is a correct way to look at the meta right now? It's so focused on having these strong individual champions who can have good matchups?
I mean, in theory, you cannot have always three winning lanes, right? Let's say they were able to counter-pick our support, but they picked Bard, so it wasn't that efficient for them. So they could have maybe not winning matchup, but they could have better lane bot. I think if they picked Thresh or something, it would work much better than Bard. So it just comes down to picks and bans. Obviously, if you can have 3 wing lanes, it's good, but then it means that enemy team just picked wrong.
Yeah, and we see that a few times.
We have, but a right pick seemed to have been Lucian in a top lane, and we did ask the people at home as well what they thought 6.2 would bring to the meta, and at Jera157 tweeted, is there any champion that cannot be played top? Right now, it seems to be that there's a wealth of things to do there.
There's one that we haven't seen yet, Alistair. Which
That
Pulse is
Pulse
a little unhappy about.
I saw it on some streams with the blue ghost item.
It's a solo queue build. And now it's been nerfed even more and more, despite it was never good. You know, we just nerfed the item and Thunderlord, so like Alistair top is dead.
Well, talking about support meta, we also thought that we wouldn't see Tom Kench in the support role that much anymore, and it was picked in the very first game. What do you make of him after the nerfs?
I mean, I think those nerfs touch him more on top lane than support, because on top lane you want those stacks longer, because the top laners, the tanks are fighting for a longer period of time than you fight on bot lane, right? And then the percentage damage also hits top lane more than support. Obviously you want your support to do as much damage as he can, but it's not his main goal. So still support Tahm Kench can, like you can see, eat and eat your allies, enemies. It's hard to eat enemies, but yeah. Save your allies, slow a bit, and that's your job.
And it's still a flex pick, which is why Vitality put it as support, because it was all mind games. Like Lucian was locked in, it was supposed to be a Lucian and like a support last pick, and then everything gets changed around. Tahm Kench goes bot, Lucian goes top, and like Elements got completely counterpicked in the laning phase. of the GP resolution, and they didn't know what to do.
What do you make of the Frost Queen's claim nerf? Of course, the cooldown that is up.
I mean, I played with the Frost Queen this game, I think. But in most games, I just upgrade the Sidestone with the blue item. I think it depends really what you want to do. If you want, for example, to rush Locket really fast on your support, then you just build the Sidestone upgrade and you rush the IAGs into Locket, because the active is not really good on this blue item anymore. It's decent, but it's not that very good. You get some AP. So I didn't need to buy Locket this game. They had a lot of AD champions, Poppy, etc. So yeah, I just could upgrade it and go for Locket later.
Well, another thing that was changed is Shen. We also have a tweet from @CallMeArnold said, "I'm curious to see how the LCS scene is going to adapt to Shen's rework, making him more aimed towards tank and damage." There were a lot of tweets that we got in about Shen, and we thought we were going to see him, especially in top lane, but in very different positions. But how come he hasn't been picked up yet?
I mean, I tried him support a few games, but I think he's pretty bad support now. So I think top lane he should be good.
Interesting. I mean, we saw him in Challenger being played.
We did.
Doing okay.
Yeah, it was okay. It was kind of a rough matchup, though, when you look at it. I'm trying to find it in my notes, but it was just one of those games where Shen wasn't the tipping point of the game. Interesting, though, at the beginning of the day, we were talking a lot about top lane, a lot about, some of the minor changes that happen mid lane. We noticed a change in picks and bans meta more than anything now, at how you'll see 1 or 2 AD carry bans, and then blue team seem to just pick up Braum, because Braum seems to do very well into like Misfortune, into Caitlyn. The AD carries that, the Ezreal, the AD carries that aren't Lucian, Corki, and Kalista. Do you think Braum maybe is in a situation where we may see him banned away from games?
I mean, we don't really value Braum as much as you can see, because I didn't play him yet. I think it's decent champion, but it's not something you have to worry about unless someone plays it all the time, so maybe you want to take it away from Hybrid. If Braum is a super good player, he'll just block every spell, like Victor, Laser, Ezreal ultimate, so it's really dangerous against those skillshot champions. But he's not. He also works good against Corki, by the way. But it's just good pick. It's not OP, I think.
But in the hands of Hybrid, it did seem to be OP.
It's been pretty good there, yeah.
Yes, it has been. Well, now a reality check for the Fantasy LCS. If you didn't have Trick this week, you're going to have a rough matchup. He picked up 7 kills and 7 assists without dying once for a total of 26.5 points, leading the league today again. I mean, in G2, you can highlight so many players. They just seem to be all working together very well.
You can. I have to give somebody to my left some just desserts, because last week on the LCS, Martin Deficio Lunga made fun of me for apparently going to lose to him in Fantasy LCS.
Did I?
I have the man at the end on my fantasy team, and I crushed you by 80 points last week. 80 points, Mr. Lunga.
Maybe he forgot to sub someone last.
Maybe.
Yeah, I had Ryu in,
No, you didn't.
That's why. Yeah, if I started some other mid laner who made 80 points, I would have won.
Yeah, I had Perks on my bench before this week also, so not doing well there. In any case, if you bench Trick, your team will have a chance to rebound tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, as G2 starts the day against Splice. Elements will face H2K, and then it's the Unicorns of Love versus Vitality for possession of second place. And then, Elements H2K, looking forward to that one. Of course, you don't want to divulge any strategies, but you guys seem to be on a roll, so.
Finally, we don't play last game. Like, since 3 weeks, I think we are 5th game. But, yeah.
Gotta end strong.
I mean, I think Elements is a bit better than Splice right now, so it should be tough for us. I think Julius was a bit too passive today. I mean, I didn't want to say tough, but harder than today. Yeah, I think Julius was a bit too passive today. I think as Nidalee he could get much more kills overall. So I'm wondering if he will be scared tomorrow as well against Janko.
Seems to be the overall problem for Elements.
I think
Way
because
too passive.
in scrims when he played them, they were pretty good actually, and then I see them in LCS is like old Rocket,
New Rocket, yeah.
We see this so often though. Like these players are so confident when they're just playing in scrims because it doesn't matter. You can just like FF and then take next game. If you cannot translate that to stage, I mean, as you said yourself, it's the old Rocket, right? Keep hearing praises from scrims and then we never see it on stage. And that's kind of been Element's problem the last 3 weeks.
Well, we'll see if they can do better tomorrow. And until then, we need to reset the rift for myself and the entire team covering the European LCS. Thank you for joining us to kick off week 4, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
We're loading up onto the rift for the first game of week 4. Come on, Cambo, pull it off. Full channel culling. We'll get a lot of damage on Steve. Piercing Light comes out. One more hit, and Cabo shot. 1v1s for first blood. Cabo's not going to take anything from this. Flash
We have
for
seen this
flash.
before, by
That
the
was
way.
just so easy.
Go. Nearly. Cocoon here.
Don't throw me into that.
You're fine, mate. Ian 5, Ian 6. 3 seconds. 2 seconds.
It's time for a win in Vitality's favor.
What's happening?
We're diving.
Just diving. Just kidding. We can fight. We can fight.
We can fight.
No. I'm fine. Okay.
Wait for LeBlanc. LeBlanc is coming.
Graves. Looper Graves. Nice.
And Giants are on the verge of going 0-7 in Fnatic. Defeat Giants in week 4.
During the plan, Cabo, don't forget you can say okay.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
without playing Ramus.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Give me a banana.
Put your hands up.
I need to feed my kids. I want a banana.
Just back. No flash. Okay, kill.
Killer.
No, back. Okay, together.
If they engage, we kite them. If they engage.
Hillsang's right in there once again. He may go down, but not before the jungler does. And a big ultimate coming in from Fox. Unicorns of Love taking it over Roccat. Trashy's coming in, and we'll never know what happens because it's lane. Whoa, Senkux could be going down. Repel comes up, finish him off. First blood over to Senkux. He will get the stacks from into the team, and he'll just go down. Now it's just a disengage from Splice. That was very bizarre. K Wonderware should be going down here, but they did manage to take down the enemy support. But a 1-for-1, make that a 2-for-1. H2K systematically pick apart Splice and take down the Nexus.
H2K!